their sole responsibility. Most of our shame has nothing to do with us. Laurence Heller, Ph.D., developer of the NARM model. It is not what happens to us that is as important as how we react to what happens. Epictetus, Greek philosopher. Your task is not to seek love, but only to seek and find all the obstacles within yourself that you have developed against it. Rumi, Persian poet and Sufi mystic. Introduction. What a shame. In the NeuroAffective Relational Model, NARM, we believe that chronic shame and guilt underlie most emotional and relational problems, as well as many of the difficulties and even physical symptoms people experience. This understanding is based on decades of working with individuals in therapy, couples counseling, groups, supervision, and NARM trainings worldwide. Chronic shame and guilt are processes, symptoms, and strategies. Contrary to popular belief, they are not emotions. In the following chapters, we will explain in detail why we do not define them as such. As the book progresses, you will gain deeper insight into this perspective. When people think of shame, their first association is often with sexuality and their bodies. But shame extends far beyond that. People feel ashamed of saying no and setting boundaries. They are ashamed of making mistakes, of being vulnerable, of having needs. Some even feel ashamed simply for existing and taking up space in the world. Many shame dynamics remain largely unconscious, yet they profoundly shape how we experience ourselves and influence the choices we make. Operating from shame, we limit our lives, make unhealthy decisions, and close our hearts. Shame fuels self-criticism, self-judgment, self-hatred, and self-sabotage, including addictions, while limiting our capacity for healthy relationships. Shame and guilt are also deliberately used as tools of manipulation. They do not only affect us in adulthood. Parents, teachers, clergy, and others use shame and guilt to control children. Many of these patterns are intergenerational. And while children certainly need guidance, shame and guilt, particularly in their toxic forms, are not the best way to provide it. Corporations exploit pre-existing shame to market and sell products. Much of the media, as well as the cosmetic and fashion industries, rely on making people feel inadequate as they are. Politicians use shame to marginalize specific groups, often minorities. Religions have long employed shame and guilt to maintain control over people's hearts and minds. Shame and guilt are powerful instruments that shape the fate of entire groups of people. Derogatory messages become internalized, leading individuals to feel ashamed of the very characteristics they are attacked, criticized, and demeaned for. We will explore throughout this book what begins as an environmental failure is internalized as a sense of being bad, defective, or wrong. A significant example from recent American history illustrates this dynamic. School-aged girls were once widely believed to be incapable of certain intellectual tasks, especially mathematics. The prevailing belief was that their minds were not suited for math. Because they were treated as though these ideas were true, their performance reflected these biases, and for decades, girls scored lower in math than boys. Generations of girls internalized this shaming message, believing they lacked mathematical capacity. However, over the past decades, teachers have increasingly recognized girls as capable of logical thinking and treating them equally to boys. As a result, girls began to achieve much more. Today, it is far less common for people to claim that women lack mathematical or scientific abilities. Women's success in these fields has proven these old shaming narratives false. This book aims to help people find new resources to confront and heal from familial and societal shaming, which everyone has been exposed to and internalized as if it reflected their worth. Viewing shame solely as an external imposition by society, without addressing how people internalize it, overlooks a crucial element. Many books and articles focus on societal shame, but few adequately address its deeply ingrained personal impact. Conversely, some resources acknowledge family-based shame, but ignore societal factors. Likewise, many popular psychotherapies fail to engage with what is actually driving shame dynamics beneath the cognitive and behavioral layers. One common protective response to shame, in childhood and adulthood, is to mask shame through relentless, self-proving efforts, which in NARM we call pride-based identifications. For example, A person whose needs were unmet might feel proud for needing very little, but covering shame with pride does not resolve the underlying dynamic. Trying to prove themselves and others that they are not as bad as they fear can become a futile lifelong quest, one that may even harm their health. For instance, no one should be shamed for their body size. Yet, turning being overweight into a source of pride can ignore the medical realities associated with excessive weight. Through decades of supporting individuals, we have come to see that chronic shame is a fundamental factor in nearly all emotional and relational difficulties. How people perceive themselves and relate to others lies at the root of many conflicts, challenges, and even physical symptoms. This is not a new discovery. Therapists have long recognized self-hatred and lack of self-acceptance as major stumbling blocks to healing. Beginning in the 1970s, efforts to address these issues largely focused on strengthening self-esteem and encouraging a false kind of pride as an antidote. While sometimes useful, these interventions have significant limitations. Repeatedly telling children that they are special and deserve special treatment does not genuinely build self-esteem. Similarly, while changing thoughts and using self-affirmations may help in certain contexts, they often fail to address the inner torment of chronic shame, preventing lasting healing. Other models conceptualize shame as a noun, an entity, rather than as an ongoing process. Terms like superego or inner critic have further diluted our understanding of shame by attributing self-shaming, self-hatred, and self-sabotage to an externalized inner critic, rather than recognizing them as actions the individual is actively engaging in. You cannot simply defend against the inner critic when it plays a functional role in the person's psyche. Some people, including teachers and coaches, believe shame is a useful motivator for self-improvement. While performance and self-optimization are common strategies to avoid feeling shame, this approach ignores the self-rejection that underlies the constant drive to improve. In our experience, people become more satisfied with their lives and more at peace with themselves as they progressively shame themselves less. In this book, we aim to show what drives people to self-shaming. We want to make the pain of this inner process understandable so that you can begin to make better and kinder choices for yourself. Initially, addressing self-shaming can feel difficult and uncomfortable. However, as you work through the underlying dynamics, you can emerge from the self-shaming process feeling more alive, more vulnerably open in the best possible way, and more available for intimate relationships. In the first chapter, we deconstruct the process of chronic shame and guilt to make this self-limiting orientation more understandable. The next chapter of the book explores how chronic shame develops, including the relevance of studies on complex post-traumatic stress disorder and adverse childhood experience. The third chapter examines the costs of chronic shame and guilt and the impact of efforts to avoid shame. In the fourth chapter, we orient more strongly clinically, but in a way that remains accessible to all listeners. Finally, we conclude with an in-depth discussion of shame and sexuality. By the end of this book, listeners, including clinicians, will have gained a new understanding and practical tools to resolve the painful dynamics of chronic shame and guilt. Part 1. Freeing yourself from chronic shame and guilt. Chapter 1. Chronic shame and guilt are not emotions. Many people think of shame and guilt as emotions. This thinking has even made its way into professional literature. Of course, there are many feelings that accompany being shamed by others or shaming oneself, but it is important to distinguish the process itself from the emotional reactions that we have to the process. Seeing chronic shame and guilt as feelings oversimplifies what is in fact a much more complex process. In language, shame is often used as a noun. For example, people suffer from toxic shame. This creates the impression that shame is a thing, an object, or pathological development like a tumor. This simply arises on its own. But shame is not something that appears out of nowhere for no reason. Shame has everything to do with how we relate to ourselves. The German language expresses this quite clearly. Ich schäme mich. I shame myself. This linguistic formulation reflects the reality that, as adults, people have learned to shame themselves. This process is far more complex than simply being an emotion. When children experience environmental or relational failures in their families, shaming themselves becomes an attempt to cope. On an unconscious level, the child may think, "My parents don't love me, so I must be unlovable." This painful conclusion allows them to maintain hope that if they fix themselves, they will eventually be loved. Acknowledging that their parents may not have the capacity to love them as they need to be loved would be existentially threatening. Paradoxically, shaming oneself at this early phase of development is trying to solve an unsolvable problem. Seeing shame as a process, not a thing, gives us possibilities to work with it that would otherwise remain unavailable. Those who chronically shame themselves are constantly adapting to chronic unresolved adverse childhood experience. Shame becomes a way of coping with internalized judgments, the fear of losing attachment, the sadness of unmet needs, and the anger or even rage toward caregivers who neglected, abused, or simply failed to see them. Adapting to this experience with self-shaming leads to a distorted sense of self, emotional and physiological dysregulation, and often systemic distress. What people experience and hold as an emotion is the result of this ongoing, painful process. That is why we use the term chronic shame rather than toxic shame. Healthy shame and guilt can be part of a capacity for empathy, a capacity that helps us remain connected to others and repair unintended harm we may have caused. However, chronic shame is life-limiting, even life-destroying. It involves self-judgment, self-hatred, and self-sabotage. Chronically shaming ourselves means that we view aspects of our real selves as bad or wrong, feeling that we don't have the right to exist, to have needs, to set boundaries, or to love and be loved. Chronic shame and guilt affect us on all levels of experience. The distorted beliefs and identifications we carry, along with the relentless self-judgment that comes with them, create emotional and physical dysregulation. These identity distortions and dysregulation affect our relationship with ourselves, with others, and ultimately, with the entire world. Every shame-based identification is held in the body as tension and collapse, contributing to both emotional and autonomic dysregulation. You may have noticed in yourself or in others that when experiencing shame, there's a tendency to collapse inward, to cover the face, as if trying to disappear. One of the least understood prices we pay for shame lies in all the things we don't say, don't do, and don't attempt because of the fear of shame. We might not say, "I love you," to someone we love, fearing the vulnerability and the shame that might follow. We may avoid expressing needs or setting boundaries, afraid to confront the shame that could arise when we do. We avoid many activities that could enrich our lives, like singing, dancing, or any other creative expression, because we feel ashamed of not being good enough, of making a mistake or doing it wrong. This important yet rarely addressed aspect of shame will be explored more fully in Chapter 3, The Price We Pay for Shame. Discerning shame from guilt. Shame and guilt are often confused, but they are not the same. Shame is about feeling bad about who we are, whereas guilt relates to feeling bad about something we have done. Healthy shame and guilt can help repair relationships, but chronic shame and guilt are processes that can continue throughout our lives. Shame and guilt are also an integral part of growing up. They are part of how we learn that other people and their needs exist independently of us, helping to support the social contract. They help us learn the rules of family, culture, and society. Shame and guilt also relate to attachment, teaching us how to remain connected to others. Since children are fully dependent on their caregivers, they must learn the rules that bind them to those caregivers. Within this context, shame and guilt can still be part of healthy development. However, when shame and guilt go beyond social connection and empathy, they reinforce the process of disconnecting from important parts of the self, and they reach the threshold of chronic shame and guilt. If we grew up in families and cultures where shame and guilt were weaponized, we internalize those dynamics and shut down essential aspects of our authentic selves. This foreclosure is painful, distorts our sense of self, limits our lives, and drives many of the emotional and relational symptoms we experience. Chronic shame can take many forms: self-hatred, self-judgment, self-criticism, feeling defective, wrong, bad, unlovable and unwelcome, unable to express needs, unable to trust, unable to set boundaries, and unable to love or be loved. In the next chapters, we will look more closely at how chronic shame manifests in the survival styles we developed during childhood. Chronic guilt is often harder to recognize, especially when it has been present throughout someone's life. It takes many forms, constantly wondering if we did something wrong, made a mistake, or offended someone. Guilt often serves as a way to manage helplessness, which is part of everybody's human experience. There are many things we cannot control. In the face of devastating loss, we often default to guilt because it helps maintain the illusion of control. It's not that I was helpless, I just did something wrong. For example, when we lose a loved one, rather than facing grief and pain, we may tell ourselves, I could have done more, I should have acted sooner, or I should have done something differently. Alternatively, we might shift the blame to others. If she hadn't smoked so much, or if only he had taken the supplements I recommended. These thoughts imply that what happened could have been prevented, that we or others could have controlled what was truly beyond anyone's control. Survivor guilt is another form of guilt experienced by people who lived while others close to them did not. Comrades in war and survivors of terrorist attacks, wars, or kidnappings. People who have lost spouses often feel guilty about enjoying life afterward or moving on to find new love. These events exceed our capacity to fully understand or bear, and survivor guilt reflects another form of powerlessness. It is crucial to emphasize there is no shame in being glad to have survived. We are hardwired to want to live. Another form of guilt is second-guessing ourselves. I shouldn't have done that. While it may look like remorse or insight, it often functions as another form of self-accusation, and it is not helpful. Reflecting on our behavior to learn is always meaningful, but we acted the way we did because it seemed the best choice at that moment, given what we knew at the time. In hindsight, it is easy to imagine how we could have done better, but we can only know that now. As you continue listening, we hope you will discover that you can free yourself from chronic shame and guilt. You will see that most of what you experience as shame and guilt has nothing to do with your sense of self-worth as an individual. What you take to be your shame is rooted in the perspectives of those you grew up with, the experiences you had, and how you adapted to survive them. Step by step, you can change how you relate to yourself today, becoming increasingly self-accepting and less dependent on the judgments of others. Summary. Chronic shame and guilt are not emotions. Chronic shame and guilt are not emotions, but rather complex, ongoing processes rooted in early relational failures. They distort identity, drive self-rejection, and shape lifelong struggles. By understanding shame as an adaptive survival strategy, we can begin to transform these patterns and move toward greater self-acceptance, connection, and emotional freedom. Chapter 2. As adults, chronic shame and guilt are self-inflicted. As adults, chronic shame and guilt are self-inflicted. This might sound to you like you're being blamed, but this is not our intention. We are actually trying to help you see that shame is a process, that you have something to do with it, and that you can do something about it. Ultimately, our intention is to support you in experiencing increasing agency concerning shame. Agency in this respect means to develop an awareness that as adults, we play an active role in any experience, and in the context of this book, in feeling shame. The more you understand your role in the shaming process, the freer from shame you can become. You were not born feeling ashamed. If children find themselves in supportive life situations, they develop capacities that help them develop and thrive. If they find themselves in life situations that are inadequate, or in some cases even traumatizing, they need to find ways to adapt to those. Children learn to shame themselves in part from internalizing direct shaming and guilting messages they received. Additionally, they learn to default to shame and guilt in order to protect the love and attachment relationship with their caregivers. Shame tends to be the default position for children when they experience environmental failures of all kinds. From a child's perspective, when they are not getting the love they need, it is better to see themselves as unlovable than understanding and accepting that their parents may not have the capacity to love them in the way they need. Blaming themselves gives them hope that if they only try hard enough or shut out seemingly unloved parts, they can still win their parents' love. This conflict between being authentic and being loved is what we call in the NARM approach the core dilemma. Chronic shame and guilt reflect an adaptation to the ongoing abuse, neglect, and continual misattunement on the part of the caregivers. Misattunement involves a lack of capacity to fully welcome and cherish the child and meet their basic psychobiological needs. Those are the need for connection, the need for nurturing and nourishment, including physical contact, the need to experience safety, the need for support for their growing autonomy, and the need to have acceptance for both their loving nature and later their developing sexuality. Despite what is commonly believed, developmental trauma in this sense is therefore not about a single event or a series of events, but rather the adaptation to these events. These adaptations persist well beyond childhood, sometimes lasting a person's entire life. Adapting to developmental trauma distorts not only someone's sense of self, but also their perception of others, and it colors their experience of life in general. Before we go into the dynamics that lead to chronic shame and guilt, we want to present a short overview of what a child needs in order to develop into a healthy, self-reliant human adult relatively free from chronic shame and guilt. Despite the seeming complexity of the human experience, NARM holds that there are actually 5 basic capacities that every child needs to fully develop into a healthy, well-functioning adult. 1. Connection. 2. Attunement. 3. Trust. 4. Autonomy. 5. Love, sexuality. When we arrive in this world, we are far from being a finished product. The size of our infant brain is significantly less developed than our adult brain. Early childhood is a period of intense growth. The child is developing physical, cognitive, and emotional capacities as they adapt to the world they were born into. The developmental process begins with connection. The child's needs are not just about food or care or physical affection, even though those are essential. First and foremost, they need connection. In the womb, a fetus receives full body contact through the umbilical cord, warm amniotic fluid, the sounds of their mother's heartbeat, and hopefully, their parents' excitement about the arrival of this child into their life. Every child needs to feel welcomed into the world. They need to be held, touched, and nursed. They need an environment that feels safe. Feeling that kind of connection and safety at the beginning of life is the basis for feeling basic trust in ourselves, in life, and in humanity at large. To make matters even more difficult, newborns are not yet able to feel a steady connection. It takes time until they know through direct experience that their caregivers will return after they have left. The psychological term for this is object constancy. It is assumed that this capacity is not fully developed until a child is 2 or 3 years old. Once this capacity is established, the child experiences the kind of safety they need to venture out into and explore the world at large with a kind of adventurous curiosity and implicit trust. Aside from connection, children need attunement, someone who helps them decipher what they feel. And if the caretakers are able to attune to the child properly and attend to the needs in a timely manner, children start to connect the signals that their body is communicating. This sensation means that I am hungry, and when I am fed, the sensation goes away. Similar are the need to be held and the skin contact that goes with it, the need to be changed, the need to be warm or cool enough, and so on. In short, they need someone to identify what is going on with them and to communicate to them on an embodied level through fulfilling those needs. This way, children learn that sensations are helpful, that it is okay to have them, and that they can be fulfilled. Trust develops when a child experiences their caregiver as someone that they can depend on in a consistent, ongoing way. Every child needs adults who will not use the child's dependency to control, manipulate, use, or abuse them. Additionally, the child needs caregivers who see the child as an individual human being rather than as an extension of themselves and their own needs. Through this adequate mirroring, the child develops a sense of who they are, a sense of self. Distorted mirroring leads to a distorted sense of self. This is often the beginning of chronic shame and guilt, as children blame themselves for the environmental inadequacy or failure that they experience. We will explore this complex concept in the next chapter. Autonomy is the next phase that, independent of culture, takes place in every child's development. Colloquially, it is called the terrible twos. This is a time when children develop independence and autonomy. when they start saying no and insist on doing things for themselves. They begin to exercise boundaries, and they can only do this when there is age-appropriate support from the caregivers for this development. When parents have abandonment issues, or when they are invasive or overly controlling, they are not supporting their child's developing autonomy and independence. The strategy that the child uses is to go underground with their no and their need for separation and boundaries. On the surface, they appear obedient and acquiescent to the parent's demands, but underneath, they are withholding and defiant. There is wisdom in this strategy. The child is basically communicating, "You may have my body, but you will never get my soul." In the love-sexuality phase of development, the child learns to integrate love on a bodily level, with an initial opening of the sexual center. Children discover pleasure in touching their genitals. They are also observing the relationship between their parents. They imitate. They play patient and doctor and explore each other's bodies. Some children at this stage start to understand how babies are made. All this is a part of their general curiosity about life and helps children to relate naturally to their bodily experiences. In this phase, they need parents that model a healthy relationship, answer their questions age-appropriately, hold their curiosity with acceptance, while protecting their boundaries and validate their experiences. Next, we look at some of the dynamics that lead children to internalize the failure of their environment and turn it into distorted ideas about themselves. Children experience themselves as the center of the universe. In the beginning of our life, everything seems to revolve around us. That is the only way a small child's mind works. They cannot experience themselves as separate from their environment. If the environment feels good, they feel good. If the environment feels bad, they feel bad. In an ideal situation, the parent's healthy response to a child is to make them the center of their universe. Infants require attunement, time, and care. Like the old saying, raising a child requires a village, which points toward the challenge of two or even just one person trying to meet all of an infant's needs. In order to become a well-functioning human being, the child needs its physiological and then its psychological needs attuned to. When these basic psychobiological needs are sufficiently attended to, they become increasingly aware that other people have their own separate existence. When these basic needs are not attended to sufficiently, their ability to perceive the individuality of other people becomes compromised. In this phase, we are hardwired to receive, and in fact, we need all kinds of things from the environment to thrive. Our brains and bodies have to be trained and prepared for all the challenges that lie ahead. We learn self-regulation by caregivers helping us regulate. This has to do with our relationship to our basic psychobiological needs. We learn how to emotionally regulate with attuned caregivers, who, in attuning effectively, regulate our distress, our hurt, our disappointment. Additionally, as we become increasingly social, we start to see that others have needs as well. We need parents who help us develop social skills, like sharing, to realize that the universe doesn't solely revolve around us. Additionally, there are all kinds of motor skills that children need to support to develop. How to hold a fork, how to use a crayon, how to feed themselves. When we don't receive all that we need in order to function well, we start to believe that it is our fault in some way. That is how the child's brain is wired. This is part of the child's experience of themselves as being the center of the universe. Often, children receive messages from their environment that there is no place for them in their family because they are told that they are not really welcome or wanted. These communications are sometimes expressed clearly in words by the parents and are sometimes experienced as a result of the parents' actions or inactions. Human beings in general, and developing children in particular, are constantly trying to make sense of what they experience, what they see, and what they perceive. Mother sad means my needing attention makes her even sadder, means better keep my needs for myself. Saying no to my father makes him angry, means better not to say no. The experience of not receiving the attention and attunement that children need can turn into the belief there is something wrong with my needing attention. Depending on the child, the environment, and many other factors, they will find reasons for it. One child might start to believe, I am too needy. Another might take a different meaning from their parents' reaction. I'm not pretty enough. Another child might come up with the idea that they are, for a variety of reasons, not lovable. Gabriella is almost 60 and has been in therapy for more than 30 years. She has tried talk therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, EMDR. And while she can function adequately, her basic symptoms have not changed. She feels that she is an alien on this planet and that she has no right to exist. Through NARM, she slowly learned how she had internalized both the environmental failures and the rejecting environmental communication she had received, and which she continues by rejecting, criticizing, and even hating herself. The failure is in the child's environment, but since children feel so deeply connected to and undifferentiated from their environment at this stage, they experience the failure as their fault. We can see that even when a child is older and the parents divorce. Children believe the parents are breaking up because of them. Child psychotherapists will emphasize to the parents how many times they have to communicate that the child didn't cause the breakup and it is not their fault. What we see here are the roots of the self-shaming process that continue throughout one's life. Seeing environmental failure as their failure and often being blamed and shamed directly by caregivers for their existence, their needs, emotions, and behaviors become defining features in the development of chronic shame. Summary. Children experience themselves as the center of the universe. Children experience themselves as the center of the universe because they are naturally undifferentiated from their environment. Their healthy development requires attuned caregiving, ensuring both their needs and separate individuality are recognized and supported. When these essential needs are not adequately met, children internalize environmental failures as personal shortcomings, believing something is fundamentally wrong with them. This distorted perception, especially when caregivers actively shame or blame them, forms the core dynamic underlying chronic shame and lasting self-rejection in adults. Being shamed or blamed. Shaming and blaming can be conveyed in many ways. Here's a partial list. 1. Being shamed verbally, directly and indirectly. Criticism and negative judgments. What's wrong with you? You're so stupid. Name-calling or labels. You're lazy. You're disgusting. You're a failure. Comparisons. Why can't you be more like your brother? Everyone else can do this. What's your problem? Mocking and sarcasm. Making fun of someone's appearance, behavior, or feelings in a demeaning way. Public reprimands. Being scolded or corrected in front of others to teach a lesson. 2. Being shamed non-verbally, body language, tone of voice. Disapproving looks or eye-rolling. Signals that the person is wrong, inadequate, or not enough. Withdrawing affection or attention. Giving someone the cold shoulder when they do something unacceptable. Sighing, groaning, or exasperated gestures, indicating that the person is a burden or a disappointment. Tone of voice. Harsh, dismissive, or belittling tone, even without harsh words. 3. Being shamed for emotions. Rejecting or invalidating emotions. Big boys don't cry, you're such a baby. Don't be angry, that's not feminine. Dismissing needs and boundaries. Making someone feel needy or that they're too much or a burden for having basic human needs. Ignoring or minimizing pain. Acting as though the child's worries, pain, or illness are insignificant. Don't be so sensitive. 4. Being manipulated with shame. Conditional love and acceptance. Showing affection only when the child behaves correctly. Abandonment or emotional withdrawal. Leaving a child emotionally alone when they made a mistake. Using the threat of withdrawal and abandonment to control the child, which is often not even communicated in words but with action, leaving the child alone or refusing to talk to them. Triangulation. Comparing them to siblings or others to make the child feel less and less lovable than others. 5. Being shamed for one's body or sexuality. Body shaming. Criticizing weight, height, skin, or other physical features. Sexual shaming. Shaming gender, sexual orientation, sexual expression, or body parts as dirty, ugly, or wrong. Shaming natural functions. Making children feel bad about bodily functions, such as menstruation, erections, and digestive issues. 6. Being shamed for one's performance or achievement. Academic or work-based. You're not trying hard enough. Is that the best you can do? Perfectionism and constant evaluation. Imposing impossible standards and shaming a child for failure to meet them. Minimizing achievements. Anyone could have done that. That's nothing special. 7. Shaming originating from outside the family. Exclusion or isolation. Not inviting a child because of their family status, or because of how much money the parents have or make. Public humiliation. Exposing private information or mistakes in front of others, for example, in front of the classroom. Stereotyping and stigmatization. Shaming children and adults for race, gender, sexual orientation, body type, religion, and so on, and excluding them from education, jobs, rights, and housing. Cultural expectations. Imposing standards of beauty or success and shaming those who don't meet them. Shaming via social media. Nasty and sometimes untruthful comments about a person or uploading compromising images and videos. Children especially are vulnerable to shaming messages, but even adults, depending on their psychobiological capacities and resilience, will start to believe and internalize these messages, identifying with them, and starting to believe that this is who they are. They start to criticize themselves, judge themselves, and even hate themselves. Self-guilting is another consequence of how children internalize shaming messages, which in adults is often expressed in feeling overly responsible for things that went wrong. Summary. Being shamed or blamed. Shame can be conveyed verbally, non-verbally, emotionally, and socially. Often children experience shaming in close relationships, parents, siblings, but also peers. Shaming is conveyed in cultural norms and societal structures. Being chronically subjected to shaming messages or being continuously blamed leads children to internalize these messages, identify with them, and have no choice but to believe they are true. Children then carry these distorted images forward into their adult life, where they impact their relationships to themselves and others, as well as their relationship to the world in general. Recognizing these many forms of shaming messages that have been communicated to us as children and as adults, and understanding how we internalize and carry those messages forward, is an essential step for healing and reclaiming our sense of worth. Adverse childhood experience. There have been significant studies relating to the impact of adverse childhood experience, ACE, on the physical and mental health of adults. The more a child has experienced elements from the following list, slightly edited and expanded by us, generally, the more they experience physical and mental health symptoms as adults. Physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, physical neglect, emotional neglect, mental illness or severe physical illness in a family member, divorce of the parents, substance abuse in the environment, violence in the family, having a relative who has been sent to jail or prison, death of a close family member. We want to explain the mechanism of how these kinds of early experiences, and others that we consider important, impact a child. The focus of this book is shame, and we will explain how shame actually represents an important bridge between these childhood experiences and the symptoms experienced by adults. A number of other categories of childhood experiences are not traditionally mentioned in earlier ACE studies. From our point of view, A chronic lack of adequate co-regulation is an adverse early experience. How can the need for co-regulation turn into a source of shame? Co-regulation is what happens between a parent and a child. When a parent experiences sufficient autonomic and emotional regulation, they can help their child develop that themselves. When parents are severely compromised in that area, they don't have the internal resources to help the child experience their own regulation. The term autonomic regulation refers to the capacity of our autonomic nervous system, ANS, which is the sympathetic and the parasympathetic branches of our nervous system. Many of our important bodily functions are governed by the autonomic nervous system. It rules our heart rate, breathing rate, sleep, digestion, blood pressure, and many other things that we don't actively control, hence the term autonomic. All this can only work properly when both the sympathetic and the parasympathetic can be fully accessed by the organism when needed. Regulation is the ability to return to a state of equilibrium between sympathetic and parasympathetic, also known as homeostasis. Sympathetic arousal makes our heartbeat and blood pressure go up, and the parasympathetic calms us down. This dynamic goes on with every breath we take. Depending on our activities, sometimes one branch will be more in the foreground than the other. When we play ball games, for example, we need more oxygen to run, throw, or kick. Sympathetic arousal. Meditating, sleeping well, or deeply relaxing is governed more by the parasympathetic. Babies receive co-regulation best through physical contact, being held tightly to the chest so they can feel that slow and regular heartbeat of a parent, the warmth and energy, the familiar smell of skin, the bodily noises, and the unique hushing sounds are calming to children all over the world. The ability to access the full range of activation and return to a state of equilibrium is important. This kind of regulation is the basis for resiliency. But since children are not yet able to get there on their own, they need a regulated adult in order to re-regulate or co-regulate. Children learn emotional regulation from parents who are relatively emotionally regulated themselves. That means that the child learns to soothe themselves when they are upset, manage their anger without acting it out or turning it inward against themselves, and manage frustrations and feel their emotions without getting lost in them. But if children do not receive co-regulation, they will start to develop fear of their emotions. They won't know how to deal with them to the point that all emotions feel overwhelming. Emotions give us important information about our internal state and our environment. They connect us to our depth. If we have to shut them down, we are losing these pathways of communication that help us deal with everyday life. Additionally, when there's a lack of emotional regulation, these emotions do not get resolved. This leaves us stuck in either sympathetic arousal, anxiety, anger, or parasympathetic shutdown, dissociation, resignation, depression. Experiencing both emotional and autonomic co-regulation continuously, a child learns to handle their emotions effectively and develops an increasing sense of ease in their body. When children experience a chronic state of emotional or autonomic dysregulation, they feel bad. When children have to live with persistent states of physical and emotional distress, they feel bad. Consequences can be poor sleep patterns, an inability to relax, feeling overwhelmed by simple tasks, chronic tension, especially in the stomach, social anxiety, and a feeling of abandonment, just to mention some of the symptoms that can develop. When children feel bad, they come to believe that they are bad. Many adults have resigned themselves to the idea that they are weird, flawed, and a lost cause. They continue the shame-based process they have developed as a child, ending up with a distorted and negative sense of self. Summary. Adverse childhood experience. Adverse childhood experience such as abuse, neglect, family dysfunction, and emotional loss can lead to long-term physical and mental health issues. Central is the role of self-shaming as a bridge between these early experiences and the symptoms people experience as adults. A key factor often overlooked in adverse childhood experience studies is the chronic absence of co-regulation, the process through which children learn to regulate their emotions and nervous systems through safe, attuned caregivers. Without it, children may feel overwhelmed, unsafe, and ultimately ashamed, internalizing their distress as a flawed sense of self. I feel bad. Therefore, I must be bad, which is a severe form of self-shaming that they carry into adulthood, leading to lasting emotional, relational, and physiological symptoms. The cycle of rejection, shame, and self-rejection. As children, when we experience chronic rejection of any kind, in trying to make sense of that rejection, we come to believe that there is something fundamentally wrong with these rejected parts, be they our needs, our emotions, our behaviors, or even ourselves. Rather than feeling the pain of disappointment when our important needs are being rejected or simply not responded to, we internalize this environmental failure. One very common strategy is to begin rejecting these unloved parts first. For example, when we experience that our love and affection are not responded to, we begin rejecting our loving feelings in an attempt to avoid that pain. When our needs are being rejected, we reject our needs and blame and shame ourselves for being too needy. And when children feel rejected, they often develop a pattern of rejecting themselves in advance to avoid the possibility of someone else rejecting them. As paradoxical as it seems, rejecting ourselves or parts of ourselves gives us a sense of hope. It helps us to stay one step ahead of the possibility of being rejected. It even gives us a sense of control. Identifying as the rejecter feels more powerful than simply feeling rejected. Here's a broad example. If I see myself as unlovable, I can work hard to become more lovable. For some people, that means being as invisible as possible. For others, that means giving up on their more vulnerable feelings. For others, it is not saying no and giving up their autonomy. When we talk about self-rejection, of course we are talking about one facet of self-shaming. These dynamics of rejecting ourselves in advance often become ingrained, and we carry them forward into adulthood. The real pain of rejection as adults comes with what we do to ourselves as a result of feeling rejected. Out of fear of rejection, we narrow our lives in profound ways. In essence, we reject parts of our lives, including our needs, our desire for connection, our expressions of love, and our sense of boundaries, all in hope of avoiding the pain of rejection. We explain the rejection to ourselves by believing they don't want me because I'm too short, too fat, too thin, not smart enough, and so on. The self-rejection is the real source of the pain that we feel. In the attempt to avoid that pain, we're actually producing lifelong pain. An alternative strategy is to reject back and blame the person who was not interested in us. I don't know what I saw in that jerk in the first place. Friends often believe that it is supportive when they blame and reject the other person for you. You can even read this as advice in self-help books. Think of all the terrible things about this person and the pain of rejection will diminish. Often, adults alternate between rejecting themselves and rejecting the other person. This experience of rejecting the other who is hurting or disappointing you begins very early. We can see it in very small children who, after an extended absence of a parent or a caregiver, will initially turn away from that person when they return. This rejection of contact is a reaction attempting to manage the pain and the anger that the child felt in their parent's absence. From the previous examples, you can see that we cannot control other people's responses to us, but we have a great deal of influence in terms of how we react to those responses. We hope that the reader can allow themselves to feel the incredible price we all pay for this personally, and if you are a clinician, for the price your clients pay. The alternative to all this drama is to understand and work through this dynamic of rejecting self and rejecting others. Working through it involves seeing the patterns that we developed in response to early rejection, the process of internalizing environmental failure, and then acting out in various ways against ourselves. This is an essential element of what we talk about as agency in NARM. Agency means that we increasingly become aware and experience ourselves having choices that we didn't know existed before. This significantly decreases our dependency on others' responses to us for our sense of self-worth. We will go into more detail about this later. Working through this dynamic can lead us to finding appropriate ways of communicating our attraction to someone with much less fear of rejection, because we don't have to reject ourselves any longer in case we get turned down. It also means that we can stand up for ourselves and say no when that is authentic for us, with the confidence that we can manage whatever the reaction of the other person is to our limit setting. Summary. The cycle of rejection. When children experience repeated rejection of what's most authentic in them, they internalize this dynamic and learn to reject themselves preemptively, believing it provides control over future pain. As adults, this self-rejection manifests through self-shaming, suppressing needs, and blaming themselves or others to avoid emotional hurt. Ironically, this approach creates lasting pain rather than preventing it. True healing involves recognizing these patterns, reclaiming personal agency, and shifting from self-rejection to self-compassion, thus restoring authentic connections with oneself and others. The shame and narcissism. Narcissism is another dynamic that directly reflects how we relate to ourselves, not with self-compassion, but with self-rejection. In NARM, we do not talk about narcissism much, but because the term is used so commonly in popular culture, we want to provide the reader with a deeper understanding of the role of shame in this dynamic. Adult narcissism is the result of relational trauma. To be more precise, it results from distorted mirroring. A child develops narcissistic features when they are not seen for who they are, but when they feel that they have to be someone else in order to receive the love they need and depend on. At birth, children have no idea of who they are. They develop a sense of self through what is being reflected back to them through a process called mirroring. They naturally express their needs, their boundaries, their love, their talents and incapabilities, and when they feel all that is okay, they thrive. For all that, the mirror, what the child is being reflected to, needs to be undistorted. But what does a child see when the mirror is distorted or not existent? For a baby or a child that has no idea yet about who they are and who they can become, they will start to believe that they are this distorted image. In being mirrored in a distorted way, children get the sense that they are not okay and that they should be different. Moreover, if parental expectations are fed with a dynamic of carrot and stick, as in, you get love from me when you are like this, and I will withdraw from you when you are like that, children will follow what feels good and try to fulfill what is expected of them. For example, a father wants his son to become a sports star. The father had wanted to become one himself, but he needed to take care of his family and earn money, and therefore he could not fulfill his dream. So he wants his son to step into his footsteps and finish what the father had wanted for himself. The son is given sports magazines early on. He gets sports gear as gifts. The father takes him to sporting events, makes him watch sports on TV, and sometimes even takes time to play sports with his son in the backyard. This way, the son is on the receiving end of a lot of attention, which feels good and feels like connection. It might even feel like love, but it is ultimately not about the son. It's about his father's needs and unfulfilled dreams. On a behavioral level, it looks like dad is a super dad, when in truth, he is objectifying his child. It never occurs to the father that his son might have other plans for his life. Maybe he wants to become a forest ranger or a math and chemistry teacher. Instead, he treats his son like an extension of himself. This is actually a rather benign example, but we read in the media how parents try to twist and bend their children into what they have dreamed for them. There are less obvious examples, such as parents wanting their children to take over the family business. In the parent's mind, the firstborn child needs to be a boy to carry on the name of the family, or to continue running the family business. For some parents, it is a given that their child will become a physician, because there have been physicians in the family for generations. The term narcissism is based on Narcissus from Greek mythology. He fell in love with his own image reflected in the surface of a pond. Narcissus fell in love with the image of himself, not with his true self. And focusing his attention onto the image, he rejects what is most authentic in him. Narcissism is often confused with self-love, but actually, it is self-rejection. The image that people who struggle with narcissism project is two-dimensional, a facade. It is like a billboard, a pretty surface with nothing behind it. The narcissistic image is actually quite fragile and easily shattered, and thus, it takes a lot of effort and energy to maintain. Narcissists often see themselves as objects whose entire sense of self is dependent on how they look and how they perform, which explains why they feel only as good as their last success and why they are so painfully preoccupied with their physical appearance. In the process, they confuse being admired with being loved. In describing these narcissistic dynamics, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that all this focus on looks and performance is driven by shame. Shame and the self-rejection that is involved in narcissism drive us to play a role and to be an actor while hiding what is most authentic about us. If you feel shame about who you really are, you have to give up your connection to yourself, close your heart, hide your authentic feelings, and cover your vulnerability, leaving you with a sense of feeling hollowed out and empty. Summary: the shame and narcissism. A deeply implicit sense of shame leads us to objectify ourselves, reducing our worth to how good we look and how well we perform. Instead of self-acceptance, we experience a deep sense of self-rejection, shame, and even self-hatred. This objectifying and turning against the self are fundamentally dehumanizing. We deny our subjectivity, including our authentic desires and needs, and instead push ourselves toward unrealistic perfection rather than embracing ourselves and our humanity as a continual work in progress. When someone strongly identifies with a false image of themselves, believing their true self isn't good enough, they constantly reject their authenticity in the hope that, eventually, this constructed persona will earn the love and validation they've always craved. The narcissistic dynamic is often mistakenly labeled as self-love, but in reality, it is deep self-rejection. Shame and the splitting dynamic. All the dynamics we've talked about so far lead to what is perhaps the deepest and most painful survival strategy that any child growing up in difficult conditions has to develop: splitting. To understand how splitting works, we first need to talk about the vital importance of attachment. Before the World Health Organization published the work of British psychiatrist and psychoanalyst John Bowlby in 1951, people had very little understanding of how deeply motherly care shapes our emotional well-being as children. At that time, it was completely normal to separate sick children from their families when they were hospitalized. When Bowlby presented his research, it caused an uproar in England's psychoanalytic society. Since then, attachment theory has become one of the most important foundations of modern psychology, developmental research, and social work. Bowlby's groundbreaking insights, along with the contributions of Mary Ainsworth and Harry Harlow, have changed the way we understand human development and relationships. Bowlby observed something very basic, but essential. As babies, we are biologically wired to seek closeness to our caregivers, especially when we are distressed or scared. This drive is not a luxury, it is a matter of survival. Bowlby's theory teaches us that the quality of the bond we form as children with our primary caregivers has a profound and lasting impact on how we develop emotionally and socially throughout our life. Building on Bowlby's work, Canadian psychologist Mary Ainsworth added critical insight through her famous strange situation experiment. By observing how infants reacted when separated from and then reunited with their mothers, she identified different attachment styles and showed how essential attuned and responsive caregiving is to a child's emotional health. There are many clips on social media of the work of American psychologist Harry Harlow. In his experiments with baby monkeys, he was able to show that even when a wire mother provided food, the babies overwhelmingly clung to a soft cloth mother when they were scared. This proves that emotional warmth, comfort, and closeness are more essential to a child's sense of safety than even food itself. Children experience a core dilemma when their basic needs are not met. First, a baby or young child will do everything they can to communicate their needs. They will reach out, make sounds, cry, and gesture toward their caregiver. If this doesn't work, if their signals are ignored or misunderstood, they will turn up the volume. They may cry louder, fuss, or even throw things to get attention. We call this the protest stage, which is part of the psychobiological sequence that we hold in NARM to be the first steps towards splitting. Here's where the dilemma begins. As the child gets more and more upset, they start to experience intense anger, and that anger becomes too much for their undeveloped body and nervous system to handle. For a vivid example of this, take a look at the stone face experiment on YouTube. Children cannot regulate these strong feelings on their own. They need an adult to help them regulate. What we call attunement or co-regulation. But if the adult is the very person who is causing this distress, by ignoring them, withdrawing, or even getting angry back, there is no one left to help, and this is where it becomes particularly painful. Showing anger toward the person they depend on feels dangerous to a child. Babies learn very quickly that if they express anger, it can make things worse. The parent might pull away even more, freeze, or even punish the child. For children, this kind of disconnection doesn't just feel bad, it feels like a threat to their very survival. Instead, they start to disconnect from their anger. Disconnecting from anger takes a huge toll. It requires a lot of energy, is extremely dysregulating, and will ultimately lead to shame. The splitting dynamic goes like this. As young children, we don't yet have what psychologists call object constancy, the ability to hold both good and bad feelings about the same person at the same time. Yet, we are forced to do something to make sense of what is happening, so we split our caregivers into two. The good parent, the one they love who is kind and caring. The bad parent, the one who hurts them, ignores them, or gets angry. Splitting leaves children with the understanding, if I feel so bad while my parent is good, the only alternative is, obviously it's me who is to blame. Splitting creates a core dilemma. Can I be fully myself, with all my feelings, and still be loved? Or do I have to give up parts of myself to keep that love? For children who don't have secure attachment, the answer usually is, I have to give up parts of myself, otherwise I will lose love and I cannot survive. This pattern, developed in childhood, can continue for a lifetime, with all the painful implications. It's important to remember that attachment is not just a behavior. It is love. Attachment research is focused primarily on the gaze. We add that it is not only the gaze, but also the touch and the energetic bond between mother and infant that is significant. It's about the deep bond between a child and their caregiver, the experience of feeling loved and held in another's heart. If we as children give in to our anger and even rage at our parents, we fear that we will destroy love itself, and with it, our whole reason for being. Splitting becomes a way to protect the hope that love still exists, first with parents, later in adult relationships and the world at large, and even in the universe. Where shame begins. The child starts telling themselves, if I have to see my mom as good, then I must be bad. If I have to see my father as loving, then I must be unlovable. If they can't meet my needs, it's because my needs are too much. If we look closely, we can see that shame, self-rejection, and even self-hatred are not emotions, but rather survival strategies. They were ways that we as children tried to maintain connection and hope, even in the worst circumstances, and they are the processes that we as adults continue to do to ourselves. The following is a description of the psychobiological trajectory of chronic shame and the role of splitting. Imagine this trajectory as an upside-down triangle. At the top is healthy differentiation. This involves life force, including the child's ability to attach, to express their needs, and to separate and individuate. More connection to, an expression of life force, leads to less or no distortion of self. Then, going down the triangle, unmet needs create distress in the child. The child protests. Next comes sympathetically dominant experiences, chronically unmet needs, neglect, or abuse. The child experiences anger and rage. The experience of anger and rage threatens the child's sense of attachment and love. The child splits the image of the parent into the good parent and the bad parent, and the image of the self into the good self and bad self. Finally, come parasympathetically dominant experiences. This splitting and identifying as the bad child reflects the beginning of shame, self-rejection, and self-hatred. Consequences include dissociation, social isolation, sense of helplessness or collapse, chronic anxiety, shame and guilt, depression, and bodily and emotional symptoms. This leads to more distortion of self and less connection to or expression of life force. In NARM, we see the protest, anger, rage continuum like this. The child experiences distress and communicates that distress in whatever way they can. Protest. When protest does not get the attention to their distress that they need, it becomes anger. Anger that goes unattended turns into rage. Rage threatens both the love and the attachment relationship. The child then splits the image of the parents into the good and bad parents, and the image of themselves into the good and bad self. By identifying as the bad self, they protect the attachment or love relationship with the parents. Summary: shame and the splitting dynamic. This is every child's core dilemma. Can I fully be myself and still be loved? Or do I have to give up parts of myself to survive? Splitting means that the child divides their parent into a good and a bad version. Because they need to stay connected to the good parent to survive emotionally, they turn themselves into the bad person. Sadly, when forced to choose, children will almost always give up parts of themselves, shutting down their authenticity rather than risk losing love. Self-shaming, self-criticism, self-judging, and self-hating are the weapons they use to do this. The hidden dynamics of shame. The main reason why we as children start to shame ourselves is to protect our relationships, especially our attachment and love relationships to the people we depend on. To resolve shame, we need to understand that this dynamic affects us on multiple levels, in how we think, how we feel, and how we experience our bodies. In traditional clinical contexts, there is some understanding about shame on a cognitive level. Shame as negative beliefs about ourselves, shame as negative self-talk. In chronic shame, we often believe and tell ourselves that we are broken, flawed, or fundamentally not good enough. We may see ourselves as less than other people, believing that others are wiser, better, or more deserving. We feel like children in an adult world, small, dependent, helpless, and without options. But shame is not only about how we think about ourselves. Shame is deeply held in our bodies. It affects our musculature, our nervous system, even our posture. Many people experience the physical reaction to shame as tightness, collapse, or heaviness in the body. They might feel heat in the chest or face, a rush of energy, sweating, dizziness, or like they've been punched in the stomach. Shame also creates a push-pull inside the body. Part of us wants to collapse and disappear, while another part fights to hold it together, sitting up straight or stiffening the spine. When we feel ashamed, we have the tendency to lower our heads, avoid eye contact, and round our shoulders. Reactions our body uses to automatically protect us. In NARM, shame is not considered a basic emotion like anger or sadness, but it comes with many powerful feelings. One of the strongest emotions is anger that we turn against ourselves. Instead of expressing anger outward, for example toward people who hurt us, we might go into collapse to bind the energies of the anger deep in the body. This is one reason shame is so painful. It traps us in an inner prison, full of unfelt and unexpressed emotions. In fact, shame always includes some form of self-directed anger or aggression. This is why working through shame often means finally allowing ourselves to feel and integrate the anger that wasn't safe to feel as children. And learning to express this anger safely and consciously, not acting it out, can be one of the most powerful ways to resolve shame. You can listen more about how to do this in the NARM Emotional Completion Model in Chapter 4. As adults, we have an investment in seeing ourselves as being bad. Self-shaming helps us avoid something even scarier, abandonment and helplessness. For a child, it is unbearable to admit that their parents are incapable of giving them love. That would mean there is no hope, which is like emotional death. Instead, children choose the lesser pain. If I'm the problem, if I'm bad, maybe I can change. If I try harder, they will love me. Summary: shame as a protector of love. Shame is a complex, deeply embodied process that affects how we think, feel, and move. Its core function is to protect our attachment to others and preserve the hope for love, even in painful and neglectful relationships. Rather than seeing shame as something bad or dysfunctional, we can begin to see it as a deeply human survival mechanism, one that once protected us as children, but that is hurting us as adults. By understanding this, we can start to approach shame not as an enemy, but as a strategy we developed. From that place, we can begin to slowly work through the shame that no longer serves us. The agency in chronic shame and guilt. In children, splitting and self-shaming are undeveloped survival responses, elementary, automatic, and driven by less differentiated brain structures. These dynamics are typically activated in infancy and early childhood, long before higher cognitive and emotional capacities are fully formed. Chronic shaming does not develop from single or isolated events, but from ongoing relational experiences of disconnection, shaming, blaming, or rejection. For example, if a child repeatedly encounters withdrawal, anger, or punishment when saying no, they learn that expressing their no leads to disconnection. To preserve attachment, they begin to disconnect from their no, disconnecting from their healthy boundaries and their authentic self-expression. Over time, this strategy of disconnection becomes a natural part of who they believe themselves to be. Rejecting their own boundaries becomes normalized. And what started as a strategy for survival evolves into an internalized dynamic and even a distorted sense of self that persists until they are explored and resolved. When we examine these dynamics as adults, we recognize that chronic shame is no longer imposed from the outside. It is something we perpetuate ourselves. We continue to hold back our true emotions, continue to blame and shame ourselves, and continue to diminish and belittle ourselves, often without realizing that we are doing so. Becoming more aware of our part in this self-shaming dynamic is what in NARM we call agency. Agency is a crucial principle in addressing chronic shame and guilt. Agency means recognizing ourselves as active participants in shaping our inner experience. Even when we appear to do nothing, we are still making choices about how we relate to ourselves, how we see others, how we engage with the world, and how we interpret other people's actions and reactions, as well as give meaning to everything happening to us. Agency does not mean that we are to blame for what happened to us as children. We cannot change the ways our parents or other caregivers may have mistreated us. We cannot change the relational failures or the adverse environments we grew up in. We cannot retroactively give ourselves the childhood we needed for healthy development. None of this was our fault. What we can change is how we relate to those experiences and ourselves today. We can examine the conclusions we drew about who we are in childhood and ask whether they still hold true. We can question whether it is still necessary to disconnect from and shut down our authentic needs and emotions. Perhaps most importantly, we can reconsider how we relate to ourselves today. Do we want to continue to see ourselves through the eyes of others that were or are not able to appreciate us? Do we want to continue objectifying ourselves, reducing ourselves to mere functions or performances? Do we want to continue neglecting our needs, punishing ourselves for having them or seeing them as too much? Or are we ready to meet ourselves with compassion and kindness, recognizing ourselves as human beings rather than objects and worthy of care, understanding, and acceptance? Are we willing to embrace our authentic selves, including our flaws, mistakes, and imperfections? Are we willing to stand up for our right to exist as we are? And are we ready to meet the unresolved emotions we have been carrying around, some of us for decades, instead of continuing to turn them against ourselves? Summary: the agency in chronic shame and guilt. As adults, shame and guilt are self-perpetuating processes. The dynamics that give rise to chronic shame include being subjected to narcissism, being shamed or blamed, the splitting dynamic, and how these processes are internalized over time. We have emphasized that shame is an ongoing process, not simply a temporary emotional state, and crucially, that shame is a process in which we are actively participating. In NARM, we call this active participation agency. Becoming aware of how we are contributing to our own self-shaming today is the first step and essential key to resolving chronic shame and guilt. By recognizing and developing our capacity for agency, we open the door to new ways of relating to ourselves, ways grounded in compassion, authenticity, and self-acceptance. Chapter 3: The Price We Pay for Shame. Shame lies at the root of much of what we take to be our identity, particularly those aspects of ourselves that we struggle with. We narrow our lives to avoid shame, and we live with and try to hide a persistent sense of being defective, inadequate, and unworthy of love. We avoid situations that could be emotionally meaningful and enriching. For example, we may avoid meeting and dating new people, refrain from pursuing someone we are attracted to for fear of rejection, or hold back from expressing love because of the shame that comes up when we feel vulnerable. We hesitate to say "I love you" to people we actually love, struggle to do things for fear of making mistakes, having difficulties admitting mistakes, and avoid apologizing or repairing relationships, even when it would be appropriate. There's an entire range of life experiences that we shut down to protect ourselves from the shame-based vulnerability we fear. There are three main effects of self-shaming dynamics. The immediate pain and discomfort we feel when we shame ourselves is only a minor part of the overall impact that self-shaming has on our well-being. Chronic self-shaming, rejecting ourselves in countless areas of our lives, comes at an enormous cost. This chapter is designed to give insight into how profoundly self-shaming affects our lives, and to highlight the many areas of life that are negatively impacted by these dynamics. Generally speaking, chronic self-shaming affects us in three major ways. 1. It distorts our identity. 2. It forces us to develop strategies to deal with these distortions. 3. The strategies can lead to symptoms on all levels of experience. Self-shaming distorts the way we see ourselves. Rather than experiencing ourselves as multifaceted human beings, filled with capacities, love, and joy, we come to see ourselves as defective. We may label ourselves as needy, a burden to others, not smart enough, not attractive enough, too fat, too skinny. The list of negative attributes we give ourselves is endless. When we move through life believing that something is fundamentally wrong with us, we need to find ways to justify our existence. In order to be accepted by others, we turn to what in NARM we call survival strategies. We might strive to be good, to do good, to constantly improve, or to be more successful, more attractive, stronger, or more helpful to others. We try hard to hide those parts of ourselves that we believe will cause rejection. The effort involved in maintaining these strategies is emotionally, energetically, and relationally exhausting. Ironically, while these strategies are designed to win love and acceptance, they increase our disconnection from both ourselves and others. Shame is a root cause of many seemingly unrelated symptoms, including anxiety and depression. Treating ourselves in a shaming, self-rejecting, disrespectful way, constantly putting ourselves down for how we look, how we perform, or for perceived flaws, erodes our self-esteem. This undermines our capacity to be authentic, to feel positive emotions, and to connect meaningfully with others. It disrupts our ability to regulate emotions. Modern neuroscience shows that self-shaming affects all our body systems. Research suggests that shame increases levels of tumor necrosis factor, TNF, which promotes inflammation and contributes to chronic pain and illness. Next, we examine how shame shapes and is shaped by each of the survival styles we identify in NARM. The survival styles, as they are called in NARM, are named after the essential capacity that failed to fully develop in early childhood. In earlier psychological models, the failure to develop these capacities was often pathologized, particularly as they were reflected in distorted behaviors as adults. In NARM, we don't see them as pathologies, but rather intelligent adaptations to early environmental failure that only became problematic when adults continue to use them when they are no longer necessary. Diminished capacity for love and sexuality. When people think of shame, they often first associate it with sexuality and the body. Sex and sexuality are among the purest expressions of the human life force, yet in many cultures, they are deeply entangled with both explicit and implicit shame. At the same time, a contrasting trend has emerged. Sex is increasingly treated like a commodity. Bodies are idealized, and so-called taboo topics are now discussed openly in media, books, and workshops, sometimes exploring even the most intimate details. However, this shift has often further separated love from sexuality and emotions from the body. By objectifying both body and sex, making them impersonal, this cultural trend can function as a defense against shame. Ironically, though, it reflects the same underlying mechanism, distancing from vulnerability rather than integrating it. To prevent children from internalizing direct or indirect messages of shame about their bodies, their love, and their sexuality, we need parents who can communicate love and affection comfortably toward themselves, their partners, and their children. Children understand a great deal about themselves, their bodies, and others' bodies through the indirect communications of their parents. Parents can help children develop a healthy relationship with their bodies when they do not treat their children as mere extensions of themselves, when their love and affection are not contingent on how the child looks or performs. We need parents who are at ease in their own bodies and who communicate acceptance and care for their child's body regardless of any so-called imperfections. Children also need parents who are comfortable expressing affection both emotionally and physically. They need loving touch, to be held, cuddled, and touched in a caring and affectionate way. Regarding bodily functions, parents need to support a child's natural curiosity about their body, including their genitals and elimination processes, without shaming them, especially when they are in the early stages of toilet training and accidents occur. Parents also need to communicate directly in ways that show that love and sexuality are acceptable aspects of life. This includes being open and receptive when a child expresses love, whether verbally or physically. Parents should be able to navigate their child's affection toward them comfortably. We need parents who love each other and express that love in healthy, appropriate ways in front of their children. At the same time, it's crucial that parents model boundaries, demonstrating a healthy relationship to their own needs and to their child's needs. As a child's sexual interest naturally emerges, we need parents who accept their child's exploration of their body, including the pleasure of touching their genitals, and who are open to answering their endless questions about how babies are made. Parents need to be secure enough in their own sexuality and relationship to help their children manage the challenges of puberty. When a parent has been shamed during the period of their own sexual awakening, they may get uncomfortable with the child's curiosity in their own body, sometimes shaming and even punishing the child for this innocent and pleasurable exploration. Children adapt to the multitude of very direct and indirect communications about bodies and sexuality by internalizing the shaming messages and feeling ashamed about love and sexuality because of what we call environmental failure. It is these environmental failures that they experience in their families that children carry into adulthood as chronic shame, expressed in the spectrum of self-criticism, self-judgment, self-rejection, and even self-hatred. This sense of shame and avoidance can last a lifetime, unless it is addressed, explored, and resolved. Shame-based identifications. Shame-based identifications are distorted beliefs about oneself formed in response to early experiences of rejection, neglect, or criticism. In the context of the love sexuality survival style, these identifications may take the form of beliefs such as, "There's basically something wrong with my body," "I am unworthy of love," "People reject me all the time." Pride-based counter-identifications. In an attempt to cover up underlying shame, people may develop pride-based counter-identifications, exaggerated beliefs about themselves that help them avoid feeling vulnerable, flawed, or unworthy. Examples include, "I am perfect, beautiful, and flawless." "I never make mistakes." "When I am perfect, both in how I look and how I perform, people will love me." Symptoms and strategies. Despite what their body actually looks like, people who identify with the love sexuality survival style often hold a chronic sense of imperfection, of feeling flawed or even ugly. As part of managing the shame, they develop unrealistically high expectations of themselves that they can never fully meet. Their primary strategy is the relentless pursuit of perfection in both appearance and performance. This pursuit is emotionally and physically exhausting and filled with shame because striving for an unattainable ideal can never fully resolve the underlying pain. Another key strategy is rejection. People who experienced rejection as children and internalized it tend to reject themselves in countless ways. When the threat of rejection arises in relationships, they may reject others first, hoping to avoid the shame they anticipate feeling if they were to be rejected. Resolving shame about love and sexuality. As adults, it is crucial to examine our relationship with our bodies, especially how much we objectify ourselves, treating our bodies as reflections of our self-worth rather than as the home we live in. It is also helpful to explore our relationship to sexuality, including our fantasies and the full range of our erotic lives, and to embrace the wildness and naturalness of our sexual feelings without shame. Most importantly, we must begin to understand that the deep shame we carry about our bodies, our performance, our capacities, and our sexuality is as fictitious as the pride-based counter-identifications of being or having to be perfect or beautiful. In NARM, we say, "We are neither as good as we like to think ourselves to be, nor as bad as we are afraid that we are." Reflective exercise. The reflective exercises in this section are designed to help you encounter experiences that contradict the basic survival patterns and open up new ways of relating to yourself. Take a moment to reflect on an aspect of yourself, whether in appearance or performance, where you are now less judging and rejecting than you used to be. What has helped you become less critical of yourself in this area? What feelings arise as you reflect on this shift? Diminished capacity for autonomy. Some sources of shame are less obvious, and for that reason, can be more difficult to recognize and address, both for those affected and for therapists trying to help them. One of these overlooked sources of shame is the natural human impulse for autonomy, our innate drive to make our own choices, set boundaries, and shape our lives. When children's autonomy is discouraged, ridiculed, or punished, it creates deep, often unspoken shame around self-expression, boundary setting, and personal agency. For children to grow into independent individuals, they need parents who support and encourage their autonomy. Parents need to accept an appropriate no from their children and support their child's natural development of age-appropriate independence and separation. However, some parents struggle with this. They may feel anxious or fearful when their children start to separate and become more independent, sometimes because it reminds them of their own unmet needs, or because they are overwhelmed by their own unprocessed grief about loss and change. Instead of supporting their child's growing autonomy, these parents may, often without realizing it, try to control, limit, or shame the child's natural impulses towards independence. Sometimes they attempt to rescue their children from mistakes rather than letting them learn from the consequences of their actions. In cases like that, children start to feel ashamed of who they are when their parents cannot see and accept them as individuals, but instead treat them as extensions of themselves. When parents use guilt and shame to manipulate children into being who they want them to be, they start to feel that their authenticity is wrong or even dangerous. Our freedom to become who we are meant to be is compromised when parents hover over us, trying to direct our lives to an extent that limits our development of an independent sense of self. Shame-based identifications. Some of the shame-related identifications that children may develop from being shamed for their authenticity. If you really see who I am, you won't like me anymore. Who I am is not acceptable. If I express myself, I will be rejected, abandoned, or even punished. Pride-based counter-identifications. In response to this shame, people may develop pride-based counter-identifications that serve to protect them from feeling vulnerable. I'm never angry. I'm always kind and nice. I make sure everyone around me is happy. I never say no because that would hurt others. Symptoms and strategies. People with autonomy survival strategies internalize shame and guilt, and then use these to control themselves. They attack themselves when they believe they have made mistakes, often becoming highly self-critical and harsh. They may feel paralyzed when making important decisions out of fear of doing something wrong. There's often a deep fear of saying no to people, even when they desperately want to set a boundary. If they do say no, they are likely to feel guilty afterward. A key feature of the survival style is a strong fear of spontaneous self-expression. People may endlessly overthink, analyze, and judge themselves, constantly worrying about how they are perceived. This can lead to procrastination, being stuck in ambivalence, unable to decide or act. Another common dilemma for individuals with the autonomy survival style is where winning feels like losing and losing feels like winning. For instance, when a friend, doctor, or therapist makes a healthy recommendation, following the advice may feel like a loss because it was not the person's own decision. Conversely, rejecting the advice as part of their tendency to rebel feels like winning, even though this rebelliousness may hurt them. People with autonomy survival strategies also tend to avoid surrendering or letting go, even in areas like sexuality or rest. Everything feels like an effort of will, as though nothing will happen unless they make it happen. Resolving shame. Healing starts with recognizing that these strategies no longer work. If people like us or love us for the nice, kind, always agreeable persona we present, they don't actually love who we really are. This realization is painful, but freeing. Resolving shame also requires reclaiming and integrating our anger, not turning it against ourselves, not acting it out destructively, but listening to what the anger is trying to communicate. Often, anger signals where our boundaries were crossed and where we needed to stand up for ourselves, but believe that we can't. Understanding that this anger has a message connected to our deep needs is essential for healing. More on that topic in the NARM Emotional Completion Model in Chapter 4. Reflective exercise. This exercise is designed to help you find an experience that functions as a resource, countering the survival patterns of this style. Take a moment to reflect on your relationship to protest, anger, and rage. How do you experience these emotions? Are you able to recognize and allow them? Do you tend to suppress, deny, or turn them against yourself? Can you think of a situation when you felt angry but didn't communicate the anger? See if you can identify what you were afraid of, even if you communicated your anger in a constructive way. Diminished capacity for trust. The shame of rejecting, devaluing, or suppressing the qualities of our heart, our capacity to trust, be vulnerable, and care for others, comes at a great cost, often without being recognized or named. This includes the ability to be vulnerable, to embrace healthy interdependence, to empathize with others, and to surrender to the inherent helplessness that is part of being human. When we are shamed for those vulnerable parts of ourselves, we shut down access to them. Over time, this is how fragile, sensitive children harden into adults who shut down, disconnect, and may even act out against others. In extreme cases, this can develop into a tendency to exploit, control, and oppress others, or even sadism. In order to develop a healthy sense of trust, children need parents who allow for age-appropriate dependency, and who see the child as a separate being, not merely as an extension of themselves. When our dependency needs as children are used to manipulate or betray us, we lose trust in the very people we love most. When we are forced to grow up too quickly, when our parents cannot tolerate our vulnerability, we lose access to a healthy sense of dependency and interdependence. We need parents who welcome and support our vulnerability and our tender emotion, parents who create an atmosphere where asking for help is safe and welcome. Instead, many of us learned early on that certain emotions were dangerous. Vulnerability was met with ridicule. Sadness was dismissed with impatience. Fear was mocked. Reaching for comfort was met with irritation or coldness. Asking for help was met with shame. Messages like, "What are you crying about? Stop being so sensitive. You should be able to handle this on your own. It's a jungle out there, survival of the fittest. In our family, we're survivors. There are sheep and wolves in this world. We don't raise sheep in this family." These communications teach children that needing help and feeling vulnerable is weak. The child learns to reject their own needs before others can reject them, to suppress their vulnerability, and to punish themselves before someone else does. Children may also be drawn into the role of caretaker or emotional confidant, forced to take sides between parents. Do you see how unfair your father is to me? You are the only one who understands me. You know how difficult your mother is, right? These roles are never a choice. Children are often left with no option. They're shaped into extensions of their parents' unmet needs and failures, groomed to serve emotional roles that rob them of their own authentic development. Shame-based identifications. Shame-based identifications that may form from these early experiences. I'm small, helpless, and defenseless. I'm powerless and weak. I feel like a loser. I was used and betrayed. Pride-based counter-identifications. To protect against these shame-based beliefs, people often adopt counter-identifications that mask their vulnerability. I am the best. I am the strongest. I am the most successful. I am in charge. I'm not the one who gets ulcers. I give ulcers. Symptoms and strategies. If you identify with the trust survival style, you may relate to others from behind a carefully constructed facade designed to give nothing away. You may appear confident, competent, even charming or powerful, but inside, there's often profound emptiness and aloneness. Trust is foreign to you. Depending on others feels dangerous, and admitting need feels like an impossibility. You may feel that being vulnerable means losing control. Dependence feels like a kind of death, and failure is unacceptable. People with this style often become highly competitive, needing to be the best, always staying one step ahead, always on top. They may even become experts at one-upmanship, constantly positioning themselves above others to avoid feeling weak or exposed. Although they can easily spot weakness in others, they are blind to their own wounds. They use denial and projection as defense mechanisms, projecting onto others what they cannot tolerate in themselves. If necessary, they can be ruthless. When their carefully managed image is threatened, due to the failure of a relationship or a business failure, they may lie, manipulate, or distort reality to protect their position. Beneath this is a deep fear of collapse, a fear of facing the profound shame that lies underneath the facade. To avoid these feelings, people may seek escape in addictive or risky behaviors, alcohol, drugs, sex, gambling, or anything that numbs the pain or helps them avoid confronting their vulnerability. Resolving shame. Healing begins by recognizing that you are neither as weak as you fear, nor as strong as you pretend to be. Both the shame-based identifications and the pride-based counter-identifications are distortions, not reflections of your true self. It is essential to reclaim your humanity, your vulnerability, your capacity for trust, and your need for connection. It also requires facing the profound pain and grief of betrayal, the places where trust was broken and you were left alone, and from there, slowly learning how to allow genuine, reciprocal relationships into your life. Reflective exercise. This exercise is designed to help you connect with a positive experience of trust, a resource that contradicts this survival pattern. Take a moment to reflect on a time when you needed to depend on someone and they were truly there for you. What do you notice as you recall this experience? What sensations, emotions, or thoughts arise? Is it frightening for you to allow yourself to take in the support more fully? Diminished capacity for attunement. Feeling ashamed of your needs, of needing support, nourishment, or care, comes at a high cost. Yet, for many people, given the circumstances of their upbringing, this shame may have been the only way to survive emotionally. To develop a healthy relationship with our body's signals and to express our needs in life, we first need to recognize our needs and trust that they will be met. This process of learning to identify and express our needs depends on the quality of care and attunement we receive as children. For the capacity of attunement to develop, we need parents who are tuned to us, who are responsive to our needs and recognize what we are trying to communicate. This includes timely responses to basic needs, like hunger, sleep, and comfort, and also to emotional needs, attention, soothing, play, and rest. We need parents who help us feel safe in our bodies, who teach us through their care that our needs are valid and worthy of being fulfilled. When parents are able to do this, they support not only our ability to regulate emotions, but also our capacity to trust ourselves and the world around us. However, these optimal conditions are often not met. It is painful for parents when they are called on to give what they never got themselves. Some parents may be overwhelmed by their own shame, withdrawing emotionally and thinking, "I am such a terrible parent, I can't even do this right." Others may shut down and pull away when their child's needs trigger their own unmet childhood needs, leaving them emotionally unavailable. Sometimes parents respond with criticism or rejection, saying things like, "You are too needy, it's never enough for you." Even when not expressed verbally, subtle communications, a glance, a sigh, a cold touch, can send a clear message that needing is too much or unwelcome. As children, we internalize these messages and turn them against ourselves. I am too needy. It's never enough for me. Over time, we begin to negate our own needs, seeing them as a problem and ourselves as burdensome. When this happens repeatedly, children lose the capacity to attune to themselves. They grow up unable to recognize or name their needs as adults, struggling to identify what they feel and unable to express their needs to others. Shame-based identifications. shame-based identifications that children may develop from these experiences. Others suffer because of me. I am too much for them, too needy, a burden. I am too difficult. My needs are not important. My needs are too much. These internalized messages serve to disconnect us from our needs, and later in life, they lead to persistent self-perceptions of being too much, too needy, or undeserving of care and love, all rooted in the adaptations to early developmental failures. Pride-based counter-identifications. To defend against this deep shame, people often adopt pride-based counter-identifications, such as, I don't need much. I'm here to take care of others, not myself. I don't need anybody, but others need me. These attitudes are ways to avoid vulnerability and hide one's own needs while appearing strong, self-sufficient, or even selfless. Symptoms and strategies. People identified with the attunement survival style often become caretakers, giving to others to indirectly fulfill their own unmet needs without having to face the shame of asking directly. For example, you might be the one who always listens and supports others, secretly hoping that someone will eventually notice and care for you in return. Suppressing one's own needs becomes a virtue. I don't need much. Many choose careers where they are needed, doctors, therapists, nurses, while neglecting their own emotional and physical well-being. They take pride in being selfless and may build an identity around giving to others while ignoring their own exhaustion and depletion. Another strategy is giving to get, giving to others with an unspoken expectation that their giving will be reciprocated. But when this doesn't happen, resentment builds. People may think and even express, after everything I've done for you, this is how you treat me? Many bear their needs until they erupt in demands, anger, or rage, pushing others away, thus reinforcing the belief that, when I need something, nobody is there for me. This creates a painful cycle of giving and resentment, rejection, and isolation. Other symptoms and strategies include unhealthy fixation on food, like emotional eating or depriving yourself of nourishment, both physical and emotional. Resolving shame. Healing begins by realizing that the shame you feel about having needs has nothing to do with you. It is a direct result of your environment's failure to meet and affirm your needs. Through this realization, you can begin to attune your own body and emotions, listening for what you truly need rather than what you think you should need. Over time, it becomes possible to express your needs to others, not in a demanding way, but clearly and openly. A crucial part of healing is recognizing that your body has adapted to deprivation, and part of recovery is learning to tolerate more feeling, more aliveness, more connection, more fulfillment, and more nourishment. Reflective exercise. This exercise is designed to help you connect with an experience of being met and attuned to, something that can serve as an internal resource to challenge this survival pattern. Take a moment to remember a time when you felt truly met, attuned to, and understood by someone. This could be a parent, a friend, a therapist, a teacher, or even a stranger. Can you allow yourself to take in that sense of being seen and valued? Notice what it feels like to recall this experience. What emotions arise? What physical sensations do you notice? Diminished capacity for connection. The most profound symptoms and complications often appear in those who carry deep shame about their very existence, their right to take up space, to be connected to others. This kind of shame is usually unconscious, operating in the background of a person's life, but affecting them deeply. Many people come to therapy for specific symptoms, including anxiety, depression, or relationship struggles, without recognizing that beneath these symptoms lies a fundamental shame about their existence. Often it is only through the process of therapy that this hidden layer of shame becomes visible. To feel securely connected to others, we need parents who welcome us into the world, who are emotionally ready for the demands of parenting, and who cherish us as we are. Ideally, parents are able to prioritize their children's needs because they either received enough good parenting themselves or have done their own healing work. We need parents who can offer warmth and connection, who are comfortable in their own bodies and emotions, and who can attune to us consistently. But reality is often very different. Some pregnancies are unwanted or unplanned, with parents emotionally or financially unprepared. Some mothers are depressed, anxious, angry, or dissociated, struggling to form a connection with their babies. Fathers may be emotionally unavailable, overwhelmed, or absent, affecting the mother-child bond. External events, trauma, war, financial instability, losses in the family, can overwhelm the caregivers, making consistent connection impossible. Birth trauma can affect the ability of the baby to connect with their mother. Long or difficult labor, cesarean sections, premature birth and time in an incubator, early medical interventions, or separation from caregivers in the first hours and days of life can disrupt the developing bond. Furthermore, if caregivers have unresolved trauma or attachment wounds, they may be unable to offer stable connection to their child, continuing cycles of disconnection. Thus, the ability to connect is shaped not just by what happens, but also by how these early experiences are internalized. But even if connection was compromised early on, it is possible to repair and strengthen our capacity for connection later in life through corrective experiences and relationships, such as love relationships, friendships, and therapy. NARM therapy is specifically designed to help us become increasingly aware of our strategies of disconnecting from our bodies and emotions. Existential shame. When children experience early trauma, separation, or a lack of attachment, it can feel life-threatening. Unlike adults, children cannot understand that pain and loneliness may be temporary. For an infant, 7 days of separation can feel like an eternity. To manage this unbearable reality, young children often suppress their distress through physical contraction, tightening muscles, holding their breath, tensing their diaphragm. If separation persists and hope for connection fades, they may enter a state of internal collapse, a deep psychobiological shutdown. In this state, the child disconnects from their body, emotions, and sense of self, becoming numb, withdrawn, and isolating. Physically, they may present with slumped posture and low energy. Emotionally, they may feel worthless, small, or non-existent. Later in life, these unresolved experiences show up as chronic tension, pain, and persistent negative self-talk, as well as a profound disconnection from one's own body, from other people, and the aliveness that comes from being connected. Shame-based identifications. Some of the shame-based identifications that children may form from these early experiences. I am not wanted. I am a burden to others. I feel bad, therefore I am bad. I don't belong. I don't have a place in this world. I feel like an alien. I'm always on the outside looking in. Nobody loves me. These identifications express a deep internalized sense of worthlessness and disconnection from life itself. Pride-based counter-identifications. To avoid this unbearable shame, people may adopt pride-based counter-identifications, such as long as I stay in my head, I am safe. Other people have all these messy emotions. I'm above all that. I experience an energetic reality that other people don't understand. These identifications allow people to retreat into intellect or spirituality, avoiding their body and their emotions. In doing so, they become further disconnected from these deeper parts of themselves. Early trauma has consequences for later developmental stages. Shame around existence, the need for connection, and therefore the withdrawal from connection sets off a lifelong cycle of isolation. It starts with not feeling welcome. Suppressed life force and embodied presence make physical activities difficult. Children with a survival style may avoid sports, be excluded by peers, and face bullying, reinforcing their sense of being unwanted. Over time, they retreat into intellectual or artistic pursuits, neglecting the social skills needed for relationships. When symptoms appear, they feel ashamed, deepening isolation. This deep shame becomes a shaky foundation for life. Disconnected from body and emotions, it is hard to attune to or express one's own needs. Trusting others feels impossible. Anxiety makes it difficult to develop autonomy, stand up for oneself, say no, or set boundaries. Emotional and physical intimacy, necessary for a fulfilled relationship with love sexuality, becomes difficult, adding to their self-blame. Symptoms and strategies. The most common responses to deep-seated shame about existence are withdrawing, trying to be invisible and dissociating, avoiding being seen, avoiding speaking in groups, sharing oneself at work, or forming intimate relationships, choosing solitary jobs, and limiting social interaction, being emotionally detached even when among people. In therapy, what becomes clear is that this withdrawal is not just from others, but from oneself. Many people carry harsh self-judgment and even self-hatred, reinforcing their isolation. Physical symptoms are common: chronic muscle tension or weakness, poor circulation and inflammation, pain and illness as consequences of chronic disconnection. Being estranged from their body, they often feel unsafe, foreign, and fragile. Any change in their body, like a strange sensation or illness, can trigger overwhelming fear. From a psychobiological perspective, the lack of early connection leaves the nervous system dysregulated. This can create a constant background of anxiety. Because the body is flooded with high arousal, individuals become hypervigilant, always searching for danger or explanations for their inner sense of dread. Sadly, they don't feel at home in their own body, the body that is and should have been their first home. Life feels barren, cold, and empty. Concentration and focus are difficult. These individuals may become overwhelmed easily and struggle to manage stress. Compulsive behaviors, obsessive rules, and strict routines become ways to control overwhelming feelings. Relationships feel unsafe and exhausting. Often there is resentment toward others who seem to live easily, take up space, and connect freely. Beneath all this is often a chronic sense of dread, an unnameable anxiety that stems from the loss of basic trust that we are held and welcomed into this world. Shame and energetic boundaries. One difficulty associated with early shame is the failure to develop healthy energetic boundaries, the invisible yet felt sense of space that allows us to know where we end and others begin. Healthy energetic boundaries help us feel safe in connection, regulate closeness and distance, and protect our emotional well-being. Without these boundaries, people become hypersensitive to sensory input. Noise, touch, smells, even the presence of others can feel overwhelming. Traumatized children often feel more sensitive than others, and later in life, they are sometimes shamed for being too sensitive, which, when internalized, only adds another level of shame. Resolving shame. Healing begins by developing compassion for this multi-layered shame and recognizing it for what it is, an adaptive response to overwhelming disconnection. With compassion, we can begin to interrupt the cycle of self-rejection and shame. Allowing ourselves to feel the longing for connection, even if it feels painful, is a vital step. It's important to recognize that our obstacles to connection were once life-saving strategies, and treating them with kindness can open a path toward healing. Reflective exercises. 1. Expanding emotional capacity. Think of a time when you allowed more feeling, emotion, or connection than you would have in the past. What details do you recall? What helped you open up? What emotions or sensations arise when you recall this moment? 2. Observing your social strategies. Reflect on a moment when you entered a new group. What emotional, physical, or mental reactions do you have? What behaviors do you use to try to feel safe? 3. The experience of true connection. Recall a time when you felt deeply connected. Pay attention to all the sensory details that go with this memory, including sounds, smells, colors, temperature. What does this memory evoke in you in this moment? Summary. From shame to healing. Shame comes at a high cost. It distorts our identity, drives exhausting survival strategies, and leads to lasting, sometimes even lifelong symptoms. Yet within these patterns lies resilience. Shame once served to protect love and connection in an unsafe world. Healing begins when we recognize this agency and bring compassion and curiosity to our inner experience. Rather than trying to get rid of shame, we can transform our relationship with it. reclaiming the parts of ourselves that long for connection, attunement, trust, autonomy, love, and sexuality. As we reject ourselves increasingly less, we create space for more authenticity, freedom, aliveness, and safety. The price we pay for avoiding shame and guilt. In the previous sections, we've explored in detail how costly it is to turn shame against ourselves. However, there is another side to this dynamic. Because shame is such an intensely uncomfortable and distressing experience, many individuals develop elaborate ways to avoid it. Avoiding shame may feel more comfortable, but it comes at a high cost to our psychological well-being, relationships, and capacity for authenticity and self-expression. These questions are designed to bring awareness to how shame avoidance may operate in different areas of your life. How do you relate to your body? Are there parts of your body that you feel are ugly or that you feel shame about? How do you relate to your needs? Have you ever noticed that you ignore your needs? Are you able to express them openly and directly? How vulnerable are you willing to be in your intimate and love relationships? How much do you allow yourself to be authentic and spontaneous? How do you react to yourself when you make mistakes, accepting, punishing? When you realize you have unintentionally hurt someone, for example through a bad joke, crossing a boundary, or being too intrusive, do you allow yourself to be vulnerable enough to address it in an attempt to repair it? The shame dynamic in brief. When core capacities and needs, such as the need for connection, attunement, autonomy, trust, and love, are not sufficiently met in early life, children inevitably conclude that the problem lies within themselves. Instead of recognizing the limitations or failures of the caregiving environment, they internalize a sense of defectiveness, giving rise to chronic self-shaming dynamics. From a developmental and relational perspective, self-shaming functions as a complex survival strategy, serving several key purposes. It is an attempt to cope with an unsolvable relational dilemma in which the child's basic needs remain unmet. It becomes a way of disconnecting from core capacities and needs that were not adequately supported or welcomed. It serves to manage protest and anger toward caregivers, redirecting that anger inward in an effort to maintain attachment and preserve a sense of relational safety and love. It keeps alive the hope that through self-improvement or self-correction, the child might eventually earn the love and care they long for. As a result, self-shaming is not merely an emotional reaction, but a protective relational strategy aimed at preserving connection and avoiding relational rupture, even at the cost of one's authentic self. This dynamic is self-perpetuated and continues into adulthood, following a recognizable cycle. Repetitive failure of the environment to meet the child, including chronic shaming for needs and emotions, means the child internalizes the failure, and the shame means the child shames themselves about their basic human needs, means the child disconnects from self or parts of the self, means the child develops survival strategies to manage the loss of core capacities, means symptoms emerge, anxiety, depression, relational difficulties, means the child and later the adult shames themselves further for having these symptoms. The survival strategies developed to cope with this cycle may take many forms, including withdrawing and numbing in order to escape connection with self and others, disconnecting from needs, caring, helping, and focusing on other people's needs, developing control strategies to avoid vulnerability in order to minimize the risk of rejection and hurt, people-pleasing and fawning behaviors, including rigid rule following or hypervigilance to prevent making mistakes, trying to be perfect, and overachieving to avoid feeling not good enough. Although these survival strategies may provide short-term protection against shame and relational injury, they also reinforce continuous disconnection from the self and perpetuate suffering. Part 2. Clinical Guide to Resolving Chronic Shame and Guilt. Chapter 4. Helping clients resolve chronic shame and guilt. The second part of this book is written primarily for clinicians who are working with clients struggling consciously or unconsciously with chronic shame and its related symptoms. However, if you personally experience chronic shame, You can also benefit from listening to the rest of this section for a deeper understanding of NARM in this context. There are many theories about why human beings become symptomatic. In NARM, we consider shame-based identifications, kept alive through self-shaming, as the root of many emotional and relational problems people experience. Working through shame-based identifications in the therapeutic process will eventually lead people to feel freer, more alive, and more at peace with themselves. They will find that their emotional conflicts diminish while their self-confidence, capacity for relationships, and general trust in life increases. It is not uncommon for clients to experience a significant reduction in physical symptoms. In your clinical practice, you have probably noticed that few clients are aware of their chronic self-shaming. They usually come with symptoms that they want to get rid of, such as struggling in their relationships, an inability to relax, failing in their work, not feeling safe in the world, and even various physical ailments, such as stomach aches, headaches, and pain of various kinds. They generally don't recognize these as symptoms of shame and internal emotional conflict. In NARM, we recognize the powerful role that shame and self-shaming play in our emotional and relational difficulties. Shame always develops in a relational context, but once we have internalized that shame, we shame ourselves, often believing or imagining that the source of that shame is other people. Projection. There are different dynamics that can lead a client to the development of chronic and toxic shame during childhood. The first dynamic is related to introjection. In this instance, the client internalized direct shaming messages from their caregivers. The shaming messages include, "Why can't you be as smart as your brother? No child of mine is gay. You're not as pretty as your sister." And even the extreme, "You've ruined my life." There are also shaming messages from culture. "The color of your skin is wrong. Your accent is weird. You believe in the wrong God." And more extreme racist or bigoted comments. Second dynamic. The client takes the blame on themselves for any environmental failure they experience. A very common example is divorce. Parents have to continually remind their child that it is not the child's fault that their parents are separating. Also, when a child is losing or has lost a parent, there is a strong tendency in children to blame themselves. The third dynamic involves the client's need to protect the attachment or love relationship. When the child perceives the parents to be unloving, the child needs to find a way to cope with this. It involves the splitting of the image of the parent into the good and the bad parent, and the splitting of the self into the good and the bad self. To protect the relationship, it feels safer to the child to identify as the bad self to maintain the image of the parent as the good parent. In simple terms, it feels safer for the child to see themselves as the unlovable child of parents that are capable of love, rather than as a lovable child of a parent with no capacity to love them. Since a child experiences their parent as the universe, and if this parent is incapable of loving them, it means to the child that there is no love in the universe. This would be experienced as absolute annihilation by the child. These three dynamics are not mutually exclusive. One or all three can be part of any individual's experience. To resolve chronic shame and guilt, we have to know how to address each dynamic as well as the interplay of these dynamics for any given person. Clinically, it is important to remember that every client expects you to be as shaming and rejecting as their caregivers have been. Paradoxically, the more clients trust us and the more vulnerable they become, the more they can become concerned about what we think of them and fearful that we will shame them like they have always been shamed. The more developmental trauma an individual has experienced, the more shame we can expect. In the inquiry process, we explore the self-shaming dynamics that leads clients to feel dependent on the other people's opinions, feelings, and judgments, just like they have been completely dependent on their caregivers as children. It is also important to remember that for a child, everything is personal. That is just the way a child's mind works. If a parent is angry, depressed, or disconnected for whatever reason, the child tends to believe it is about them. Disidentification is an important part of working through self-shaming dynamics. Through this process, clients become increasingly less identified with the shame-based ideas and judgments they have been carrying about themselves. How do we support disidentification for clients? Since there is a natural movement toward connection in every human being, independent of how far they have removed themselves from their natural capacities, We focus on exploring what stands in the client's way of reconnecting to all their life force, their authenticity, and their self-expression. In this section, we are going to teach you step by step how to make this available to clients. Adults, once they have worked through a big part of their self-shaming tendencies, become increasingly independent of other people's expectations and judgments. The 4 pillars of NARM. The NeuroAffective Relational Model is much bigger than what we can present here regarding chronic shame and guilt. If you are interested in understanding more about NARM, refer to Dr. Laurence Heller's other books, Healing Developmental Trauma, written with Aline LaPierre, and Re-Practical Guide for Healing Developmental Trauma, written with Brad J. Kammer. As NARM founder Heller describes it, NARM is based on the experience that the spontaneous movement in all of us is toward connection, health, and aliveness. No matter how withdrawn and isolated we have become, or how serious the trauma we have experienced, on the deepest level, just as a plant spontaneously moves toward sunlight, there is in each of us an impulse moving toward connection and healing. This organismic impulse is the fuel of the NARM approach. Because of its core importance, this basic phrase is taught at the beginning of every NARM training. In order to support the spontaneous movement toward reconnection, NARM has developed 4 basic pillars. 1. Contracting. Clarifying what the client wants for themselves. 2. Inquiry. Asking questions that help clients get in touch with the dynamics that drive their shame and guilt. 3. Reinforcing agency. Supporting clients to see their role in the shame dynamics they experience as adults. 4. Reflecting shifts toward more self-acceptance and embodiment. Each of the 4 pillars of NARM is designed to address and resolve chronic shame, moving from shame-based identifications to disidentification. In Pillar 1, contracting, problems become a wish, and symptoms become a state. In Pillar 2, inquiring, experience as if then becomes in the now, and child consciousness becomes adult consciousness. In Pillar 3, agency, less agency becomes more agency, and more self-shaming becomes less self-shaming. In Pillar 4, reflecting shifts, more disconnection becomes more connection, and feeling heavy or bad becomes feeling lighter or better. Pillar 1, contracting. Clarifying what clients want for themselves. There are 5 parts to the contracting phase, all of which contribute to the collaborative process of NARM therapy. Clients state their intention or communicate what they most want from therapy. Therapists ask clarifying questions until what the client wants is clear and the therapist agrees that this is a useful theme to work with. There is a hierarchy of intentions. Some intentions are more useful than others. Therapists offer a contract based on the client's intention. This contract can take several forms, but is always exploration-based. Therapists track how the client reacts to this understanding between them to see whether the contract is clear and needs more fine-tuning. As human beings, we have basic needs, such as being welcomed into the world, having our basic emotional and physical needs attuned to, being able to trust and depend on the adults in our lives, and experiencing support for age-appropriate autonomy, as well as for growing up to be a loving and sexual being. When the environment we grow up in does not recognize, allow, or meet what we call psychobiosocial needs, or even in some cases undermines or attacks them, we must disconnect from these fundamental aspects of ourselves. We become disconnected from states of being that allow inner freedom, self-acceptance, capacity for connection, autonomy, love, and an embodied understanding of what we want and need. Having disconnected from states of being, we develop and experience symptoms and difficulties in life in general, in relationships, and particularly in intimate relationships. It is this disconnection from self which the client has used as a strategy that has then led to the symptoms they experience. The strategies of disconnection that once saved our lives are the same dynamics that are now creating the symptoms we experience. Exploring our deepest desires for ourselves in Pillar 1 is the first step to reconnect to the parts of ourselves that have been shut down or lost. What we do in the contracting process is create a space where the client can begin to identify the parts of themselves that they've shut down. Often just naming what they want or what their heart desires begins to create a bridge to these disavowed parts of self. Intake and client history. In many psychotherapeutic models, clients tell the therapist their problems, hoping or expecting that the therapist will know how to solve them, just like going to a physician. You talk about your pain, and the doctor will prescribe a medication or some other kind of treatment. Many clients and therapists also believe that it is helpful to take a client's entire history, particularly their trauma history, overlooking that explicit memory is insufficient and can be deceiving. In NARM, we are working in the here and now, and we have repeatedly witnessed that important and trustworthy memories emerge on their own. This traditional process is based on the belief that just knowing what traumas a client may have experienced and feeling the emotions around those events will bring resolution. Therapists tend to take the history, discuss the client's symptoms, and then create some kind of therapeutic plan in the hope of mitigating or eliminating symptoms. Pillar 1 is designed to be much more efficient and effective at bringing symptomatic relief than solely taking a historical record because it already addresses the cause of the symptoms, at least implicitly. Symptoms are expressions of strategies that a person has developed in order to deal with adverse childhood experiences. All survival strategies are processes to disconnect people from parts of themselves, their body, their emotions, their needs. In order to disconnect, they use shame, telling themselves things such as, "I'm too needy, I have no right to say no, I'm a burden." Shaming themselves is part of an adaptive survival strategy that lives on long after the trauma has passed. In the hope for easy explanations, educated clients often stumble across a different type of strategy on their road toward healing. They have developed a lot of ideas about their problems from books, movies, or even previous personal therapy. These ideas, even if they are partly correct, often become barriers to further development. Anytime a person believes, "I'm this way because," they are oversimplifying what is undoubtedly a more complex dynamic. Examples we often encounter are, "I have trouble dealing with anger because my father was always angry and yelling at me. I'm withdrawn because of my birth trauma. I suffer from anxiety because I was always bullied in school." As therapists, we have to be careful when we work with shame that we neither validate nor reject ideas that people have about themselves. Rather, we make them the subject of our mutual exploration. Ideally, the client's wish, intention, or hope for the session will be goal-oriented. We want to help them find something they want for themselves, such as feeling safer in the world, expanding their capacity to be in relationships, connecting more with themselves, their body, their emotions, their heart, and so forth. We support them to make their wish as specific as possible while we direct curiosity toward what is going on in their inner world that is in the way. This approach is based on the knowledge that shame, self-criticism, self-rejection, and self-hatred is the primary adaptive strategy to resolve the symptoms of significant early trauma. Often, clients and therapists alike believe that strategies will help them deal with their problems. They want and are given tools, tips, and suggestions of how to behave when they experience difficulties. "I've been procrastinating with something very important that I need to get done. How can you help me get unstuck and finish them?" "I feel so terrible about myself. What can I do to start feeling better?" "I'm a people pleaser. How do I stop?" Contracting around these kinds of strategies will rarely lead to significant improvement. Quite the opposite. Effective inquiry can help clients to sense beyond their strategy and help them get in touch with the state they're actually yearning for. For example, "I can't tell you how to stop being a people pleaser, but I am happy to explore with you what people pleasing is about for you." The challenge a therapist needs to be aware of: clients often do not know what is available to them. Here, our knowledge and resonance as clinicians are required. For example, when a client tells you about all the ways they feel wrong and can't formulate a wish, we might offer, "I'm wondering if you want to be more self-accepting and kinder to yourself." And if the client agrees, we could contract around, "I'll be glad to explore what's in the way of that." Clients sometimes don't know what they want. Most generally, they begin by telling you what they don't want. "I don't want to be anxious. I don't want to be so depressed." When possible, we help clients to focus on what they actually want rather than what they don't want. From that place, we are exploring the internal obstacles that are in the way of the client having what they most want for themselves. What they don't want does not provide as much direction to the therapy as when they express what they do want. It is primarily about seeking relief, which is understandable. When a client expresses what they do want, they are speaking more from their heart and expressing their deeper intention. Dare to ask. Sometimes clients come with intentions that may seem good enough. For example, Lisa shared, "I want to have the strength to live my life." Sure, everybody should have strength to live their life, and probably everybody does want that. But what does she mean when she voices this very broad intention? In Lisa's case, we learn that as a therapist, she is giving 30 sessions a week with many hours of paperwork on top, barely manages 6 hours of sleep a night, hasn't taken a vacation in 10 years, and doesn't allow herself to rest. When she does get sick, she hates staying in bed and not accomplishing anything. Quickly, we are getting the picture that Lisa is driving herself very hard. In the clinical process, over time, the exploration of this behavior helped Lisa become clear that she was running away from a sense of loneliness that she had feared. This is to illustrate how a good intention can actually turn out to be a strategy. In asking for the strength to live her life, Lisa is really saying that she wants more strength for the strategy to drive herself like she has been in the past. It isn't more strength she needs, but an embodied understanding of why she has been driving herself most of her life. It is so important for the therapist that they dare to ask. They need to make sure that they really understand what is going on in the client's inner world, not just try to eliminate their tendency of driving themselves, but ultimately to help the client to understand that this has been a coping strategy. Over time, Lisa came to understand that driving herself was a strategy she used to make herself feel worthy of being loved. In case consults, we find that clinicians sometimes worry about asking clarifying questions. Therapists can feel like they are prying or being too challenging or not there for the client if they ask the kind of clarifying questions that are needed to support the client in being able to come up with their deepest desire. When therapists find themselves challenged by asking the client clarifying questions, we encourage them to look at the emotional dynamics that are getting in the way of being more direct. Asking informed questions and taking time to clarify is what helps clients the most to find out what they want for themselves from a session or a set of sessions. During this process of finding out, it is helpful for clinicians to keep in mind the core capacities that become unavailable or compromised in adapting to developmental failure. As a way for therapists to organize their thinking, it is useful to remember that there are basically 5 capacities that every child needs to develop. When this development is not supported, they can turn into shame-based dynamics that are at the core of each adaptive survival style. People feel shame around their very existence, recognizing, having, and expressing needs, needing help and being vulnerable, saying no and setting limits, loving and experiencing their sexuality fully. Keeping these themes in mind can help clinicians formulate the questions that guide people deeper into themselves in order to discover what it is they actually want for themselves. What they're yearning for are the same things they're disconnecting from in their adaptation to the developmental trauma. Clients, as well as therapists, sometimes think they must quickly establish a contract so they can start the actual therapy. But Pillar 1 is the foundation of the therapy process. It has already begun. Asking what someone wants for themselves, taking the time to listen, and helping them to get to the core of what is important to them is often a new experience for people. Most developmental issues exist because as a child, the person was never asked what they wanted. Instead, they were told what to do, and for some survival styles, even shamed or punished for communicating what they wanted. To hear the therapist ask the question, "What do you most want for yourself?" can already be a corrective experience. It is relieving for most people to be asked and to be able to formulate for themselves what it is that they most want for themselves in their lives. All the adaptations develop around strategies to cope with not getting their most basic needs met. Acknowledging their true yearning often comes with a sense of connecting, a sense of feeling touched, and a general relaxation in the body. Curiosity as an antidote to self-shaming. When you are not asked as a child what you want, but are always told what you are supposed to want, what is good for you, how you are supposed to be, and so on, you are not acknowledged in your own subjectivity. This involves the experience of being an individual, a separate human being with their own set of ideas, wishes, beliefs, standards, opinions, and desires, and their own path in life. Being truly curious and asking a client what they want for themselves rather than figuring out what they need is in itself an antidote to shame because it honors the client's own subjectivity. Behaviors are secondary. In NARM, we don't find it useful to contract around eliminating symptoms, changing behaviors, or providing strategies to address individual symptoms. Self-sabotaging behaviors and symptoms are a reflection of something deeper, the adaptive survival strategies. To focus only on the behaviors can actually support the client in avoiding what is really going on in their inner world, and in this way, profoundly misses them. Remember that strategies and the behaviors that they result in were once an attempt to solve whatever difficult situation they found themselves in as a child. Trying to extinguish a behavior without addressing what is driving it reflects an actual misattunement to the client. More tuned is to explore the roots of how and why the person continues to use outdated strategies from childhood. For example, someone struggles with easily getting angry and taking it out on family, friends, colleagues, and strangers. If you focus just on eliminating the angry outbursts, neither you nor the client will understand the dynamics underneath, and will therefore never have the opportunity to resolve them. Is it fear that they cover up with rage? Is it vulnerability that they have learned to hide under an angry persona? Is it shame about their needs that they hope to avoid feeling? For the sake of this example, let's assume vulnerability is avoided by using the strategy of getting angry. If you just try to manage the anger, you may never get to the underlying fear of vulnerability that needs to be addressed. Vulnerability is an aspect of being connected to our hearts. Without vulnerability, relationships are not possible, and access to compassion, empathy, and caring are shut down. It is an essential quality of being human. Another person might say, I want to be able to speak up to friends and family when I feel they are not treating me well. Often, the client feels shame or guilt about setting boundaries toward the people they love. Traditionally, therapists focus on the behavior of learning to say no without addressing the underlying dynamics. It is often important to address this element of shame and guilt, but there is an even deeper one. Generally, the fear is that if they speak up, they won't be loved any longer. People will disconnect from them, and they will be left alone. It is more effective for the therapist to work with this underlying need to be loved and have connection, rather than simply focusing on helping the client to speak up more. Asking the client to focus on what they most want for themselves out of their work with you will help them identify what is missing in their lives and what basic need and core capacity they have disconnected from. We then focus on the adaptive responses that they developed in order to cope with what was often already missing early in their lives. Some clients come into your office without being able to connect to what they really want, or that is how it seems to them. Maybe they don't dare express what they want because having a wish was punished in the past. Maybe they never developed the capacity to self-reflect, so they have no idea what they want or what is even available to them. Possibly, they believe that you as the therapist will know what is right for them. Still, whatever is getting in the way for the client knowing what they want, they are wishing for something, or else they would not have gone through the trouble of making an appointment, taking the time to travel to your office, and paying for you to help them. We never push clients to come up with what they want, but we help them in a process of clarifying for themselves what they really want. This process of clarification can continue throughout the course of therapy. Sometimes we offer to explore what not knowing what they want is about. Some clients just want to feel better, or I want to be happy. These wishes are normal, but too general. As therapists, we don't really know what exactly that means for this client. We need to know more about that wish, because better and happy are different for every person. Feeling better in what sense? What about? We continue to clarify with the client for both us and them to get a clearer sense of what they want underneath these generic expressions. Also, we don't want to create a contract that by definition shuts down the experience of certain feelings. We might accept a contract along the lines of, I want to be able to feel more, whereas being happy only allows for a very narrow range of emotions. Especially when they have been avoided, emotions feel uncomfortable or unpleasant. Grief can be painful, anger overwhelming, fear highly charged. We do not want to close the door to all this discomfort. Rather than the client feeling happy, we want to support them to have more capacity for feeling all emotions, which means more aliveness in general. Sometimes that means more capacity to feel uncomfortable or unpleasant feelings. For example, developing more capacity to speak up for themselves, even when it does feel scary. Some clients cannot tell you more than, "I don't want to feel anxious," or "I don't want to feel bad anymore." Sometimes we need to begin with addressing only that. It is not as effective as the other end of the spectrum, where what they want for themselves really connects to their heart. The following is a hierarchy of intentions that clients express, ranked in order of their effectiveness from more useful to less useful. Clients express the wish for a state of being. For example, "I want to feel more connected to myself and others." The wish to increase a capacity. For example, "I want to be kinder toward myself." A wish that focuses on a behavior instead of an internal conflict. For example, "I need help finishing my thesis." A strategy. For example, "I want to understand myself better." An extremely generic wish that excludes the full range of human experience. For example, "I want to be happy." What they don't want instead of what they do want. For example, "I don't want to feel so depressed anymore." That they don't know what they want, or they want the therapist to tell them what they should do. The higher in this hierarchy we can contract, the more effective the contracting process becomes. We don't push for a clearer intention than what is available to the client at this point, but we trust that as the work progresses, there will be further possibilities to recontract around more workable intentions. Some people can only describe a situation that was triggering for them, a reaction that they are bothered with. "Yesterday I had this argument with a good friend of mine. I've been feeling terrible ever since, and I don't know why." In this case, we can offer to openly inquire into that. "Okay, then I'm happy to explore with you what this feeling terrible is about." Once the underlying dynamic gets clear, we can find a contract higher up on the hierarchy of intentions. Finalizing the contracting process, once both therapist and client are clear about the client's intention, we offer to explore what stands in the way of them having what they wish for in their lives. Exploring what gets in the way gives us insight into the inner world of the client. This explorational orientation is less shaming than the contract to do away with the client's symptoms, which on a meta level sends the message to the client, "You are not okay the way you are." Focusing on the client's wish and making their heart's desire what they most want for themselves central, instead of telling them what they should do, is creating an environment less likely to induce shame. Exploring together, rather than being the ones who know, reduces the power differential. The offer to explore what stands in the way both reminds and opens the client to inquire into this with curiosity. When we formulate the contract this way, we are implicitly recognizing and honoring their deepest self, meaning that we trust and communicate implicitly that they can connect or reconnect to what they most wish for. The contract offers orientation during the sessions to come. Developmental trauma and self-shaming come with confusion, dissociation, and fragmentation. The contract provides an organizing thread, something to return to when clients and even therapists get lost in stories and strategies. It provides direction for the curiosity through the elements that serve to distract the process. Also, the contract gives us leverage to point out when the client is acting in ways that contradict what they say they want for themselves. For example, the client says that they want to feel kinder toward themselves. Later, when we hear them strongly putting themselves down, we can ask, "Do you believe that talking to yourself in this way is consistent with your wish to feel kinder toward yourself?" Toward the end of the session, we can return to their stated desire and ask how the client is relating to their wish now. We invite them to reflect on how they experienced the original conflict from this new perspective, given what they have worked through in the session itself. Returning to the contract from a higher level or organization is effective in supporting a more complete working through. This also anchors a sense of agency. I can affect changes in my day-to-day experience. In short, by setting up the contract in this way, the client connects as much as they can to what they most want. The obstacles are mostly shame-based, sometimes expressing themselves in the form of a pride-based counter-identification. The client has learned to feel ashamed of their basic humanness, their basic needs, basic feelings, basic desires, their body, or even their entire existence. In becoming aware of how they continue to disconnect, reconnection becomes an increasing possibility for them. Contracting around capacities. One more thing about this last step in contracting. When the client's wish should be clearly goal-oriented, as a therapist, try to be as little goal-oriented as possible. Of course, it is a valid wish to be able to be intimate in a partnership. Yet, contracting around it this way implicitly is about getting clients there, when in fact, this is a process of developing increasing capacity for intimacy. Therefore, we add this to the contract. I am happy to explore with you what gets in the way of having more capacity for intimacy, as well as confirming that the therapeutic process as an exploration sets the work up to be less goal-oriented. When we change the client's wording of the intention or contract even slightly in this way, we also ask, "Are you okay with that?" If the client agrees, we have a working understanding together, and we can move forward into the exploration in Pillar 2. Summary of Pillar 1. Contracting. Seek mutual understanding. Both client and therapist have a clear understanding of what they will focus on in their work together. Exploration-based model. Both are reminded that it is not about fixing, changing, or getting rid of symptoms, but about exploring what is getting in the way of connecting to the client's depth and authenticity. Relational approach. The process is relational, which is the R in NARM. The therapist is part of the process, not just a giver of interpretations or insights, and not a problem solver. Identifying the self-shaming process. The obstacles tend to be fear and shame-based. Exploring the gap between what someone wishes for themselves and the clinician's offer to explore what gets in the way implicitly points toward the underlying shame dynamic. Pillar 2. Inquiry. Asking questions that help clients get in touch with the dynamics that drive their shame and guilt. Once both client and therapist have agreed on a topic for exploration, we move on to Pillar 2 of NARM. Gathering information about the difficulties, exploring the dynamics that drive symptoms and difficulties, and getting to and understanding the underlying identifications on an embodied level in order to question or even challenge these identifications. In many traditional psychotherapies, therapists have learned to give advice, to make suggestions about how to solve problems, and to offer solutions. They analyze, prescribe, and design protocols. In NARM, we start with not assuming we know what is going on in the client's inner world. No matter how many years we have been in practice, we cannot know, since each person has developed their own unique survival strategy. No two people react identically to the same adverse childhood experience. Even if we are very good at analyzing what's really going on for the client, to a significant percentage, our interpretations will be wrong. We would be misattuned and not truly connected to the client. If analysis were enough, if explanations could solve people's problems, reading a book or listening to a podcast would be sufficient. There are books and videos on literally everything, from setting boundaries to loving oneself to becoming successful. Generally, whatever help people get from these sources is cognitively based and therefore limited. There is another downside to interpretation. It comes with a meta-message, "I am the expert in your internal experience and you are not." When we inquire with real curiosity into people's experience, clients pick up something like, "This person is interested in me. This person cares. This person takes the time and makes the effort to understand what my actual experience is." For some clients, this may be the first time that someone communicated interest in who they authentically are. This kind of mutuality is another antidote to shame, bringing with it a relational component that has been lacking in many people's lives. In expressing our interest and curiosity, we also communicate acceptance and compassion, which are more antidotes to shame. Ultimately, asking questions allows for the internal unfolding of the client. The answers they will come up with will then truly be their own. This leaves clients with a different kind of experience, having reconnected to themselves instead of having an expert explain to them how they should feel or be. Openly inquiring can be challenging for therapists because it can trigger insecurities. Not knowing is often interpreted by the therapist as their own incompetence, while in the absence of knowing lies the possibility for something truly new to unfold. It is helpful for therapists to develop their capacity to not know. What kind of questions do we ask? While a person's history is relevant in the NARM process, it is secondary because symptoms and problems point toward the internal emotional conflicts as they play out in a person's life. These symptoms and problems are actually expressions of strategies that a person has developed to deal with adverse childhood experience. In NARM, as we work in the present moment, The important unresolved elements from the client's past will surface organically in the present moment. As such, what we generally don't start asking is the person's childhood. We don't try to make quick connections between what they are struggling with today and what they experienced earlier in their lives. Whatever theme the client has brought in, we start gathering information about the conflict the client is experiencing today. We trust and experience that when inquiry is done effectively in the here and now, whatever is unresolved from the past organically emerges. Our questions are formulated around what we contracted about. I'll be glad to explore with you what is getting in the way of. We then focus on the ways a person limits themselves on many levels in their current life. Let's say the client is struggling with fear of rejection. They've already given us many examples of all strategies they have used to protect against all the possibilities of feeling rejected. These behavioral strategies all function to narrow and limit a person's life. We inquire as to what it is about rejection that they are most afraid of. Our questions generally orient toward the experiential. Tell me more what goes on in you when you think about asking this person out. In this context, it is useful to explore the client's fears as the client is sitting in your office. Exploring their fear takes them immediately into what in NARM we call futuristic memory. Past experiences that clients have not resolved and are now projecting into the future. We are less interested in their ideas about that fear dynamic, which usually involves either what they have read about, stories that they told themselves for much of their lives, or what they have been told by others. It is more effective to stay interested in the shut-down needs, fears, shame, and anger that arise in the present moment. Questions that require yes or no answers are seldom very effective. On the other hand, open invitational questions about their experience will guide the client's attention inward, giving the most salient elements a chance to emerge. A simple example of a yes or no question that isn't useful. Do you think the emotion you are experiencing relates to something in your past? A simple example of an open question. Are there words that go with the emotion you are feeling? These kinds of questions help the client to connect to themselves and their feelings as they try to answer them. Our questions stimulate curiosity in the client, so that they want to find answers for themselves. In line with not making people's past our primary focus, we are interested in the here and now experience of the client, and discourage the client from getting lost in stories or theories. When clients disconnect in self-shame, these dynamics are more available in the here and now than in stories about the past. Reductive thinking, such as, "This happened to me in the past, and therefore I am this way today," is more oriented toward blaming a past that cannot be changed. What can be changed are the adaptations a person made to these difficult life experiences, all of which distorts a person's sense of self as well as of others and the world. These adaptations can be revisited from an increasingly adult perspective and reevaluated in current time. This means that we focus on moment-to-moment experience. Since the connection-disconnection process is so central to NARM, it is most easily observed in the present moment. Questions are guided along the material that naturally arises, while we are always mindful to keep a balance between following the client's process and at the same time challenging them when they start to go off track. I'm wondering what the story about this has to do with the theme we are talking about. With our questions, we are pointing toward the client's agency in their experience, because the only thing that is subject to change today is how they relate to themselves in the world. That's why we challenge their preconceived shame-based ideas about themselves and others. From a more adult consciousness, a person can reconsider whether they want to continue to limit themselves. With the experience of more agency, they develop an increasing sense of choice in their lives. Sometimes we name a shame dynamic we are noticing, but we frame it in the form of a question. Are you blaming yourself for? On certain occasions, we are not afraid to show up as human beings when a person is describing a particularly difficult experience and acknowledging, "I'm so sorry that you had to go through all this," or even, "It is painful for me to watch you being so hard on yourself." It is not helpful for clinicians to pressure themselves to come up with brilliant questions. Sometimes it is enough to simply mirror what is observable. I noticed that as you were talking about this difficult theme, you are looking away a lot. Guiding the client's attention to shifts that seem significant to us invites them to increasingly connect to their experience in the here and now. Notice that we do not interpret what looking away means. We just reflect it in the form of a question. We always invite therapists to put themselves in their client's shoes as they hear their painful, difficult narrative. Reflect on what they would need to do on an emotional level, on a bodily level, and on the level of the sense of self if they had to live for years in the situation the client is describing. This level of empathy, though sometimes painful, gives us more information about the client's inner world than a thorough intake. Be tactful, but don't be afraid to ask. Clients will often be grateful for being taken seriously and being met with compassion and curiosity, especially about their most sensitive issues, which they might be hesitant to come forth with on their own. Connection and disconnection. At the base of all developmental trauma, we find disconnection from self or parts of the self. That is why it makes sense for us as clinicians to pay special attention to how clients relate to themselves, to us, and to their emotions. This information guides our interventions. Our goal is not that the client connects more. We stay curious about what stands in the way of them connecting to all parts of themselves. Observing them connecting and disconnecting, and moreover, what they're disconnecting from, gives us a great deal of information about them, what feels safe for them and what doesn't. Here's a partial list of some ways in which clients disconnect from themselves or their current experience. Jumping to the future. Yes, I feel lighter now, but when I leave your practice, it'll be the same old story. Jumping to strategies. Yes, I feel better now, but what do I do with that when I leave here? Jumping to the past. I wish I would have always felt that way. Jumping to other people's opinions. It feels good to be vulnerable here in your practice, but then I'm afraid that other people see me as weak. Focusing on the therapist's reaction. I don't judge myself, but now that you have learned that about me, you probably won't want to work with me anymore. Self-shaming. It feels good to connect my body, but then I start thinking about how ugly I really am. Switching topics. I was starting to relax, and then immediately I started thinking about a situation at work. Seeking an explanation. I feel that way because my parents divorced when I was only 5 years old. Jumping from one association to another. And let me tell you another thing. Becoming solutions-oriented. How can I make sure that rationalizing and justifying. I know that I am closing my heart, but that makes sense when you're being rejected. Asking for advice. That was really useful, but what should I do? To be clear, connection is not a linear process. It is normal that people connect, disconnect, and reconnect again. But of course, we want to register and tactfully point out when disconnection is used strategically as part of an old protective mechanism. The challenge of reconnection. Reconnection is always challenging. Reconnecting comes with a client starting to feel more, which can feel uncomfortable and even dangerous to them. Feeling more also means connecting to additional unresolved emotional material that they are carrying, especially anger and grief. We can expect that a client will disconnect after they have reconnected to themselves on a deeper level. Normalizing that, and sometimes brief psychoeducation about the dynamic as described previously, can be helpful to them. Over time, the client will develop increasing capacity to stay connected and more awareness of when they are disconnecting. The challenge of reconnecting and feeling more is often reflected in becoming more aware of how painful it was not to be loved for who they are, the rejection they experienced as a child, the misattunement they experienced from their parents, the shaming messages they received, their anger at the people that treated them poorly, the fear that something terrible will happen if they feel more alive. We notice the connection-disconnection process in the client, and we mirror it when it seems that they are receptive to that information. Deconstructing a specific experience. One of the most effective ways to bring intrapsychic conflicts into increased conscious awareness for the client is by deconstructing a specific difficulty rather than generalizing about a broad range of difficult experiences. We try to orient toward a specific event that is emblematic of a much broader pattern. This helps both client and therapist to access a vivid sense of the dynamic underneath, the unresolved emotions, and the limiting identifications. Instead of talking about their relationship with their father, we could, for example, Invite them to bring up an image of the father, and then inquire what they experience while they do that. As they share what they are experiencing, we are paying attention to whether they are becoming more connected or more disconnected. This paying close attention to the connection-disconnection process guides the inquiry. We are not saying that the immediate goal is connection and that disconnection is bad. Disconnection is simply a signal that the client is avoiding something in themselves, and then we guide the client's curiosity to that. We encourage the client to pay attention to the various elements of their experience. By slowing them down, we gently guide the client to their direct experience rather than their reaction to the experience or the strategy they have developed to manage the experience. One moment, they are still connecting to themselves, and in the next, they start to disconnect. We want to explore what happens in that brief moment in between, or what was going on in them right before they disconnected. This we deconstruct carefully. While listening to them, we track the changes in their voice, their posture, their affect in the here and now. Generally, as soon as we notice a shift toward more connection, we point that out by asking, "What are you experiencing right now?" Slowing down helps them to discover their part in whatever reactions they're having, their agency. This allows the distorted self-images to surface, which we can then explore with them. Human beings never see things exactly as they are. We tend to see ourselves in the world through the lens of past experiences. Once we get to a specific distortion, we bring it to the client's attention, supporting increased adult consciousness and the increasing clarity that comes with that, which helps them slowly to disidentify from them and access alternative possibilities. Here's an example. Robert is living with his wife and their young child, but he does not feel understood and accepted by her and struggles with ambivalence with this relationship. Bringing up an image of his spouse, he says he feels bad, gets a lump in his stomach, and describes what sounds like an internal kind of collapse. Guiding his attention to what he is experiencing before he started to tense up and collapse. He recognizes that his initial response is actually anger. Exploring this further, he feels how he wants to reach out to her, but believes that she is not interested. And he finds proof for this preconceived idea every day. The therapist might ask, "What do you do with your wish to connect when you get the idea that your wife is not interested?" This question leads him to notice that he is already starting to give up before he even reaches out, in order to not feel rejected again. The anger then is in service of covering up the fear of rejection. Deconstructing an experience is getting both the therapist and the client to the deepest dynamics, to the active part the client plays in this, and to the place where change can happen. Deconstructing a positive experience. Sometimes people seek our help when they are fragmented, with very little capacity for emotions, and even connecting to physical sensations can be challenging. This is often the case with people who suffered severe trauma very early in their lives. When starting to explore a difficult situation becomes overwhelming, we invite the client to look for a situation when they did or were able to experience what they now feel to be lacking. There may be an area in their life where they don't pressure themselves as much, or don't expect themselves to be different. In other words, when they are more accepting of themselves. So many people demand to be a finished product, either as a therapist, a spouse, a parent, or even as a human being in general. That is unrealistic. All human beings are works in process. In deconstructing a positive experience, we follow the same process as described earlier. We invite the client to talk about the event or the moment as if they were experiencing it in the now, and again track shifts in their expression, their energy, their affect. Once you see something shifting toward more connection, invite them to focus on what they experience and give them time with that. Experiencing these positive shifts, we help them anchor and build a platform from which the inquiry into their difficulties might become easier. Supporting emotions. In NARM, we support people not to run away from their emotions, regardless of whether they are pleasant or unpleasant. It may be surprising to many that pleasant so-called positive emotions are even more difficult than unpleasant ones. We never push clients into their emotions. We simply point emotions out when they arise spontaneously, becoming curious about them and inviting the client to inquire further into what they are about. Running away from emotions is a strategy often learned early in life. Emotions are overwhelming and unbearable for children when they lack support or co-regulation, and even more so when they were ignored, shamed, punished, or responded to in any other inappropriate way. Particularly emotions like anger and rage are overwhelming for children, as they have not developed sufficient capacity to feel or manage them. Children need adults who help them understand what they feel. Attuned adults help children express their feelings appropriately and help them to develop increasing capacity for both emotional awareness and containment. First, children need to learn that emotions are normal and that emotions are communication from their internal world that needs to be listened to. They need to learn that emotions come and go naturally. Instead, children are often told that they are not feeling what they are feeling, or that they should not be feeling whatever they are feeling. You are angry at your sister. You love your sister. Very common is the tendency to focus on behaviors, particularly the child's disruptive behaviors, rather than finding out what is driving these behaviors. Disruptive behaviors are simply reflective of inner stress. Parents, despite their best intentions, can be oblivious when it comes to their child's emotional world. We have had parents who, as children, would repeatedly hit their head against the wall before going to sleep. Their parents never inquired what that was about. In one case, they told themselves the child would just grow out of it. As a result of these kinds of scenarios, clients are often afraid, not just of the emotion itself, but of what they believe will happen if they allow themselves to feel it. Experiencing deep emotions can be difficult. For some, it might even appear to be an existential threat. We generally shine a light on these fears, helping clients to slowly realize that their fear is not based on actual reality, and that feeling emotions is never dangerous. What is also common these days is to give the child free rein to all emotions as well as disruptive behaviors. Often, parents are so desperate for the love of their children that they have a difficult time being authoritative and helping in a supportive way, such as setting appropriate boundaries for their child. It acts as an antidote to shame when we as therapists welcome the client's emotions without judging them. As emotions naturally arise, we communicate implicitly, or sometimes even explicitly, our belief that they don't need to run away from them. We offer to explore the emotions together, and in this way, facilitate a kind of co-regulation that the client most probably missed as a child. Calling it running away from emotions is misleading, because in fact, nobody can ever really run away from them. We can only disconnect from them, often using self-shaming as a strategy to disconnect. Sometimes people have the idea that emotions are something they need to learn. Our experience is that emotional development is simply allowing oneself to reconnect to the emotions that are already there, but that the client has not previously been aware of. We will revisit this idea in the NARM Emotional Completion Model later in this chapter. Listening with our third ear. While inquiring into the dynamics of what the client is sharing with us, we listen carefully to the content of what they are talking about. But at the same time, we listen to the tone of their voice, to the words they choose, and to what they are communicating between the lines. Exploring his difficulties with finding writing time when traveling with his girlfriend, a client reported, "I need a pacifier." Pacify? What an interesting choice of word, we might think. We ask, "What do you expect to happen?" He shares, "She will be upset, and then there will be tears, and that is terrifying for me." In his expectation of what is going to happen, we hear part of the client's history, which he futurizes. We inquire into the fear. What is terrifying to you about her tears? Well, then I have to fight for some time alone. We can hear the terror this client must have experienced growing up. Not long after, he describes how he had to tiptoe around his childhood home because otherwise his parents got angry. We listen to how a client's words match the tone of their voice while we feel into our own experience. This is especially important when we notice shifts toward more connection in the client, but they misinterpret it out of not being used to a state that is new to them. Client: I'm getting tired. I think I am spacing out. Therapist: Are you spacing out, or are you relaxing? Client: Well, maybe I am relaxing a little, but it feels weird. Therapist: Weird or unusual? Client: It's very unusual. I feel so vulnerable all of a sudden. Therapist: Would it be okay for you to spend some time in this more vulnerable state just to explore how that affects you? If we listen only to what the client is saying, we miss their full experience. Tracking: An important part of the therapeutic process in NARM is about tracking subtle shifts in the client. We track, which means we pay close attention to breathing patterns, tone of voice, intonation, facial expressions, overall energy and sense of aliveness, emotions, changes in muscle tone or body posture, yawning, jaw clenching, gestures, involuntary movements such as shaking, shrugging shoulders, setting boundaries with the hands, putting the hands to the heart, or using the hands to cover the face. We do that for several reasons. Sometimes the body tells us a different story than the client's words. Clients who believe they must please their therapist are especially prone to tell you what they think you want to hear. Every client arrives believing that they will not be accepted if they truly show up authentically. In tracking, we deliver a message without words. I see you. I acknowledge your expressions, feelings, and state changes. I am interested in who you really are. These are all antidotes to shame. Tracking clients in this way is also the first step in the mirroring process. We reflect to the client what we track. In doing so, we support increased emotional awareness of the client's inner dynamic, which is often experienced as validation and feeling seen. This supports them in reconnecting to themselves, their body, and their emotions, and we believe that it helps them form new neural circuits. Tracking is something that we start as soon as the client walks in the door. The way they greet us or don't, make eye contact or don't, along with other obvious and not so obvious behaviors, gives us important information from which we start to develop a sense of that person and their relational capacity. Whenever we mirror what we see, not to be confused with interpreting, we track how our intervention lands. Does it lead to settling, to more connection, to becoming more present? Or does it confuse the client, scare them, lead them to disconnect more? We track ourselves similarly, using our reactions as part of the ongoing process of assessing the client's emotional and relational capacity, both their strengths and their weaknesses. Inquiry into self-shaming, self-judgment, self-hatred. Generally, the earlier and the more severe the developmental trauma a person has experienced, the more they express self-hatred, self-shame, and self-rejection. These responses represent a significant way of trying to cope with and come to terms with early adverse experiences. Mirroring that a client is being hard on themselves is often the first step for them to even notice it. In addition to reflecting to the client when they are being hard on themselves, we as therapists need to constantly communicate our acceptance of the client as they are, our compassion for the suffering they have experienced, and our absence of judgment of who they are as a person. For severely traumatized clients, the therapist may be the first kind person they have known. The relational element should not be underestimated. Dr. Heller has had clients share that they made a mistake at work and were about to beat themselves up for it, and then they thought of him, and the acceptance and lack of judgment he communicated, reminding them to be kinder to themselves. This is what has traditionally been called the introjected empathic object. As counterintuitive as it may seem, many people are afraid to feel kind and compassionate toward themselves. When a person has directed their anger inward in order to protect an attachment relationship, it can feel deeply unsettling to begin treating themselves with kindness. The implicit realization is, if I deserve to be treated kindly, then the people who treated me unkindly in the past must have been wrong about me. This shifts the dynamic from self-blame to the possibility of feeling anger towards those who harmed them. This realization threatens the attachment relationship from the point of view of child consciousness. Shaming oneself and hating oneself is always an adaptive survival mechanism. Feeling anger and even rage toward the parents, particularly when they are very young, threatens the positive and loving image that children need to hold on to, which has led to the splitting dynamic. Self-compassion brings up protest and anger about how they were treated. It speaks to why many people do mindfulness work. While the self-compassion that is supported in mindfulness has its limitations, for some people it can be hurtful. Any imposed change of state, particularly when using effective techniques such as somatic techniques, breathing techniques, and meditation techniques, brings the risk of feeling more than a client is ready to feel, or even has the capacity to feel. As people start to feel kinder toward themselves and decrease shaming themselves, they also tend to feel more vulnerable and have more connection to their emotions in general. which can feel challenging. The question, "What's the scariest thing for you about?" will point toward the fear that is underlying the self-shaming dynamic, which is driven by futuristic memory. For example, they might be afraid of communicating their needs or saying no to people they care about for fear of being rejected. Rather than risk being rejected by others again, they reject themselves in advance by not communicating their needs or not saying no to people directly. The first step in the self-rejecting process is usually shame. When basic needs are constantly not met, the child, and now your adult client, feels shame about having needs and begin to feel increasingly afraid of communicating them. They fear that their needs are a burden on someone, and communicating their needs is then associated with rejection and humiliation. We see similar patterns throughout all the survival styles. As we deconstruct these self-rejecting reactions, we will start to see again that underneath, the most frightening thing is losing love. In the next step, we address it. When you feel that your needs are rejected, what is the meaning about yourself that you make out of that? The client might respond, "Well, I would feel that I'm not worthy, that I'm bad, and that I need too much." With that intervention, clients usually start to get that they are criticizing, judging, and rejecting or shaming themselves. As they become aware of their self-shaming, we start to connect the dots between the shame that has been avoided and the current difficulties they are experiencing today. Underlying these self-shaming dynamics, we will uncover the fear of abandonment. That is the ultimate purpose of the self-shaming, trying to hold on to the attachment relationship and the promise of love that comes with it. The client has been trying to mold a self that is so nice that it would not be abandoned. This abandoned self that people develop is an attempt to appease and please what they imagine the other wants, or in some cases doesn't want, from them. Bringing in the heart. How do children survive the heartbreaking fact that the people they love so fiercely don't return their love, neglect them, or even treat them poorly? They will shut down their hearts. Developmental trauma always affects a child on the level of the heart. Yet the heart and matters of the heart are hardly ever sufficiently addressed in therapeutic settings. The heart plays an important role in all themes that trouble human beings. Shutting down the heart is painful, and we pay a big price for it. It leads us to not show up authentically and vulnerably. This profoundly impacts adult intimate relationships. If we don't have access to our hearts, if we don't have access to what is real and authentic in us, if we cannot be vulnerable with our intimate partners, we will never experience love fully. We will not access our full capacity for love, nor will we allow ourselves to be loved and feel loved in the way we most desire. From the therapist's perspective, we know that if we are not connected to our heart, it is difficult to meet clients from a place of acceptance, compassion, vulnerability, and empathy. Another point that is rarely discussed has to do with how well the therapist can receive authentic gratitude from their clients for the support and help they have received. It can actually feel hurtful to clients to have their gratitude deflected or interpreted as transference. The R in NARM stands for relational, and the heart is always involved in real relationships. Being heartfelt and relational tends to function as an antidote to shame. When the client senses heartfulness in their therapist, they experience that as a kind of acceptance that counteracts the deep unworthiness that they have lived with their whole life. Especially when clients start to face emotions they have been disconnecting from their entire lives, it is often helpful to ask, "How is it for you to share this with me?" Or, "I notice you can share this with me now, and I don't remember you being able to do that in earlier sessions." When people haven't had the chance to experience someone to be with them and their emotions, the relational process with a therapist is at first experienced as a lifeline. It is important that clients become aware of how much they have closed their hearts. Acknowledging that painful reality in adult consciousness starts an even deeper shift towards connectedness to their heart. The therapist can address this as part of the inquiry by asking, "What do you notice emotionally and in your body as we explore this theme of having needed to disconnect from your heart growing up?" Working hypothesis. We, the authors, hope that the listener understands by now that in NARM, we come from a place of not knowing and not being goal-oriented. As we get to know the client, we start to generate what we call a working hypothesis. Often our working hypotheses are informed by understanding the shut-down basic needs and capacities, but not always. We don't usually share this working hypothesis directly with the client, as that could take us into the area of interpretation. We do use the working hypothesis as a tool of inquiry to ask what we assume are important questions for the client to reflect on. Sometimes this working hypothesis takes us in the right direction, and when it doesn't seem productive, based on the new information coming in, we modify the hypothesis. As human beings, we all had to shut down certain aspects of ourselves to survive emotionally and to protect our sense of self. In one way or another, all these strategies involve disconnecting from those parts of ourselves that do not feel welcomed. Often the shutting down and disconnecting process was life-saving and therefore necessary for us as children. The paradox is that those same strategies that saved our lives are getting in the way of living a rich and fulfilled life and are now creating the symptoms we experience. The inquiry is ultimately about creating a context in which the client feels safe enough to identify, own, and integrate those shut down aspects of themselves. The 5 basic human capacities that get shut down in adapting to developmental trauma are reflected in the names of the survival styles. 1. Connection. 2. Attunement. 3. Trust. 4. Autonomy. 5. Love, sexuality. One way to get to know your client is to ask yourself, what do you imagine a child would have to do on a bodily level and an emotional level to survive in that situation? Another important question to ask yourself as a therapist is, how would this client have to distort their sense of self to survive? What kind of blaming and self-shaming was necessary for them to disconnect from their needs, emotions, and basic human capacities? The understanding that comes out of putting ourselves in the child's place will guide our questions to help them see and feel what they had to disconnect from, which is already the first step in reconnecting with themselves. Psychoeducation. Psychoeducation is something we use sparingly and very carefully in NARM. It can be helpful, but this cognitive understanding tends to lead away from direct experience. Exploration and self-discovery lead to deeper and more lasting effects. When we perceive that a client is missing an important general understanding, we may share the broader understanding with them just to see how they relate to it, but we never use it as an interpretation of their own personal experience. We never try to convince the client of anything. When you find yourself trying to convince the client of something, it is usually an indication that you are caught up in an enactment process. Helpful psychoeducation is more about giving the client information about a theme that they might not be familiar with. For example, we might share with the client that small children are unable to hold both intense anger and love at the same time, which makes the anger at their parent threatening. Or, for example, we might share with the client that shame is a way of managing anger that they don't know how to deal with, and often involves turning anger against the self. In psychoeducation, we are generally helping the client to have greater understanding about childhood, the period of their life when there was little or no agency, and differentiating that from today, when there is the possibility of increasing agency. Explaining to the client that they had no other choice as a child implicitly carries compassion. With psychoeducation, we are normalizing and helping them to see their life experience with more understanding and kindness. Through this new information, a client can begin to understand that shame was a child's way of trying to manage what, for them at the time, was unmanageable. As a child, they didn't know what else to do in terms of how to respond to the environmental failure they were experiencing. When a client shames themselves or rejects themselves, it can be important to explain that dynamic. For a lot of people, shame feels like something that just happens to them. It can be helpful to introduce the concept of agency to the client. Individuals who had to adapt to the earliest kinds of trauma tend to come in with intense self-hatred. Explaining that we see self-hatred as a form of shame, and shame as something we do to ourselves, rather than a mere emotion, plants the seeds of increasing agency. When we use psychoeducation, we ask clients about their experience while listening to our explanation, and then we track how they respond to it. Do they use it against themselves, or do they simply not understand? Do they become cognitive and analytical using that information as a way of avoiding emotions? Or does it turn on a light bulb for them, and they start to see new options for themselves? Does it help them become more compassionate with themselves? In NARM, we use psychoeducation sparingly because it often takes clients more into thinking and away from their direct experience. Psychoeducation could also be misused in order to try to convince a client of a point that the therapist wants them to understand. A caveat: when therapists use psychoeducation out of their own countertransference, when they themselves are trying to avoid feeling helpless with a client, or when the process begins to touch on emotions that the therapist themselves have not processed, psychoeducation is not a useful intervention. Connecting the dots. Especially with clients that experience more fragmentation and confusion, we need to go slower. In NARM, when we review the elements that have emerged from the client's process, we call it connecting the dots. Summarizing the dynamic helps them experience their reactions as part of a larger process rather than a series of isolated responses. The importance of Pillar 1 is evident here. We will often begin connecting the dots by going back to what we agreed to explore together, then detailing the various sequences that followed since we began the inquiry. We can do this several times during a session. As the connections among the various elements of the narrative get clarified, it supports the client experiencing themselves in a more integrated way. It is a bit like putting pieces of a puzzle together and getting to see more of the bigger picture. This way, we are also slowing down the process and adding time so that the client has time to integrate. Pacing. There's always a question of how fast to go in the therapeutic process. Often, therapists collude with their client's strategy to get things done quickly, to resolve issues, to get rid of symptoms, and move on with life. This is an understandable desire on the client's part, but overlooks the fact that trying to get rid of symptoms is usually a big part of the problem itself. Clients often come in with significant pain and suffering. They're often struggling in their relationships, in their jobs, or both. Therapy is expensive and time-consuming, so it is understandable that clients hope for quick solutions. The problem is that the pressure to fix oneself and quickly carry on is part of a larger dynamic of running away from the self, which often led to the difficulties in the first place. We cannot move more quickly than the client's capacity allows for. Resolution and integration are a psychobiological process. The mind is fast, the body slow. New neural connections develop, distortions resolve, and the nervous system becomes increasingly regulated over time. As a rule, the earlier the trauma, the more clients needed to, and in many cases continue to, distort their identity, which usually involves directing their anger toward themselves. Their shame and self-hatred tends to be deeper, their nervous system more dysregulated, and as a result, we need to proceed more slowly. The therapeutic process can become a safe environment, and, with the therapist being accepting and compassionate, the client's process tends to unfold naturally. Summary of Pillar 2. Inquiry. Inquiry over interpretation. Rather than offering quick fixes or expert advice, NARM emphasizes that therapists gather information and using open, curious questions to explore the client's current internal experience, fostering genuine self-discovery and connection. Focus on the here and now. The approach prioritizes present moment experiences over talking about past events, allowing unresolved emotions like anger and grief to naturally emerge and be explored in real time rather than through generalized narratives. The therapist's role in connection. Therapists actively track nonverbal cues like tone, posture, and facial expressions, and mirror these observations back to the client, which helps validate their experiences and increase emotional awareness and self-acceptance. Pacing and integration. Recognizing that healing is a psychobiological process, NARM advocates a slow, carefully paced, therapeutic journey. It incorporates minimal psychoeducation and regular connecting the dots to help clients integrate their experiences and build new, healthier neural patterns over time. Pillar 3. Agency. Supporting clients to see their role in the shame dynamics they experience as adults. The third pillar of NARM is about agency. With this term, we describe that we are actors in our life, not just reactors to circumstances. We all have developed an organizing self that becomes a lens through which we see ourselves and the world. By definition, when we experience developmental trauma, these lenses become distorted. These distorted lenses affect our whole lives. Agency includes the awareness that we never see ourselves or the world exactly as it is. Most clients are not aware of that simple truth, They believe that what they experience is the truth, and they react to that belief. In NARM, we hold that we are an active part of the emotional and relational difficulties we experience. That ownership is another important aspect of what we talk about as agency. The cultural narrative also reinforces that we are simply the results of the trauma that we experienced, that those are our brain parts and neurotransmitters reacting. In NARM, all of those elements have an important place, but they're not explanatory of the human experience. An example that is relevant to this book is that shame is not something that we simply experience, but rather an active process that as adults we do to ourselves. There is no element of self-blame and agency. Being able to see and own your part of whatever difficulty you are experiencing is actually a step toward freedom. Agency is the state in which we become aware that consciously or unconsciously, we are constantly making choices. We are the ones that make meaning of what happens to us and around us. We are not simply the result of cultural conditioning, our genetics, our brain chemistry, our culture, or our society. In NARM, we use the term agency rather than responsibility because responsibility often is associated with blaming oneself. Clients often say something like, "It is a pattern. It just runs on its own. I'm helpless to do anything about it." As a NARM therapist, we would respond, "It seems like it runs on its own, and I understand that you feel helpless." Adding the two words, seems and feel, is an initial NARM intervention that supports an increasing awareness of agency. We hold that just because something seems or feels a particular way does not make it so. We are the ones who direct our attention towards some experiences and away from others. We are the ones connecting and disconnecting from ourselves or parts of ourselves. Becoming aware of our increasing capacity for choice is part of agency. Agency in the process of self-shaming. Self-shaming is one way of directing anger toward oneself. On a cognitive level, self-shaming expresses itself in negative self-talk. Physically, we see it in the form of tension in the body, muscular contraction, or resignation in the form of muscular collapse. Emotionally, we often see it as depression, irritability, or anger. In NARM, we look at agency as an essential missing element in many models. When a client doesn't experience increasing agency in their lives, their therapeutic work can reinforce their sense of being a victim. In childhood, we are victims. In adulthood, we have more choices and many more possibilities in our lives. With that, we are not talking about blaming people. Blame is the opposite of agency. Our reactions to experience are things that we do to ourselves. In becoming aware of our agency in this process, we have a chance to resolve them, and especially to resolve shame. The development of our own sense of agency is empowering and leads to a sense of inner freedom. Our sense of self becomes increasingly less dependent on the reaction of other people. Let's look at an example to better explain how a client's agency increases during a session. We are working with a client in Pillar 2 to deconstruct the experience of feeling triggered. We invite them to tell us step by step what happened, adding time, slowing it down, and allowing the client the opportunity to reflect on what seems to them an automatic reaction. In this slowing down process, we begin in a variety of ways to reflect on their agency and what feels to them like a trigger. Over time, the client comes to experience what we call the organizing self. Traditional behaviorism looked at human experience through the lens of conditioning, a stimulus-response reaction that is explanatory when you are working with pigeons or dogs, but not with human beings who develop a sense of self. With humans, there is stimulus, and then we interpret what we are experiencing through the lens of past experience to make sense or meaning of what we are experiencing. Then there is a response. In exploring these triggering experiences, helping clients to see the choices they made, adult consciousness develops. Slowly, this experience of agency will increase, and the person will notice that they see how their perception has been distorted by early adaptations to trauma. Life will no longer feel like it is just happening to them, and the client no longer feels helpless or hopeless. They have a chance to discontinue hurtful behaviors and shameful thinking. They have more capacity to receive what they are longing for. Becoming aware of their agency, clients no longer look at their lives through the rearview mirror, but notice that there is a steering wheel available to them. Opening clients up to this choice, most of them will start to gear their life in the direction they want, rather than just following where the wind blows them. As we've discussed in previous pillars, it is a popular idea that there is a linear connection between the past and the present. You are this way today because you experienced something like this in the past. While what happened to us as children is significant, in NARM, we focus more on the adaptations that a client made to survive as children, which they then carry forward into adult life. We can't change the past, but the adaptations that we made to difficulties in the past can be changed. Learning to shame ourselves as children is one of the significant adaptations that we have made to adverse childhood experiences. Children always blame themselves for whatever environmental failure they experience. Many people grew up in an atmosphere where shame was communicated directly to them in many ways. Children internalize those shaming messages and often treat themselves in the same shaming ways. Children have no choice. They are completely dependent on the adults around them. They don't have the internal resources they will have later in life. As adults, they can develop the capacity of agency much more, but many of the struggles they experience demonstrate that they do not have access to that capacity yet. For example, many adults believe that they simply cannot say no to people they love. When we explore that belief with them, they come to see that what seemed impossible to them, in fact, is simply anxiety that if they say no, they will lose the love of the people they care about. When we explore that anxiety with them, generally they get to see that anxiety comes from early life experiences that as adults have little or no relevance to them. They see that as adults, there are many more options available than there were in their families growing up. This uptick of understanding increases access to their adult emotional response, including healthy anger, and they experience an increasing sense of agency, which in this context simply means seeing the situations through the eyes of an adult rather than through the eyes of a child. As we grow into and through adolescence, optimally, we learn to experience increasing agency. Agency is more than just a clinical tool in NARM. For adults, it is also a primary marker of an integrated sense of self. In what are traditionally called personality disorders, for example, we often see a profound or sometimes complete lack of a sense of agency. Individuals on the personality disorder spectrum often blame everyone else for their problems, often feeling victimized by other people, when in fact, they are often the victimizer. Anna Freud developed a complete taxonomy of defense mechanisms. This was a very useful and helpful advance in the field. Looking more closely at so-called defense mechanisms, we see that they are ultimately various forms of disconnection. In childhood, disconnection is the primary mechanism that children have available to them to deal with unmanageable life situations, chronically unmet needs, and the overwhelming emotions that relate to these situations. In the early context, running away from oneself, as well as other people, is the only protection that a child may have. Agency is an invitation for adult clients to look at how they have continued to run away from themselves and how they're actively maintaining disconnection based on what worked for them as children. Agency is seeing how we have internalized early environmental failure and carried it forward into adulthood. We had little or no agency as children to do anything about this, but as adults we can see, I shame myself for my vulnerability. I shame myself for my needs. I shame myself for certain emotions. Agency is owning these dynamics without blaming ourselves for them. Embodying this transforms our relationship to ourselves and others. It is the essential ground on which the resolution of shame can grow. Agency is a lifelong, ongoing process. Clinical application of agency. How do we support the development of agency around the issue of shame? Rewording is one way to introduce agency. I felt so ashamed when I made that mistake at work. We reflect what they say to us by saying, "So you shamed yourself when you made that mistake?" Then we watch for reactions on the part of the client to see if they are able to take that in and experience the agency that is being communicated. Another way of supporting agency in clients is to help them see how they are interpreting what they hear in ways that are consistent with what they already believe about themselves. For example, I said one thing, and you interpreted it in a way that was not at all what I was saying. It sounds to me like you thought that I was criticizing you, and that is not at all what I intended. This way they can begin to understand their part in turning the therapist's neutral or even compassionate observation into criticism, shame, or self-hatred. Agency is an important element in the resolution of chronic shame and guilt. We support clients by reflecting their increasing capacity to be kinder to and more accepting of themselves. We inquire with them into what has helped them develop this increasing self-acceptance and kindness in what we call deconstructing a positive experience, discussed in Pillar 2. In our experience, this process of reflecting increasing capacities is often missing in traditional psychotherapeutic practice. In NARM, we not only deconstruct triggers and the difficulties people are having, we also deconstruct the growth and what has helped develop this growth. Clients are so used to having their shortcomings pointed out that deconstructing their increasing capacities in itself is a way that we resource in NARM. It also supports an increasing sense of agency in their life. Deconstructing the positive shift also helps them own the life-supporting choices they have been making, that include not seeing themselves as a victim of others and not running away from their emotions, particularly their anger and fear. As they progress through the various steps, what was once felt as helplessness is now experienced as a certain kind of freedom. Feeling that they have a choice in how they react to certain triggers gives them an increasing sense of empowerment and agency. Benefits of increasing agency. Increasing agency helps us listen to our emotions, while holding the awareness that our reactions may be overdetermined, meaning that we may be coloring what someone else is saying based on past experiences. This then frees us to not be as reactive and gives us time to look at what our issue is and what the other person's might be. From this place, clients have more clarity and objectivity. Developing agency leads to increasing emotional freedom. We don't have to keep running from ourselves any longer. No more shaming ourselves, no more overworking, overeating, excessive drinking, or using other coping strategies that might be harming us. Instead, we realize that much of the charge in these unresolved emotions has to do with things that took place a long time ago. Our emotions and our reactivity no longer feel so threatening. With a strong sense of agency, a person who is feeling attacked will already begin a certain kind of inquiry. What's going on? Why am I reacting so strongly? Is it all them, or is it something going on in me? Agency supports this internal inquiry process that moves us out of a defensive stance into a more curious place. On a somatic level, agency moves toward decreasing tension in the body and toward an increasing sense of connection on all levels of experience. Agency supports the capacity to tolerate complexity, particularly on an emotional or relational level. A step toward agency can look like this. A client discovered, "My partner often says something to me that I take to be insulting. I immediately feel the need to strike back, but now I can notice that reaction and be curious about it." And then they ask themselves, "Am I clearly understanding what my partner was saying? Even if I am, what is this powerful reaction going on in me? What is this impulse to hurt the other person?" This kind of shift is obviously a good sign. The client is now integrating their developing experience of agency. They start to make use of it, and that has changed their life and their relationship to themselves and others. Over time, it will become clear to clients that shame is a process, not a noun. Using the earlier example, with further self-examination, the client can see their part of the hurt response to their partner's comment because part of them holds it to be true. With even more self-reflection, they're able to see that what was touched in them was part of a much bigger shame dynamic, as well as negative judgments about themselves that they have been carrying as long as they can remember. When they hear their partner's comment, the old pattern is to immediately start shaming themselves and projecting this self-shame onto their partner. In their current life, if someone is attacking or shaming them, they find that they can listen to it without automatically taking it in. And even if they see that there is truth in their partner's comment, they do not shame themselves about it. With this more organized sense of self, we can receive negative feedback, but we don't need to swallow it whole. If someone is unhappy with us, we can listen to them instead of getting defensive. It is a sign of maturity that we can mull it over and figure out which parts are relevant to us and what is likely to be the other's projection. If we are not shaming ourselves, we have more access to our vulnerability. We will be more able to acknowledge and own whatever we have done wrong and either repair it or learn from it. We are no longer narcissistically wounded, no longer filled with self-loathing and shame. Instead, we can look at the negative feedback with more compassion and less self-judgment. Summary of Pillar 3. Agency. Defining agency. In NARM, agency is the recognition that we take an active part in our internal experiences, rather than merely reacting to circumstances. The following sentence, attributed to several different people, is consistent with the view we are presenting here. We see the world not as it is, but as we are. Transforming self-shaming. Self-shaming, including negative self-talk, as well as the associated physical tension and collapse, is a learned survival mechanism from childhood. Increasing agency helps adult clients see their role in their current life, reducing the sense of victimhood and enabling increasing self-compassion. Clinical techniques to support agency. Therapists support agency by rewording clients' narratives, deconstructing triggering experiences step by step, and tracking and reflecting subtle shifts in their experiences. This process helps clients recognize that there is more choice in what to them has seemed or felt automatic. Benefits of increased agency. A stronger sense of agency leads to emotional freedom, enabling clients to respond to triggers with choice, tolerate complexity in relationships, and consider negative feedback without automatic self-judgment. Agency as an ongoing process. Developing agency is a continuous lifelong journey that empowers individuals to reclaim control over their lives, transforming early survival strategies into healthier, more self-affirming ways of relating to themselves and others. Pillar 4. Reflecting shifts toward more self-acceptance and embodiment. When NARM clinicians are paying close attention to their clients' physical reactions, they notice that every time clients have a meaningful insight or an authentic emotion arises, there is a corresponding shift toward connection in the body. The fourth pillar is about bringing that increasing connection to the client's awareness and giving them time to integrate. The following are two examples of how we introduce the body into the narrative. I notice that as you are understanding this dynamic more clearly, something seems to be shifting in your body. What are you aware of? When we are present to an authentic or primary emotion in the client, we may ask, what do you experience in your body as you are feeling what seems like a powerful emotion? In NARM, we tend to refrain from naming the emotion until the client has named it for themselves. We apply the understanding from the fourth pillar in NARM when we notice that a client is connecting more to themselves on any level during the therapeutic process. How do we, as therapists, recognize increasing connection? We might observe and reflect to the client a relaxation in the face, shoulders, or body, a straightening of the spine, an increasing calmness or presence, a settling in the organism, deeper breathing, the client's voice deepens, more emotional connection, more connection between the client and the therapist, more curiosity and less fear about their internal process, an increasing sense of aliveness that they might communicate in a variety of ways. This is what clients might express. I feel lighter now. Your office looks different now. After a shift, clients sometimes recognize a plant or a painting on the wall that has been there forever. Is this new? I've never seen that before. I feel more connected to you now. It feels safer to look at you now. My vision has changed, as if I can see more colors. I have landed more in my body. It feels like I have come home. Everything seems more three-dimensional now. This is what you as a therapist might notice in the countertransference. You take a deeper breath. You relax. You feel lighter, as if something has lifted. You experience a sense of expansion on an energetic level. You notice your heart more. You feel more alive. The space around the two of you becomes more peaceful and quieter. There's an absence of the experience of time. Some clients might encounter difficulties recognizing the shifts that they are experiencing, especially people who generally have difficulties connecting with their body or their emotions. It can help to share what we are observing with the client and guide their attention to it. A few examples of how we can language this clinically. I notice that as we are working on the self-shaming dynamic, you seem to relax. What are you aware of? As you are seeing these new possibilities, I notice you smiling, and I wonder, what are you feeling? As you were working through the self-blaming that we started talking about in the beginning of the session, I noticed something overall in you is starting to change. What are you aware of? The letting go of old shame-based strategies sometimes come with a relaxation that is deeper than what the client has experienced before. This shift can include a settling that is a reflection of more connection to their body. When they are no longer running on adrenaline, they may start to feel a deep sense of tiredness. When the client starts to experience this kind of tiredness, they start to experience different kinds of fear around it. How do I get up and face the world from here? Or, I can't imagine getting anything done feeling like this. We support them to understand that this tiredness might surface when they are relaxing because they are starting to feel how much energy it takes to maintain disconnection from themselves. This relaxation can also be coupled with letting their guard down, and they feel more vulnerable. We can support the client with an invitation. Let's see what happens if you don't fight against the exhaustion. Just hearing that we as therapists are communicating our confidence can support curiosity in the client. Many clients might stop fighting against the tiredness or the vulnerability that comes with letting their guard down. Instead, they feel the healthy aspect of connection. They start to feel more, both on an emotional and bodily level. Integration phase. When we notice shifts in the clients, we need to give them time to integrate. There is a strong tendency both in therapists and in clients to move on quickly to another theme. When we see that, a common clinical intervention is, let's not go on to something new just yet. I wonder if you can give yourself a little more time to notice what is happening for you emotionally and in your body. We also see that in this integration subphase, many distorted ideations and identifications start to shift. We always want to offer sufficient time to process these shifts and to anchor them in bodily experience. When appropriate, from this more organized place, we invite the client to return to the original problematic dynamic that we started exploring in the beginning of the session. After anchoring the shifts, they often react quite differently to the same memory, all the way to not even remembering what upset them in the first place. This allows for yet another shift, seeing and experiencing that they feel more confident in dealing with situations they had previously been fearful about. At various points in the therapeutic process, it is helpful to return to the client's intention for coming into therapy and ask where they are now in relationship to their original wish. Usually they express a certain kind of confidence in and access to their ability to have or to experience what it was that they were wishing for. How reconnection helps the client. Reflecting and anchoring shifts toward more connection help the client to learn that they have more agency in their experience of the world, presently feel more connected to themselves, feel a sense of safety and self-connection, reevaluate their perception of themselves emotionally and energetically, engage in less self-shaming and self-blaming behaviors, rely less on other people's opinions for their sense of self-worth, have an easier time facing situations that previously felt difficult, have more adult consciousness available to them now, helping them to feel more grown up. Progressively integrating reconnection makes old strategies less necessary. It supports separation and individuation, disidentification, and increasing adult consciousness. Summary of Pillar 4. Reflecting shifts. Observable shifts in connection. Therapists notice physical and emotional signs of increasing connection to self, relaxed posture, deeper breathing, calmer voice, which indicate that the client is connecting more with their internal experience. Guiding the client's awareness. By inviting clients to describe their internal shifts, such as feeling lighter or more present, therapists help them recognize and integrate these changes even when they feel vulnerable. Integration before moving on. Therapists emphasize the importance of slowing down to anchor these shifts, allowing clients to process and solidify the new experiences before addressing additional themes. Reconnecting to their original wish. Returning to the client's initial intentions helps reinforce how increased connection to self leads to greater personal freedom and agency, making it easier to face previously challenging situations. Long-term benefits. Progressive integration of these experiences of reconnection reduces reliance on old self-shaming and self-blaming strategies, fostering increased adult consciousness, individuation, and a healthier, more autonomous sense of self. A note on using the pillars. If NARM is new to you, you may have the impression that you should be following a chronological protocol, implementing pillars 1 to 4. But NARM is not protocol-based. In describing the 4 pillars, we are attempting to describe a multilinear process in a linear format. In the initial session, after getting to know the client and what they are dealing with in their lives, we always start to ask the question of what they want for themselves from working together. From here, we develop a contract, or understanding of the work we are going to do together. After that, we normally continue with Pillar 2, which is simply inquiry. But after that, it's a nonlinear process. For example, establishing a contract, Pillar 1, might already lead to a settling in the client. And in reflecting that, we might want to spend some time anchoring that experience, Pillar 4, while we reflect their agency, Pillar 3. In inquiring, Pillar 2, the client might become aware of their agency, Pillar 3, which allows for a much deeper contract, Pillar 1. And this new contract might express more agency, Pillar 3, which we would want to reflect, Pillar 4, and so on. Sometimes several sessions are necessary just to find a workable contract, Pillar 1, that feels right for both the client and the therapist. And it is important to remember that contracting is an ongoing process. Sometimes we contract every session. Other times the understanding between the client and the therapist is so clear that no new contract is necessary. Overall, contracting is an ongoing process that continues to change and needs to be clarified as more information becomes available. When we use terms like contract, inquiry, and agency, it is only for clinicians. We generally don't bring these terms up with a client. The NARM Emotional Completion Model. To understand the NARM intervention called emotional completion, we need to clarify why we hold emotions relevant to the clinical process. Other psychotherapeutic modalities prefer to focus on behavior, cognition, or in some cases on the body alone. Emotions are central to the human experience. We respond to music, movies, plays, and people, depending on how they affect us emotionally. Emotions carry meaning. We like some things and some experiences because they engender positive emotions in us. We avoid other experiences because they engender negative emotions in us. As much as we like to see ourselves as rational beings, which sometimes we are mostly emotional beings, communicating with each other on that level. Emotions are not just feelings. They affect our entire organism. Anger, for example, our bodies flood with adrenaline and cortisol. Our nervous system gets activated, which can clearly be felt. Autonomic nervous system arousal makes our heart rate go up in order to transport more oxygen to the muscles that we need to flee or fight. It raises our blood pressure. The immune system is impacted. Digestion shuts down when we are fighting or running for our life. Our visual field narrows. We focus primarily on the threat. Being in this highly aroused state, the world feels dangerous. Other people seem like enemies. And life turns into a struggle for survival. The human organism is not equipped to stay in this arousal state for long periods of time. When the organism has been in fight-flight mode for too long, it will shut down to protect all the systems of the body. In this shutdown state, people feel numb and disconnected, and the world is experienced as a dark and empty place. Life seems senseless, and clients feel lonely, helpless, and hopeless. Emotions come and go naturally. They rise to signal a need, and when what is needed is understood and addressed, the emotion recedes on its own. We hold that emotions are never dangerous. Sometimes the behaviors that people act out in response to emotions can be dangerous, and that is why it is important to distinguish emotions from behaviors. In general psychological theory, there is a whole palette of emotional responses. In NARM, clinically, we are particularly interested in exploring 2 emotional spectra, the protest, anger, rage continuum, and the sadness, grief continuum. Emotions can feel uncomfortable, particularly when they are not appropriately attended to. Despite the way many people think about emotions, they are not dangerous as they become integrated. What is most uncomfortable about emotions is when we try to numb them, avoid them, judge them, or fear them. Emotions can also feel negative, depending on how we relate to them. For example, we may meet the normal and healthy emotion of anger, and yet shame ourselves with, "I should not feel this," or "I'm bad for feeling this." When we confuse anger with angry behaviors, we want to hold them back for fear that we or others might get hurt. Part of the emotional growth in NARM is oriented around being present to and containing emotions, as well as understanding what they are trying to communicate. Anger is part of the protest, anger, rage continuum, simply a spectrum involving a difference of degree. All three emotions are communications to the environment. Protest is milder, anger is stronger and more intense, and rage is the strongest and most intense in this continuum. All these emotions are accompanied by increasing charge in the sympathetic branch of the autonomic nervous system. Even before they develop the capacity to speak, small children communicate to their caregivers through emotions. When they are in distress because something in the environment is not right or not feeling good, for example, when they are hungry, cold, ill, or otherwise uncomfortable, they signal that distress to their caregivers through fussing, crying, or becoming angry. When this protest is listened to and responded to appropriately, children will return emotionally to baseline. When the protest is ignored or not responded to adequately, their original protest will escalate into anger. This continuum is designed to get the caregiver's attention and support the child's survival. When anger is not appropriately responded to, it can turn into rage. Both intense anger and rage represent a threat to the developing child on several levels. There is a threat from the environment in that some parents respond to the child's anger with increasing anger themselves. The child's anger represents an internal threat, in that children are unable to hold both love and anger or rage at the same time. This powerful emotion threatens both love for the parents and the child's attachment relationship. From the child's perspective, it is safer to turn the anger and rage against the self, which is the beginning of shame, self-judgment, self-hatred, and later self-sabotage. Sadness and grief are also a continuum dependent on the intensity of the loss. Both are important human emotions that help us bear and integrate significant loss. We do not consider depression an emotion. Depression is the pushing down of emotions, discussed later in this chapter. Anxiety is usually a signal, an indication that an important emotion is surfacing, but the client is afraid of it and does not want to connect with it. We distinguish fear from anxiety, as discussed later in this chapter. Everyone has the natural capacity for autonomic and emotional regulation. This capacity, however, has been compromised in our adaptation to developmental trauma. The idea of regulating someone is therefore misleading. People's nervous systems regulate naturally when they work through the source of their dysregulation, which is always on an emotional level. This is what emotional completion is about. As emotional completion continues, the client becomes progressively less identified with their survival styles, as well as the symptoms and strategies that were inherent in these survival styles. Shame-based identifications dissolve, and chronic shame and guilt diminish. Clients become much kinder toward and more accepting of themselves, and their symptoms significantly reduce. It is not uncommon for us to see not only emotional symptoms, but also many physical symptoms resolve as well. Emotions from a child's perspective. Newborns and toddlers do not and cannot understand what they feel yet. They can only distinguish pleasure from pain, something comfortable from something uncomfortable, or something good from something bad. They need the connection to an adult who has already integrated emotions. Integration in this context means that they have learned to stay connected to their own and others' emotions, being able to attune to them and understand what it is that they are communicating. In other words, the person needs to possess the neural connections in the brain from lower, the brainstem, to midbrain, the limbic system, all the way to higher functioning areas, the cortex. This adult can be present to and contain diverse emotions without panicking, becoming overwhelmed, or running away from them. An adult equipped with these capacities can support a child to learn how to contain their feelings and help them connect the emotion with a sense of what the child is feeling and why they are feeling it. In co-regulating, the entire process will start to make increasing sense to the child. All of this serves to help children integrate their emotions, which will later support the grown-up to contain them, understand them, and act on them. When this is missing in children, later on adults often feel a sense of helplessness or overwhelm in the face of their own or other people's emotions. Healthy integration means noticing an emotion, recognizing what it is, and being able to name it, being with it and containing it, understanding its communication from the top down, acting on it in an appropriate manner, and knowing that over time, emotions come and go. Chronic shame can interrupt and halt this process at any given step, and we see it in therapeutic practice every day. People do not notice their emotions, or if they do, they cannot identify what they feel. They may be frightened to feel them, or they blame themselves for feeling them, instead of tolerating them. When people feel shame about an emotion, they will try to ignore it or push it away, and they do not understand what the emotion is about. Ultimately, they won't be able to attend to their basic needs. But why would people learn to shame themselves for their feelings? As explained earlier, getting angry at their caregiver is frightening for a child. They fear losing the love from someone they depend on. It also happens that caregivers are incapable of meeting the anger of a child appropriately. They can implicitly or explicitly communicate abandonment when the child throws a tantrum. They disconnect from the child, punish them for expressing anger, or blame the child for the anger. Other children might have witnessed a parent regularly acting out their anger, which is frightening to a child. In a child's mind, the parent becomes a negative role model, and they say to themselves, "Angry people are bad. If I am angry, I will be like them, and since I don't want to be like them, I will never get angry." Many children grow up in environments with implicit or explicit messages that some emotions, or even all emotions, are bad or weak and are ultimately not permitted. "You are such a scaredy cat. Don't make such a fuss over your dead hamster, it was only a pet. If you could see how ugly you are when you get angry." We tend to run away from emotions by shaming ourselves for them. "I should not be feeling this." Some of the shaming children receive comes from cultural messaging. Anger is not feminine. There's also explicit shaming in what some spiritual and religious traditions hold, that feeling an emotion is the same as acting it out. It is a sin to be angry at your parents. We consider this belief damaging, as it turns people against themselves, confusing thoughts that we have no control over with behaviors that we can control. But children do not only learn to self-shame for their feelings when they are blamed. The lack of emotionality in their family of origin also teaches them something about how one handles emotions. Examples are when a family member dies, and no one in the family sheds a tear. When parents never show affection, never holding hands or kissing in front of their children. Or when a parent is constantly worried that something terrible will happen. There are dozens of similar scenarios, but in short, children look to the adults to learn how to be with their emotions. Not learning that emotions are normal and important, as well as having nobody to teach you what these emotions mean and how to act on them in a healthy way, often renders children and later adults overwhelmed, helpless, and self-shaming when they start to feel emotions. Clinical relevance of emotions. When the communication of emotions is not understood, when they are not recognized, and when they stay unresolved, self-shaming tends to become the default response. "I am wrong or bad for feeling this" is pretty much the essential message a person will take away. Over time, this adaptation will distort who the person believes themselves to be. When we focus on unresolved emotions in the therapeutic process, we are able to have more access to the shame-based limiting identifications that are often driving feelings, thoughts, and behaviors that people are struggling with. Once unresolved emotions are recognized, felt, and understood, new options often arise on their own. What gets in the way of the normal process of emotional completion? It is helpful for clinicians to remember that so many of the symptoms that their clients struggle with, both emotional, psychological, and sometimes even physiological, relate to the fact that certain emotions have not been fully integrated, or as we might say, completed. For a child, feeling emotions is dangerous when they know they are not welcomed or that they might get punished or even abandoned. They fear losing the attachment and love they desperately need, which naturally for a child means annihilation. Containing strong emotions is no option for a child either, because their organism is not yet built for that without the support of an attuned adult. The child needs to find a way to deal with this internal conflict. They will split, feeling shame for the unwelcomed parts of themselves and the related emotions they are experiencing. They distort their own identity, no longer knowing who they are and what they feel. They will believe they are defective and develop multiple strategies to hide their flaws. They will try to figure out how to be in order to receive the love and connection they need. When and how to use emotional completion. In the emotional completion process, we offer clients time and space to reacquaint themselves with their authentic inner world, including significant split-off aspects of the self. As a result, clients no longer need to run away from their emotions. Instead, they can explore what the emotions are about, integrate the energies and impulses contained in the split-off emotions, and free themselves from the associated shame. Completing unresolved emotions in the frame of a therapeutic process helps the client to disidentify from negative identifications and the related negative self-talk, self-defeating behaviors, and the dampening of aliveness. The unresolved emotions keep old object relations alive. What that means is that the adult continues to see the world through the lens of their survival styles and survival mechanisms. Another way of saying this is that they see the world through the eyes of a child, and themselves through the real or perceived gaze of the parents. We can't emphasize enough how significant that is, because it constitutes the driver of the identity distortions and relational difficulties people experience as adults. In resolving the unresolved emotions, clients view the world in an increasingly objective way. They see themselves and others more as they are, rather than through the lens of old projections and introjects. Emotional completion leads to what object relations theorists call object constancy. This means that people can see themselves and others as whole, complex individuals that are lovable and at the same time make mistakes, are sometimes hurtful, and are sometimes lost in their own projections. Emotional completion, then, leads to feeling much less vulnerable to other people's judgments and less judgmental of ourselves. Ultimately, we are then much less dependent on other people for our sense of self or self-worth. There are three basic interrelated elements involved in emotional completion. First, in a gradual process, we help our clients become aware of the emotions that they have disconnected from. The second element is understanding what the emotion is attempting to communicate to the world and to themselves. The third element involves learning to contain the emotion and the powerful energies that are related to the emotion on a bodily level. Can they be with it, feel it, and stay with it, or does the emotion feel too much for them? Are they still carrying the belief that they need to run away from it? The clinical application is nuanced. A client might enter this process at any of these three elements. For example, sometimes clients notice tears first, and only when we inquire about the tears do they become aware of the sadness and the grief they are carrying, sometimes not even knowing what they are grieving about. Other times, a client might be able to acknowledge their anger cognitively and even recognize the injustice that they experienced before they are able to connect to the feelings of anger itself. Sometimes the therapist points out to them something that is going on in their body, like clenching their jaw or tears running down their face, before they are able to recognize that they are feeling an emotion. We focus on what is actually observable and are careful not to interpret. We can see tears, but sadness would be an interpretation. There are obstacles with each of the elements. 1. Acknowledging emotions can be difficult because the person shames and guilt themselves for having them. If I feel angry at my mother for treating me that way, I am ungrateful because I know she did her best. 2. Being, allowing, and staying with the emotion on a physical level is often difficult when there is a lack of capacity to contain the strong energies and sensations involved. What I am starting to feel is way too much for me. 3. Understanding can be difficult because many people believe that feeling the emotion is the same as doing something with the emotion on a behavioral level. If I feel my anger, I would have to get angry at my parents, which leaves me completely alone. I'm afraid that if I feel my anger, I would hurt myself or someone else. This is acting in or acting out. Emotional completion has to do with working with the obstacles that get in the way of what the client wants for themselves. Exploring the splitting off of basic needs. Splitting off basic needs and the emotions related to those basic needs is a core element of the NARM work. Emotional completion is needed with many symptoms a client is struggling with, such as chronic anxiety or depression. As emotional beings, the need for emotional completion is an essential part of the therapeutic process. The need for emotional completion becomes particularly obvious when clients talk about experiences without any effect or an affect that doesn't seem to match the experience. They are disconnecting or dissociating. They start shaming themselves, which indicates the client is directing anger against themselves. The role of the therapist. Let's start with what a therapist's role is not. It is not your job to get the client to feel the emotion. You may recognize an emotion in your client before they do. You can help them begin to recognize it, but it is up to the client to connect to the emotion on their own. Emotional completion is supported by the therapist creating a safe environment. Over time, the client learns that all aspects of themselves, including their challenging emotions, are welcomed, which makes it easier for clients to connect to what they feel. The therapist facilitates emotional completion more by exploring with the client what stands in the way of their awareness and experience of emotions. These fears include the loss of a love or attachment relationship, which includes a certain kind of loyalty to the parents. Additionally, fear may be about their own destructive and murderous impulses. The emotion may challenge the image of themselves, particularly when they have tried their entire lives to be the opposite of their abusive parent. As Charles Darwin, the developer of the theory of evolution, stated, "Much love, much trial, but what an utter desert is life without love." One of the roles of the therapist is assisting clients in distinguishing primary and secondary emotions. In traditional psychological understanding, there are many more emotions than what we tend to focus on clinically in NARM. In our clinical process, we make space for any emotion a client experiences, but as mentioned earlier, we especially address the protest, anger, rage continuum, as well as the sadness, grief continuum. Many therapists believe that feeling emotions in itself is useful. But all emotions are not created equal. In NARM, we make an important distinction between what we call primary and secondary emotions. Primary emotions help people to connect more to themselves, while secondary emotions are seen more as strategies to disconnect from themselves. Primary emotions take clients into new emotional territory. Secondary emotions are easier to access and keep the client stuck in their well-worn groove. What a primary emotion is for one person could be a secondary emotion for someone else. For example, some individuals are ashamed of feeling anger. This emotion has been frightening to them, and they have therefore avoided it. For them, at least for the moment, in NARM we would consider anger a primary emotion. For others, anger comes easily and is always available to them. This is a certain indication that anger is probably a secondary emotion protecting against shame, hurt, sadness, grief, or any other vulnerable emotion. Secondary emotions do not lead to emotional completion. They are default emotions that a person returns to repeatedly because they feel safe. For example, some people tear up and feel sad no matter what they are actually feeling. Tearing up feels safe, or at least familiar to them. Secondary emotions lead clients away from resolution, and if primary emotions are not acknowledged and understood, the secondary emotions keep them stuck going over the same emotional terrain forever. Primary emotions represent authentic reactions. Once they are experienced and understood, there is resolution, allowing these feelings to move from the foreground to be replaced by an increasing state of emotional regulation. Being present to primary emotions and the completion of them also support healthy separation and individuation. Here we are not just talking about separation from the psychological parents, but also from the distorted identifications and internally held object relations that we developed as children. Seen in this way, emotional completion supports disidentification. Ultimately, emotional completion leads to separation from the distorted lenses of the past, helping individuals to start living more in the present moment, seeing themselves and the world increasingly more objectively. As the client comes to better understand the emotional completion process, they also become less afraid of their emotional world. They learn to develop curiosity toward themselves and gain confidence in their ability to resolve emotions. They can reconnect to emotions that they have disowned, connect more fully to their inner worlds, and feel more whole as a result. In other words, they gain an increased capacity for emotional regulation. With greater regulation, clients spend less energy traversing stuck emotional terrain. They have more energy to take better care of their basic human needs and to live their lives more fully, giving them access to creativity, pleasure, joy, and other pleasant expansive emotions. This, in turn, aids in the resolution of chronic shame. Every time we as clinicians encounter an emotional response on the part of the client, we need to get a sense of and inquire about whether this emotion for this client at this moment is a primary or a secondary emotion. How do we know if an emotion is primary or if it is secondary? Here's some pointers. Connection. Does this emotion lead the client to more connection with themselves or to less? Does acknowledging the emotion lead the client to more connection with the self, particularly the bodily self? Do you feel like there is more connection available between you and them? Does the client settle when they feel the emotion, or do they seem to disconnect even more? When the client settles, it is observable. Their shoulders tend to drop, breathing tends to deepen and become more regular. They unclench the jaw, muscles in the face relax, and their coloring might even shift. The client may also report bodily shifts that are not so easily observable, particularly if the therapist doesn't have a lot of experience tracking clients on a bodily level. The client may say, "I feel more here. I'm feeling less tension all over," or "my hands are warming up." Familiarity. To distinguish primary from secondary emotions in any given client, we ask ourselves, and sometimes we even ask them, is the emotion something that you experience regularly in your life, or is it new or relatively unfamiliar to you? If a client tells us that they often react with a particular emotion that they feel, it is probably not a primary emotion. For example, if a client often presents with anger, that indicates that anger is probably not the primary emotion. We might say to the client, "If someone said this to your child, what do you imagine your child would feel?" If the client's secondary emotion is anger, seeing the situation through their child's eyes might help them to see that they themselves are actually hurt. At that point, we could explore with the client the long-standing pattern of getting angry when they are feeling hurt or vulnerable. Authenticity. As therapists, we can often feel the authenticity or lack of authenticity of the emotion in resonance with a client. Most therapists have had the experience of sitting with a client who is sobbing deeply, while the therapist is not feeling touched. Sometimes therapists blame themselves for having this reaction, but the reality is that sometimes the therapist is not feeling touched because it is a secondary emotion in the client. Most therapists have also had the experience being present with someone who is authentically feeling sadness or grief and feel touched, even experiencing tears in their own eyes. Congruence. Does the emotion that the client is reporting seem congruent with the situation the client is talking about? Let's say a client reports that they are repeatedly being mistreated by someone, and they react with sadness to this. As therapists, we ask ourselves whether this is really sadness or just a kind of collapse, knowing that the more appropriate response might be protest or anger. Resolution. It is also important to distinguish the emotion of anger from being judgmental or blaming. The blaming process is more mental than emotional. It does not lead toward resolution, and it can actually reinforce old childhood consciousness identifications and object relations. Rather than moving toward completion, it keeps a person stuck. That being said, clients may need to go through a period of blaming their parents as they start to integrate their anger toward them. This is normal and only becomes problematic if they stay stuck there. The intervention we sometimes call externalization goes like this. For a child, it is too overwhelming to feel the pain of being chronically mistreated, neglected, or abused. Part of the way a child manages this painful experience is to disconnect from their heart, their emotions, and other people. That is why children shame and blame themselves rather than feel the anger toward their parents. We've discussed the splitting dynamic and how the need to protect the image of the parent often makes it feel dangerous to have compassion for their own suffering. This inability to feel compassion for themselves gets in the way of emotional completion. Without self-compassion, clients are unable to recognize that they were not seen, that they were neglected, mistreated, or abused. To help them get a sense of their own experience, we use externalization. Invite your client to imagine a child that they know or care about experiencing the kind of treatment that they described in their own family, which until now they excused or dismissed by saying, "My parents did the best they could." Let's say your client told you that he got hit as a child by his mother for bringing home B's and C's instead of A's, and he tells you that very matter-of-factly. First, you might ask, "And what are you experiencing while you are telling me this?" If he responds, like many people will, "Nothing. I'm not really feeling anything. Other children had it much worse than I did." A NARM therapist may use externalization. Let's say you pick up your child from school and you witness another parent yelling at their child for bringing home B's and C's. What do you imagine yourself feeling? Depending on their level of organization, clients will often get in touch with compassion or even anger when it is about another child, while not being able to access this emotion for themselves. We then guide them to the question of why they feel compassion for that child, but not for themselves. With further exploration, the client will often get in touch with emotions that were formerly unavailable to them. When they tap into primary emotions that are new to them, we give them time to experience that shift. From this place of increased emotional awareness, we invite them to look at how they judged or shamed themselves earlier in the session. It is rarely a good idea to use the client's own children as an example, because clients sometimes start shaming themselves for what they have done to their own children, which would complicate the matter. It is generally more useful to pick a child that they feel close to but do not have direct responsibility for, such as a niece, a nephew, or the child of a friend, among other possibilities. People have an easier time feeling anger when they see it happening to someone else, because in externalizing the current emotional misattunement toward themselves, we take the fear of attachment loss out of the picture. The fear of attachment loss trumps the true emotion, so the client shuts down. The role of the body in the emotional completion process is also important to understand. There are powerful energies held in the emotions of anger, grief, and fear. This energetic charge is experienced on a physical level. We tend to feel these energies more strongly when we contract against them. They tend to be held particularly in the gut, the throat, the jaw, and overall as chronic tension. The stronger the emotion, the more intense the charge. As NARM therapists, we know that as energetic charge builds in a client, they may struggle to stay present to it. It is important to understand that the body needs time to develop increasing physiological capacity to be able to stay present and integrate these powerful energies. We help clients by first bringing the emotions into their awareness, communicating confidence in the client's ability that today, in contrast to when they were children, they can stay present to these energies and give them time. Our job is to create a space that includes both compassion and understanding to make it safe for the client to feel their emotions. Since some clients have learned in other therapies that they must feel it all at once, we might need to slow them down. We can make it safer by offering choices. Let me know if the emotion gets too strong. At that point, we can explore what they experience as overwhelming or what their fears of the emotion are about. As discussed earlier, it is important to note that intense feelings are also challenging on a bodily level. Fear of emotions. For clients, there might be another hurdle to connecting to primary emotions. They may hold catastrophic fears about the emotions themselves. For example, when clients experience intense sadness, they often become afraid that if they allow it, they will never stop crying. When clients start to experience intense anger and even rage, they often become afraid that they might hurt themselves or someone else. In these cases, we explain to them the difference between feeling an emotion and acting out that emotion, which is a behavior, not a feeling. Often when clients understand the difference, they feel safer accessing their emotions. Other clients might fear that if they acknowledge their anger, this equals blaming their parents. But my parents had a difficult life themselves. I'm sure they did the best they could, clients might say, as a way of disconnecting from their anger. Their fear of connecting to their anger is an expression of a child's view of the situation. A small child cannot feel love for a parent while simultaneously being angry at them. Understanding the communication. The third element of emotional completion involves understanding what the emotion is trying to communicate. All human emotions are communications to the self and to others. Depending on the emotion, there are different ways to get to the implicit communication. A simple and very general question can be, are there words that go with the emotion? Generally, unresolved and unintegrated emotions have to do with clients having experienced misattunement to basic needs, including shaming, neglect, and various kinds of abuse. The kind of responses that tend to spontaneously emerge are something like, "You have no right to treat me this way. This is not okay. I don't deserve to be neglected." These are outward-directed communications. Yet emotions are also communications toward the person feeling them. They might be communicating, "I deserve better than this. I have a right to my needs. I have a right to my feelings." As we explained earlier, children don't usually have other options than to turn anger against themselves in the form of self-shaming, self-blaming, and self-hating. This message to the self, therefore, is an antidote to how the client related to themselves until now. Whenever protest, anger, and rage are surfacing, they are initially directed toward the caregiver. But at some point, we invite them to reflect on what the message to themselves is. I have a right to my sexuality. It's okay for me to love. It's okay for me to say no to people even if it disappoints them. It's okay for me to depend on people. It's okay for me to communicate my needs. I have a right to take up space in this world. The basic self-affirming message that naturally rises is, I deserve better than this. Completing anger. When we work with chronic shame and guilt, anger is probably the most important primary emotion that the client has shut down. When clients are unaware of their anger, having split it off, their pattern then has been to turn it against themselves. When a client begins to be aware of their own anger, the related fear and reluctance to feel the anger will also surface. In NARM, we never push clients into an emotion. Instead, we explore their fears around the emotion. There are several reasons why people might be afraid of experiencing their own anger. As children, many adults experienced that caregivers withdrew from them or even punished them for being angry. Feeling anger is then associated with fear of punishment or loss of love. Anger might have been forbidden in the home. A client might be afraid to express their anger because they are invested in not becoming like the angry parents they grew up with. It is important for therapists to remember that when clients have spent their entire life running away from anger, they can become quite frightened at first as they start to acknowledge it. For some early traumatized clients, anger is experienced as an existential threat. Anger often brings up murderous impulses and destructive fantasies. As long as we are confident in the client's impulse control, we support them to acknowledge both the impulses and the fantasies, always holding the clarity that anger is to be felt, contained, and not acted out. One way that we get a sense of the client's impulse control is to ask them if they ever physically hurt themselves or another person out of anger, particularly in recent periods of their life. If they say that they have, that indicates to us that we need to move more slowly. The emotional integration process often starts with noticing that the client is beginning to connect to the anger while at the same time shutting it down. We don't interpret, but we do reflect observable cues that are communicating the client's attempt to shut it down. For example, I noticed that you were clenching your teeth. Turning the client's attention to that allows them to begin to explore the broad dynamic that there is an important emotion there and that they are also afraid of it. As we explore with the client what they are running away from, they might notice the anger and their fear of the anger. We then proceed to explore that fear. What is the scariest thing for you about your anger? We then explore the details of the catastrophizing. Depending on the details they come up with, we begin to deconstruct the fear and help them to see that most of their anxiety is child consciousness-based and related to one or more of the fears described earlier. That gives the client increasing freedom to feel what they are feeling and increasing freedom from the shame-based identifications that they took on in order to manage their emotions as part of their adaptation to environmental failure. Many people have come to see that they have been running away from their basic human needs. Their protest and anger is simply an appropriate response to the failure of the environment they experienced as children. The fear has simply been a child part wearing a frightening Halloween mask. Over time, clients begin to understand that it felt safer to blame themselves than to be angry at their parents. This can lead to identifying the anger and noticing what the anger is trying to communicate. When that happens, the whole dynamic of self-shaming, self-rejecting, and self-hating starts to drop away. When the client reconnects to their anger, contains it, and understands the message, an alchemical process happens. The embodying and expressing of anger changes the relationship to self. The protest was the original message to the environment. For the adult client dealing with chronic shame and other symptoms from developmental trauma, it's an affirmation of self. And that shifts the childhood dynamic from everything is my fault to I deserve better, which is a huge shift in identity. That sense of appropriate and healthy protest is part of a more organized self. Freeing anger that has been held back, split off, or frozen helps the client to reestablish energetic boundaries, supports the separation and individuation process, and is experienced as increasing strength. This strength manifests increasing capacity to connect to basic human needs, like saying no appropriately, being vulnerable, and feeling a full range of emotions. The strength and these capacities function to counter the chronic shame and shame-based identifications that they have been carrying. Along with the increasing emotional regulation that clients experience in this process comes increasing physiological regulation. This entire process moves the client toward increasing embodied adult consciousness. Completing grief. Grief is a primary emotion and a process that helps human beings deal with irretrievable loss. Grieving is often confused with frozen depression. Depression does not lead to any kind of emotional completion. As painful as grief is, it is a very alive process. Grief opens our heart, helping us get in touch with compassion for ourselves and others. When we go through the grieving process, we face our loss, and in the process, often end up feeling more connected to our heart, to ourselves, and to other people. Many people also use this to accept mortality and the sweetness that life offers. Emotional completion of the grieving process frees us to move on with our lives. The grieving process takes time, and it is different for each individual. It is generally experienced episodically, which means that there may have been significant emotional completion, but important anniversaries, major holidays like Christmas, birthdays, or wedding anniversaries, can set off another usually short-lived round of grieving. Most cultures have developed certain customs or rituals as part of the grieving process. Sometimes these customs or rituals can be quite helpful in the process. But since each person grieves differently, a ritual in itself will never fully replace the emotional completion process of grieving. Part of the grieving process needs connection to other people who acknowledge and support the bereaved in their grief. What makes grieving difficult? There are different reasons why people get stuck in the process of grieving, and they generally have to do with unresolved shame and guilt. Some children might grow up in homes where grieving is avoided, and sometimes even forbidden. After death, they might hear, "Mommy's in a better place now," rather than being given space to process their emotions. Or when children have been talked out of their grief, "It was only a pet, I'll buy you a new one." Or sometimes when the father dies prematurely, the son is enlisted to fill the shoes of the father. "You have to be strong for your mother now." When we are faced with the loss of a loved one, significant unresolved emotional elements make the grieving process even more complex. We might have unresolved anger toward the person we lost, or when we feel that we didn't express our love, people shame themselves for having left things unresolved. Or we might feel anger about the death or loss. Even though it isn't logical to feel angry about someone who died a natural death, it is normal to be angry at a person who left us. Often people feel too ashamed to consciously acknowledge their anger, but when the anger is not acknowledged, the grieving process derails. Often in the face of permanent loss, humans feel helpless. It is not uncommon for many to guilt themselves. "I didn't do enough. I should have done," which gives us the illusion of a sense of control. This is a typical and common, but not very helpful reaction to the loss of someone who is important to us. Often people find it particularly difficult to grieve the loss of someone who took their own life. Suicide always evokes guilt and anger, as well as grief. It is much more complex to deal with and beyond the scope of this book. Loss of a parent has a profound effect on a child. Divorce is one such type of loss. When parents divorce, they are usually so preoccupied with their own struggles that they may overlook the effect the split has on their children. A child loves and needs both parents. The loss of an intact family, a change in environment, new friends, and a new school are profound losses for a child. When there is little or no capacity for adult support of the child's emotions, children are left alone with them. It is even worse when parents, in their helplessness to deal with the emotional implications of their separation, blame each other and involve the child in the battle. "The bastard betrayed us and now you are crying over him?" They might even start blaming the child. "If you weren't so difficult." Sometimes parents did their best, and it is still important for the therapist to be mindful of the fact that children tend to blame themselves regardless of the external realities. "It is my fault that they can't be together anymore." In the case of one parent or a sibling dying prematurely, children often don't get the emotional support for the grief that they need. The grief gets buried. Because their needs are not met, these children often feel shame and guilt around their need for support. This profound shame and guilt comes out later in their lives in a variety of symptoms, both physical and emotional. It is common in the early phases of NARM psychotherapy that the protest anger response is acknowledged and integrated. Working with this dynamic alone has a huge impact on the self-shaming, self-hating, self-rejecting dynamics that clients come in with. It is important to remember, however, that being angry at their parents is never the child's first wish. The anger should not be bypassed, but once worked through, the final step for many people is grieving the loss of love, family, a parent, or even their childhood. Strategies to avoid grief. Clients sometimes prevent themselves from grieving with comments like, "It's not that difficult," or "We don't need to talk about this, I've resolved it," or "Many people have had it much worse." When these kinds of comments don't feel emotionally congruent to us as therapists, we might want to question them. "What you're talking about seems like a big loss. I wonder what emotion you are experiencing as we talk about this." When a client is acknowledging grief, but is reluctant to feel much of it, we ask them, "Is there something frightening about grieving this topic?" We might get responses like, "I better not start to grieve because it will never end. I'm afraid that if I let myself grieve, I'll end up a puddle on the floor. What's the sense in grieving? They won't come back." In the therapeutic process, these beliefs needs to be deconstructed and looked at through the lens of adult consciousness. The real obstacles will become clear over time, showing vulnerability, accepting the loss, the fear of not being able to survive without whoever was lost, and the fear of opening their heart to love. Working through grief. When clients show up in our practice and tell us that they are sad, we need to distinguish: are we dealing with grief? Or is the client talking about depression, collapse, or resignation? Does this emotion contribute to working through it or to disidentification, beyond the adaptations made to earlier trauma? Or are we dealing with depression, often mistaken for grief? Depression is not an emotion. It is the depression of emotions and therefore not subject to emotional completion. The best support for someone truly grieving is to just be there with them with an open heart. There is an intuitive understanding of the grieving process in each person, a wisdom that can allow for the grief to happen and help the client to be with whatever arises. The less we do, the better. Fear and anxiety. People often confuse fear with anxiety. In NARM, we see fear as the emotion we experience in the face of concrete and actual threat. For example, when we are about to be attacked by a wild animal or a human being. Fear is a function that mobilizes behavioral responses. It is designed in the face of threat to mobilize the fight-flight response. Anxiety is sometimes diffuse and generalized. It is part of some people's everyday experience. Sometimes it is unclear to the client what their anxiety is about. "I don't know, but I'm afraid that something terrible is going to happen." Other times they have a very specific idea or topic that they feel anxious about that often turns out to be a red herring, or what we in NARM call the designated issue. "I'm afraid if I say no, no one will like me anymore." Anxiety is often based on futuristic memory. For some people, it comes up around specific themes. Generalized anxiety is ultimately driving most phobias: fear of heights, fear of spiders, fear of public speaking. In line with psychoanalytic theory, we see anxiety more as a signal of a shutdown emotion, but not an actual emotion itself. Anything that moves a client beyond the comfort zone of the adaptive survival styles that you have taken on triggers anxiety. For example, being angry at someone and fearing that expressing this anger would cause a rupture in the connection to this person. Self-shaming, which is anger directed against the self, can cause anxiety. The distorted shame-based identifications that we carry also create anxiety. Feeling emotions that you believe you shouldn't feel creates anxiety. Wanting to set boundaries, being seen, raising your voice, and many more things can come with a sense of anxiety. When clients describe anxiety of various kinds, we deconstruct the anxiety to bring to adult consciousness the emotion or need that was shut down, which had previously been held in child consciousness. When exploring anxiety with your client, you first want to know in which situations it shows up, and also find situations in which the client feels free of anxiety. Anxiety is a symptom that points to something unresolved. Exploring the shutdown needs and emotions automatically begins to evoke adult consciousness and can already start the disidentification process. As with other NARM processes, we focus on a concrete situation in which the client feels anxious rather than exploring the general theme of anxiety. We deconstruct that situation, slowing the process to enable the client to feel the unresolved emotions they hadn't previously been aware of. Client: "I feel afraid when I want to say no to my spouse. But when I don't say no, I feel like I am taken advantage of, and I don't like that either." Note to the listener: sometimes the client will use the words fear or afraid. What they really mean is anxiety. Therapist. Let's look at the fear of saying no. If you can, bring up a recent situation where you wanted to say no, but you were afraid. Together, let's slowly explore the details of that fear. Taking a specific example and exploring it in the here and now is much more useful than exploring the broad theme. If we are looking at this theme in general rather than a specific incident, it would be more abstract and more cognitive. To support the client in experiencing the dynamic in the here and now, we could ask the client to bring up an image of the person involved and pay attention to what they experience in the moment as they bring up that image. We then track and reflect the reactions we observe and inquire about which emotions are present. When a fearful situation is remembered, in NARM, we see that no longer as fear, but as anxiety. Depending on what the fearful situation was, we work with what is incomplete from the past. It is never useful to take clients into deeply re-experiencing their fear. That promotes regression and can reinforce child consciousness. We hold the balance of supporting clients not to run away from their fears, but at the same time, not getting lost in the fear when it surfaces. We often ask clients who are either highly anxious or chronically depressed, "What is your relationship to anger?" The intention is not to get them into anger, but to take the first step in helping them become aware of the anger that has been split off. This question about anger is often surprising to the client, and the reaction tends to be, "Anger? What anger?" When we use the emotional completion process effectively, clients begin to feel more. That includes having increasing access to emotions such as pleasure, joy, and aliveness that were unavailable to them in their shut-down state. These kinds of expansive emotions often come with increasing vulnerability, which in the beginning may feel frightening and difficult to tolerate. Supporting the increased capacity to tolerate positive effects is an important step in the emotional completion process. Summary. Emotional completion. Since anxiety is not an emotion, it cannot be completed, but it can be explored, and the primary emotions and needs that this leads to can be worked with. Only authentic emotions can be completed. 3 elements of emotion need to be addressed for it to find its completion. Acknowledging and owning the emotion, usually anger or grief. Developing an increased capacity for affect tolerance and embodiment. Understanding what the emotion is trying to communicate. For all this, it is important to work with the experience in the here and now. Completion leads to freeing the energy that has been bound up in both the emotion itself, as well as in keeping the emotion out of consciousness. Emotional completion allows for disidentification from old object relations and the related distortions of identity. Chronic shame and guilt are no longer necessary. How to work with shame. We want to understand that shame, self-shaming, is not just a symptom, it is a strategy. In shaming themselves, the child can continue to see the caregiver as good, loving, and kind. By protecting the image of the caregiver as loving, the child can keep up the hope for love in the world. Since caregivers are the child's entire world, this makes sense. Without this coping mechanism, the child would feel that they're growing up in a world without love, which for them would be unbearable to the point of creating an existential threat. The paradox is that children in some ways give up their lives, their authentic selves, their needs, and their boundaries, in order to save their lives. When the child sees it as their fault that they are not getting their basic needs met, they start to shame themselves about their needs. They try to figure out how to change. For that, they need to reject those parts of themselves that have either been neglected, attacked, or both, and strive to become someone who does not need anything. It speaks to why you cannot simply convince someone they are a good person when they believe their life depends on seeing themselves as bad. When you come across a client shaming and guilting themselves during a session, these dynamics are going on in the background. Your client is internalized and thoroughly believes that they are wrong in some way, and being wrong is cause for not receiving the love they so desperately need. Remembering the function of chronic shame and guilt will help you understand that these dynamics are actually the gatekeepers to the client reconnecting with their basic needs, rights, and capacities. To receive love and attention, to feel connected to themselves, their body, their emotions, and their needs, to feel they have a right to show up authentically, including setting boundaries, to feel they deserve to be met with an open heart, and to feel there is no reason why they should not be developing their sexuality to the fullest. In other words, getting to these dynamics is good news. It signals that you have arrived at the client's core dilemma. Keeping this in mind will inform your questions that help the client challenge their limiting ideas about themselves. To begin, it is important to be able to recognize all the hidden ways people shame and guilt themselves. Identifying shame. Usually, clients don't come into therapy by identifying self-hatred or self-rejection as their problem. They come with themes like anxiety or depression or difficulties in their relationships. Very early on, we begin to hear the vicious self-talk, communicating hate and rejection toward themselves. The client is often so used to doing this that they don't even realize how harsh they sound. Often, they have no idea that their self-shaming is the cause of many of their symptoms and problems. They don't recognize that they are experiencing shame in its various forms. This kind of shaming and blaming is what they grew up with, internalized, and have done to themselves their entire lives. A partial list of how self-shaming might show up during a session. Attacking themselves, self-criticizing, feeling disgust about themselves, self-hating, self-judging, self-rejection, self-deprecation. Some ways that self-shaming might not be so obvious: anxiety, caretaking, controlling, depression, self-depressing, exaggerated responsibility, fear of making mistakes, feeling bad about themselves, foreclosing parts of self, invalidating their emotions, needs, and boundaries, limiting aliveness, limiting self-expression, living by harsh rules, negative self-talk, pleasing, rejecting emotional needs, ruminating, self-destruction or addictions, self-hurting, self-pressuring, self-sabotaging, sexual problems, withdrawing. To reiterate the central point, making themselves wrong and using any of these dynamics is the child's strategy in the hope of receiving love. It was not only the best choice, but the only choice they had as a child. It helps us as clinicians to see why symptom eradication without understanding the context is misguided. Pride-based counter-identifications. Pride is often used as a counter-strategy to avoid feeling shame. It is a human way of turning suffering into a virtue. This pride-based counter-identification feels better than shame, but it creates even more disconnection from the self. Because it is not obviously painful, it can sometimes be even more challenging to help clients see how unproductive and ultimately disconnecting this strategy is. In NARM, we hold shame-based identifications as well as pride-based counter-identifications both as distortions of our sense of self and, as such, painful. The following is a partial list of examples of how pride-based strategies can show up in a client's life, as well as in the therapeutic process. More examples of pride-based and shame-based dynamics are in Dr. Heller's book, Healing Developmental Trauma. In the connection survival style, the shame-based identification is about the feeling that they have no place in the world, and that they cannot have needs and emotions. The pride-based communication, designed to convince the self and others, could be, "I'm a loner, I don't need anyone." In the attunement survival style, the shame is about attuning to and having the capacity to express needs. The pride-based counter-identification might be, "I don't need anything, I take care of others' needs." In the trust survival style, the shame-based identification is about any feeling of vulnerability, dependency, weakness, or helplessness, while the pride-based counter-identification might be, "I'm in control, I call the shots." In the autonomy survival style, the shame-based identification is about not feeling the right to say no and set boundaries. A common pride-based counter-identification is, "I am extremely flexible. I go with the flow." In the love sexuality survival style, the shame-based identification is about opening the heart and shame about their sexuality. Self-esteem is based on looks and performance. The pride-based counter-identification might be, "If I'm perfect enough, people will have to love me." As we explore with the client the internal obstacles to being more authentic, we tend to get glimpses of the underlying shame and hurt that are being protected against by pride-based counter-identifications. We can explore this deeper by then asking, what is the scariest thing about showing up more with people, communicating your needs in a vulnerable way, depending on others, saying no or setting limits, making or admitting a mistake. As we explore the scariest thing, pride-based counter-identifications become secondary, and the underlying fear and shame can be addressed and worked through. In almost every case, the fear and shame dynamics are a reflection of child consciousness. When a client has worked through their shame and pride-based dynamics, there is a natural sense of value, confidence, freedom to be authentic, and increasing capacity for intimacy. Reflecting self-shaming. It is essential to mirror these dynamics of self-shaming, since clients often don't even notice what they are doing to themselves. That's why we as therapists need to notice it and then reflect it back to them in a non-shaming way. They might be aware of what they are saying to themselves or how they are treating themselves, but for the most part, they have no idea how much aggression they are directing against themselves. People are used to talking to themselves in ways that would seem completely normal to them, even though most of them would never talk to someone else that way. We point out when they are being unkind to themselves. We support them to be more compassionate with themselves. And then we help them understand what is driving their negative self-talk. How can we address the self-shaming without blaming the client for doing that to themselves? First, we bring more awareness to this dynamic and naming it gently. We tell them, "I'm struck by how harsh you are being on yourself right now." If we are concerned that might be too direct for some clients, we might put it in the form of a question. Are you aware of all the self-judgment you're expressing right now? In any case, we need to come from understanding and a compassionate place when we do this. We do not want to add pressure or contribute to self-judgment. Our intention is more about creating an atmosphere in which the client can get in touch with how painful what they are doing to themselves is. How we phrase the process is where the art of our work comes in. Timing is just as important as being tactful. If a client uses words like, "I just hate myself for doing that," we might respond a little more strongly. "I've listened to the way you talk to yourself. It is painful for me to hear that." We can choose this self-disclosure as a way of holding the pain and reflecting it to the client in a way they haven't been aware of before. Introducing agency. Noticing all the different ways we are formulating reflections in this part of the book, you will see that we always introduce the idea that the person has something to do with the shame. So if a client says, "I'm afraid that if I ask for what I want, I will feel rejected," we could ask something like, "If the worst happens and they don't respond to your request, what happens then?" The response may be, "I'd feel humiliated and ashamed, and I'd hate myself for having asked." Notice that rejection is not the issue. It is what the client does to themselves when they experience what they interpret as rejection. Over time, the client comes to see the rejection as disappointing, and just that. Adults can manage disappointment. For a child, rejection is a threat. Agency develops when a client sees that the most painful element in asking for what they need is what they do to themselves. It is important for therapists to be aware of how clients use anticipatory self-shaming to narrow their lives. Using the prior example, many clients in the attunement survival style have stopped or strongly limited asking for anything. Clients using the autonomy survival style may narrow their lives by always being agreeable and saying yes to any request that is put to them. Each of the 5 survival styles represents different strategies for avoiding shame by narrowing their lives. See the chapter, "The Price We Pay for Shame." Clients take the shame that they experience as the truth of who they are. We often introduce that what the client is holding as truth is simply a distorted idea about themselves. When a person is talking about themselves critically, we might say, "So you have the idea that you are bad. Let's look at that." We support the client being increasingly kinder toward themselves, but we never get into trying to convince them that they are not as bad as they think they are. Many therapists have experienced that when they try to do that. The client doubles down on their self-critique and tries to convince the therapist just how bad they really are. In supporting kindness toward themselves, we challenge the concept of their shame-based identity and bring into question what they believed until now to be a truth. Weaving that into the therapeutic process repeatedly supports disidentification from distorted ideas about themselves. The client will slowly start to take their reactions less seriously. This is a reflection of increased agency, disidentification, and separating from their personal history. They will start to pay more attention to their emotions without being completely identified with them. We want to reiterate that children have little or no agency. Self-shaming serves an important function for them, and for some, even a life-saving function. As clients develop increasing agency, they come to understand that this shame has outlived its usefulness, and that they don't need to continue using it against themselves. To stop hating themselves means to start feeling who they might actually be angry at. Becoming aware of this brings up fear. This fear often has to do with the fear of the child losing the love and attachment to their primary caregivers. The intervention described in the NARM emotional completion model earlier in this chapter becomes an important tool in resolving the self-shaming process. Cycling through different themes at different depths. When there's been significant work done on the self-shaming process and therapy is moving forward, there will always be periods when the client will default to an old self-shaming dynamic. We sometimes say, "Since you are shaming yourself again, we must be touching on something important." In this way, we shift the focus from self-shaming in itself to how it is used to distance oneself from deeper emotional awareness. Many therapists believe they need to get their client out of self-shaming. Sometimes they use cognitive interventions, focusing on very real cognitive distortions, while not being clear that cognitive distortions are a symptom and an expression of unresolved emotional issues, and not particularly responsive to cognitive interventions. Trying to convince the client that they are a good person, talking about their positive aspects, and encouraging the client to forgive themselves tend not to be very effective in addressing lifelong shame dynamics. Initially, we help the client become aware of the various ways they are shaming or being hard on themselves. We then track how the client receives the information. Sometimes the client will use the feedback to become somewhat kinder and more compassionate toward themselves. Some clients will argue with you that they deserve what they are doing to themselves because they are wedded to the belief that they are bad. Some examples of how to work with such deeply entrenched shame appear next. Reflecting a client being hard on themselves brings with it an implicit message that there might be other options to relate to themselves rather than being harsh. Going at the client's pace is essential. We want to reinforce that shame is a part of the bigger ecological system of the client's personality. We also want to address the whole person and not just their symptoms and strategies. We don't just want to get rid of the shame because a more complete resolution involves understanding the role that self-shaming has played in their lives and how shaming themselves has been designed to protect the love relationship with the parents. A new thought, a new option, a choice is quickly received and maybe even accepted on a mental level. But the rewriting, creating new neural connections in the brain, is a biological process that takes time. At the same time, we remember that when we as clinicians are addressing something as basic to many humans' experience as shame, it alters their relationship to themselves and their identity as well as their relationship to other people and the world. Questioning old ideas. To manage shame, clients hold themselves back from showing up fully. Showing up more would get them in touch with the most fundamental and often existential fear they experienced as children. If I show up in all my authenticity, I will no longer receive the love I need. They expect to be rejected and abandoned, which from a child's point of view is the same as death. This understanding helps clinicians understand why shame and avoiding situations that might evoke shame feels so existential. What clients don't understand at this point is that this is a very old fear that has nothing to do with their life circumstances today, that they are abandoning themselves in the process, and therefore they are producing exactly what they are most afraid of. We can slowly start to question these old ideas that seem fresh and real to our clients. Some examples of what clients express during therapy when challenged in their self-shaming related to setting boundaries or communicating their needs. Everybody will leave me if I say no. Nobody will like me anymore if I speak my mind. They won't like to spend time with me if I am too needy. As therapists, we know that it is highly unlikely that any of those fears will be realized. But it is also important for us to know that the client takes these fears to be a reality. The following short interaction between a NARM therapist and a client struggling with saying no to their friends is designed to show you how we question old ideas in NARM. Therapist: what comes up for you when you think about saying no to them? Client: I'm afraid they will see me as a bad person and they won't like me anymore. This is an expression of shame. Therapist: let's say they do see you as a bad person. Even if that were true, what do you do with that kind of feedback? Client: they won't want to have me around anymore. Therapist: And if your worst fantasy about their response comes true, then what? Client: I don't want to be rejected and all alone. We can see that this is the existential fear that has been concealed by trying to avoid shame. From a child's perspective, experiencing ongoing significant rejection from a parent, of course, represents an existential threat. However, as adults, their life does not depend on being loved by friends, the waiter who is serving them bad food, or the shopkeeper who insults them. Therefore, we continue to question their fear of feeling rejected. Therapist: Are you saying that it has been better for you not to say no and keep their love, rather than standing up for yourself and risking losing it? Client: I never thought about it like that. Therapist: And right now, as you are thinking about it, what is it that you are experiencing? Client: I don't understand why, but I'm feeling much less tension in my body. Therapist: What are you feeling in your body? Client: Lighter and more optimistic. Therapist: You're feeling lighter, more optimistic about what? Client: As we were working, I was seeing how I've been doing this my whole life, and right now none of it seems so threatening. What we are seeing here is a shift in neural circuits moving this dynamic from a basic threat response to seeing the situation as one of life's challenges. Therapist: So when you think about setting limits with your friends right now, what comes up for you? Client: Strange, but it doesn't seem like such a big deal anymore. Addressing the basic fear. It is important to address the fears that come up around no longer shaming themselves. These fears are an expression of futuristic memory, experiences that clients had in the past and that they are now projecting into the future. By now, you are probably familiar with the question we often ask in NARM: what is the scariest thing you expect to happen if? Here we are addressing the human tendency to catastrophize. Once the client gets in touch with their fear, we invite today's reality into their awareness. Maybe they will voice a variation of the above-mentioned fears. Then we might ask, if this were happening to a niece or a child, or a friend of yours was being threatened with profound rejection or exclusion for showing up authentically, what would be your response? This externalizing process helps them to distinguish their subjective child response, colored by shame and fear, from their more objective adult response, which might be outrage, an impulse to protect, and compassion. Often clients respond that they would want to give that child a hug, hold them, be with them, express their love and appreciation toward them, and help them understand that there is nothing wrong with them. Once the client has reconnected to kindness toward this imagined child and anchored this experience, we gently guide their attention back to themselves. And how do you relate to yourself from this place now? Often we will see a shift after that. If the client continues to hold on to the idea that this child deserves kindness, but they do not, as a next step we could point out, interesting, you would be kind toward this child, but you are harsh toward yourself. And then we track how they take it from there. If they continue to relate harshly toward themselves, we can follow that up with, I'm wondering why this child deserves care and compassion, and you don't believe you do. I wonder what that is about. Self-rejection. Most people find rejection both painful and frightening, and believe they need to avoid it at any cost. Of course, our preference is to be accepted, loved, appreciated, and welcomed. Rejection can elicit a variety of emotions, including anger and grief. Rejection for a child can create an existential threat because they are so dependent on their caregivers. For adults, rejection is not the same kind of threat as it is for children. As adults, we have many more options. Compulsively holding back appropriate self-expression for fear of rejection is a continuation of child consciousness. It is a way of rejecting yourself in advance so you don't experience rejection by others. What is painful as adults is self-shaming and self-rejecting. This self-rejection in advance is the core element in all the adaptive survival styles. This process of self-rejection, rejecting your needs or your emotions, as well as narrowing your life to avoid shame, is what most people associate with rejection. For example, if a client feels ashamed of their needs, we might simply ask, what's scary for you about showing up authentically with your needs? The client may respond, if I show them how needy I am, they will reject me. Often what happens after people experience rejection is that they reject themselves for various reasons. For example, They might not want to be with me because I am too fat, thin, short, tall, not smart enough, not interesting enough. Human beings have an endless list of things that they can shame, blame, and reject themselves for. As adults, this self-shaming process is more painful than the fact that the person you want to be with simply does not want to be with you. Clinically, we address this fear or experience of rejection by exploring the elements that go into it. For example, we explore what they are telling themselves and doing to themselves about the rejection. Obviously, that is painful. When the client sees, however, that it is not the rejection itself, but what they do with it, they not only experience more agency, but a sense of freedom that comes with it. If the client has been rejected by someone they had a romantic interest in, we might say, "I understand that the person you are interested in told you that the two of you were not right together, but I am curious about what you say to yourself about the fact that they don't want a relationship with you." In NARM, we look for an experience that represents an exception to the pattern of any identification or survival style. Often a person has already experienced the opposite of what they tend to believe about themselves. We all filter reality in a way that confirms our pre-existing bias, and we reject input that contradicts this bias. This is traditionally called confirmation bias. For example, if a client believes that they will be rejected for saying no, we could ask, "Have you ever said no to someone important to you and gotten the opposite response to what you anticipated?" Ramping up the shame. The closer the client gets to their deep anger at the parents, the greater their fear becomes. The fear of the loss of the attachment relationship, the fear of their own anger, their fear of being like the abusive parent, the fear of losing their self-image of being loving and compassionate. As discussed earlier, in the splitting process, children maintain the image of the parent as all good, while adopting the image of themselves as all bad. Starting to feel anger toward the parents challenges this idea of being the suffering victim. The more they become aware of their anger, the more they will feel an increasing impulse to protect their parents' image from their anger. One strategy to do that is to ramp up self-shaming. They will also begin rationalizing, justifying, and dismissing the impact that their parents' abusive and neglectful behavior had on them. Sometimes they will regress, dissociate, or find other ways to turn away from the anger. For therapists, it can become tempting to take sides, encouraging their clients to feel anger toward their parents. Some models push the client or cheerlead the client to feel their anger. In NARM, we never take sides in that way, because trying to override what is traditionally called resistance deepens the split. Instead, we explore the various fears about the anger in the ways described earlier. There was abuse of some kind, and the client still loves their parents, just like all children love and feel loyal to their parents. Both impulses are true for the client. Both need to be acknowledged. Both need to be held as true by the therapist, supporting the client to allow both their love and their anger at the same time. Over time, this helps clients to work through the tendency to split and develop the capacity to hold both emotions in their hearts. Layers of shame. The following represents a simple example of the various layers of shame. The child experiences neglect or emotional abuse. As children, they shame and blame themselves for their abuse. They will often find a particular reason or reasons for what we call self-shaming. I'm not pretty enough, I'm not tall enough, I'm not smart enough, and so on. Then they shame themselves for their perceived deficiencies. The cycle of shaming oneself and then shaming oneself for shaming oneself can potentially be endless. Shame-based identifications. Ultimately, NARM challenges the client's most limiting ideas about themselves, those identifications that they hold to be true, what they consider to be their identity. As part of the inquiry, we bring these identifications into question and track how the client reacts to the questioning. One of the basic shame-based identifications is around anger. For many people, there's a great deal of shame associated with it. As a result of that shame, they split the emotion off and avoid it completely. It feels better to identify with the pride-based counter-identification, that they are sweet and kind and gentle, reinforcing their judgment that only bad people get angry. The reality, however, is that human beings are hardwired for anger. The capacity to experience this emotion is necessary from the beginning of our lives for us to communicate to the environment that something is wrong. For example, children fuss and cry when they are in distress from needing something that's not forthcoming or receiving something they dislike. Anger is linked with the sympathetic activation of our autonomic nervous system, as well as the hormones adrenaline and cortisol, which allow us to defend ourselves, run away from danger, and fight to protect ourselves and others. The entire continuum of protest, anger, rage is inborn. In healthy humans, it is always there as a potential when life's circumstances require it. People have only come to fear it, deny it, and shame themselves for having been told directly or indirectly that it is bad to be angry. When their expression of protest was met with punishment, the threat of abandonment, or the threat of violence from the parent, they had no choice but to shut it down. As explained earlier, at this point in the therapeutic process, it is important to help the client understand the difference between the emotion anger and the acting out of anger, which is a behavior. In a common scenario, the client has been treated neglectfully or abusively as a child. Naturally, they got angry about that, and rightfully so. For fear of the consequences, they started directing the anger against themselves, or sometimes against inanimate objects, other children, or animals. Nonetheless, they continue to be angry at their caregivers and at the same time experience how frightening it is to be angry at the people they love and are dependent on. Now they have an internal fight going on, the anger against the parent against their anger, but then turning the anger against themselves in the form of shame or self-hatred in order to protect the attachment relationship. Then they cover over that internal conflict by developing pride-based identifications. For example, they experience their basic needs being rejected and feel angry about that. They then feel shame and fear about the anger and develop the pride-based counter-identification, I don't need anything from anyone. Imagine living with this complexity of reactions day after day, year after year as a child. A child experiencing the struggle develops a sense that it is bad to be angry. This then often turns into, I am bad because I am angry. But many variations are possible. I am a monster. I am unworthy of love. If people knew who I really am, my needs are bad. My emotions are bad. One of the important questions we ask clinically is the client's relationship to anger, which opens the whole dynamic of how protest and anger were responded to by the family. There are endless possibilities. Emotions might have been ignored, punished, minimized, thwarted, ridiculed, or used against the child. Next, we explore with the client how they have internalized the prohibitions against their anger, which reinforces both the fear of and shame about the anger they are already carrying. From the adult perspective, we have them look at how they were shamed and blamed. First, for the underlying basic need that was not met, then for the protest about the unmet needs and the anger they developed in response. We explore with them what they did to manage, distance themselves, or completely avoid any connection to anger, and the price they are still paying today for this avoidance dynamic that once saved their lives. This is a complex clinical process that we expand on in the following sections. Parallel process. Often a parallel process is happening while we work with clients. They might express that they would never disclose a certain secret for fear of losing people they love. It could be that a client believes that they are a monster, or the secret might be how much hate they carry inside them. Maybe they even have murderous fantasies. With correct timing, we may point out to them that in sharing the information with us, they are obviously trusting us and themselves enough to share these deep secrets right now. After tracking how they take that information in and react to it, we might mention to them that despite their fear of our reaction, we are still here. Fear of abandonment. Ultimately, shaming oneself and avoiding anger comes down to the fear of loss of attachment. For children, this fear is so strong that they are willing to give up their needs, their authentic expression, even themselves. This process that begins in childhood is usually continued into adulthood, where the adult, out of shame and fear, gives up their authenticity, which in their mind functions to maintain relationships. As clinical background understanding, when someone gives up their authenticity, there is no real relationship with another. Splitting off the shame-based parts, as necessary as it was for a child, now becomes the major obstacle for true connection as an adult. For example, if we shame ourselves for our needs and then do not express what we need, we often start to blame our partner for not giving us what we need, or blame ourselves for needing too much. From adult consciousness, the fear of losing a relationship if we are authentic becomes less problematic. The fear is about the past. For an adult, the emotional stakes for being vulnerable and authentic are not nearly so challenging, because unlike in childhood, they're not dependent on the other person for survival. For example, over several sessions, the client becomes clear that what they really want is more capacity for relationship. In NARM, we explore the internal obstacles in the way of relationship. Those lead us to uncovering the client's profound difficulties and shame about expressing their needs. We then explore with them what is frightening or difficult for them about communicating their needs to their partner. The deep shame they feel about needing emerges first as judgments on themselves. I am too needy. As we explore more deeply, we see that underneath the shame about needing and the judgments is a deep fear of rejection if they were to communicate their needs. We then explore the fear of rejection, slowly helping the client to see that the fear of rejection is a shame-based dynamic from childhood that they have carried into adulthood. Viewing this dynamic from increased embodied adult consciousness, the fear and shame tend to dissipate. Old shame-based identifications around this theme dissolve, and the client ends up seeing their struggles about expressing their needs in a completely different way. What once seemed frightening is now seen through a very different lens. They are aware that they may feel disappointed if their authentic needs are not met, but it is no longer threatening. How to deal with memories. Sometimes just reflecting to clients how they shame themselves will get them in touch with the wish to be kinder toward themselves. When we see increasing kindness and acceptance or decreased judgment on the part of the client, we reflect the growth we are observing. As discussed earlier, in NARM, we do not go on archaeological digs. Instead, we work with a connection-disconnection process. The client becomes increasingly connected, and unresolved memories from the past emerge organically. We see that as a good sign, reflecting the NARM concept that in all of us there is a spontaneous movement toward health as inner obstacles soften and resolve. When unresolved memories emerge, they are often related to some incident or incidents of being shamed, or where the client as a child took on the idea that something was wrong with them. When these memories emerge, we discourage the client from regressing into the memory. Rather, we invite them to notice what they are feeling as they observe this old scene, as discussed in the NARM emotional completion model earlier. The healthiest response is for the client to feel protest and anger about it. This shifts the dynamic from feeling bad about themselves by allowing self-protective anger to emerge. The message is always two-pronged, one toward the caregiver and one toward the self. The message to the caregiver is some variation of, "You have no right to treat me this way." The message to the self is, "I deserve to be treated better." This shift represents a significant change from the child's tendency to blame themselves for whatever environmental failure they experience. As the client is able to connect to their authentic protest, by definition, the shame-based identifications dissolve. Sometimes the protest and anger are difficult for the client to access. That is where we may use the intervention of externalizing the incident and invite the clients to look at it as if it were happening to a child other than themselves, particularly a child they know and care about, if that exists for them. Normally the client feels anger and outrage when they observe it happening to another child. We use that anger and import it to the incident they described in their own childhood. This intervention is quite effective for many clients. Whatever clients experience, they believe it has something to do with the here and now. We can be of assistance when we help them differentiate the past from the present or even from this very moment. For example, when they express their fear, we could ask, "Is this happening right now?" Sometimes it is even helpful to have them repeat their projected outcome in the past tense. Client: "When I get angry, I'll be punished." Therapist: "What happens when you put it this way? When I got angry, I was punished." In this way, we validate the experience while creating emotional as well as temporal distance to it as well as their capacity to describe the incident. Example: when a client says they have always done a certain thing or felt a certain way, as therapists, we might challenge the continuity of this long-lived adaptation by adding, "perhaps until today." Shame in relationships. Shame is generally something we find at the core of most difficulties that couples experience. In everyday life, it happens that we hurt each other, often unknowingly. When we bring two different personality systems together, it is inevitable that they see the world and their relationship differently. These differences lead to misunderstandings and hurt feelings. When there is misattunement in relationships for whatever reason, these misattunements are always taken personally. The tendency is to blame oneself as being wrong, or to blame the partner for being wrong. But it is shame-based identifications in both partners that tend to get activated when partners misattune to each other. These shame-based identifications represent areas where we are easily triggered. For example, maybe our partners aren't as emotionally available to us as we want them to be. Some people react to this lack of availability in our partner with feelings of rejection. Many people feel particularly vulnerable around being rejected because they've experienced so much rejection in their lives that they have blamed themselves for. When they perceive, rightly or wrongly, unavailability or rejection in their partner, they revert to their old coping mechanism of blaming themselves along with blaming their partners. It is useful in working with couples to look at those areas where they are particularly triggered. Almost invariably, we find that they are triggered in areas where they were already carrying shame. They might need affection, attention, connection, better boundaries, more or different sex, but they don't share these needs. Instead, they shame themselves for their needs and expect their partners to read their minds. One strategy, when they are feeling hurt by something their partner did or didn't do, is first to shame themselves, and then to try to turn the tables on their partner and attack back. Because of you, or if you would just. This kind of blaming will in turn often trigger some sense of shame in their partner, and then the process often escalates. Both start lashing out as a way of defending themselves and avoiding their fears, shame, and vulnerabilities. If we are working with couples or supporting a client in a conflict with their partner, we need to be aware of this very common blame dynamic. Some people blame their partner, others blame themselves, but in no case is blame helpful for resolution of conflicts in relationships. The alternative to blaming ourselves or our partner is to be curious about our reaction to a perceived slight, particularly unresolved shame, which is often driving the reaction and the defensiveness around the reaction. As therapists, we start with one or the other partner and invite them to deconstruct a recent area of difficulty or conflict, particularly the details of what and how and why they were triggered. This always brings up child consciousness. As we explore child consciousness, shame is an ever-present dynamic that can be teased out and released with effective NARM interventions. Avoid shaming as a therapist. Can we make sure that we don't foster more self-blame when we mirror a client's self-shaming? No, we can't. When we say, "It seems like you're blaming yourself for this," some people might feel blamed for pointing that out to them. And then they will either attack themselves, "I still haven't learned that," or they will attack you. That is why we track how clients interpret what we say. If someone is blaming themselves, we could follow that up with, "Are you now using this information against yourself? This wasn't my intention. I said it for you to see what you are doing to yourself, so that maybe you can have some choice around that in the future." If they start blaming you, you might clarify for them that that is not at all your intention. The fact that we as therapists have no control over how clients may interpret and misinterpret what we are saying doesn't release us from being tactful. But even if we cannot be sure that any given intervention will lead to more self-shaming, we still need to address when clients start to hear blame where there is none. Over time, as they become more aware of self-shaming, something will start to shift in them. If we don't address it, we will unwittingly support the continuation of their self-blame. Therefore, part of our psychotherapeutic skill has to be tracking, getting a sense of how our comments are landing for any given client and how they are using them. Shame in the survival styles. Connection survival style. Shame themselves for existing. Attunement survival style. Shame themselves for their needs. Trust survival style. Shame themselves for dependency, weakness, or vulnerability. Autonomy survival style. Shame themselves when they set limits or say no, when they feel they have disappointed someone or hurt their feelings. Love sexuality survival style. Shame themselves when they don't live up to their own high expectations. Signs of healing from unresolved shame. Slowly, the client becomes aware that what they call shame is actually a process of self-shaming. This reflects a significant uptick in the experience of agency, and the increasing freedom from the old shame-based identifications that they once took so seriously. As a reminder, this process and the integration is addressed cognitively, emotionally, relationally, and somatically. As resolution happens, it is experienced in turn by the client on those levels. Underneath all these layers of shame lies vulnerability. Vulnerability is only problematic for individuals with unresolved shame. Otherwise, it is simply experienced as openness and heartfulness. Shame tends to surface as we become more vulnerable. Both shame and pride stand in the way of real connection with our heart and real connection with our vulnerability. Sadly, in many families, it is exactly those areas of vulnerability in the child that are most shamed. And it's often the most sensitive child in a family that gets the most shame, because they're the ones that show the most vulnerability. They then tend to be the most reactive, and are subsequently the ones who get continually picked on. They get shamed and attacked in a variety of ways, and then tend to internalize that. Unless they become aware of it, they carry that negative sense of self, that low self-esteem and fear of vulnerability, with them for the rest of their lives. As a client begins to heal from unresolved shame, as they gain more agency and experience increasing emotional completion, and as they move toward healthy vulnerability, you may notice their experiences. Physically, they are less symptomatic and more at ease in their body. Energetically, they are more present, develop more capacity for pleasure, tend to be more active and more awake, and feel more alive. Psychobiologically, they experience themselves with increasing agency instead of feeling that life is happening to them. They are less reactive to other people's opinions. They are less prone to negative self-talk and feel more stable in their sense of self. Emotionally, they have more capacity for emotions, are more able to name and differentiate emotions, and have more calmness and less reactivity. They will become more self-accepting, especially in difficult situations. Relationally, they feel safer in interactions with others, including with you as the therapist, with deeper and more stable connection to themselves. They notice their relational needs more and have more capacity for intimacy and setting boundaries, and are able to stand up for themselves more. Cognitively, they see more how they are carrying the environmental failure of their childhood into their adult life, how they are avoiding situations not to experience shame, and how they have narrowed and limited their lives and their aliveness because of that. One of the most important signs of moving out of shame-based dynamics into an increased sense of freedom is that clients no longer depend on others in the way they did as children. Embodied adult consciousness comes increasingly online. Old elements of shame are seen as artifacts from childhood. The client's focus shifts more to the here and now. They're less concerned about old wounds and have less tendency to catastrophize about the future. They become more independent of other people's reactions for their sense of well-being and their sense of self. They get more in touch with their own subjectivity and no longer see the world through the shame-based lenses that distort what they perceive going on in the present moment. How to work with guilt. When a client expresses a strong sense of guilt, in NARM, we want to inquire into what the client is guilting themselves about. Often, guilt is used to keep oneself in the narrow confines of the survival style. How guilt might show up with each of the survival styles. Clients with an autonomy survival style who begin to set boundaries may guilt themselves for disappointing the other person, telling themselves that they are selfish, not kind or flexible enough. Clients with an attunement survival style who struggle with communicating their needs often feel guilty in some contexts if they begin to communicate their needs. I don't want to be a bother. I don't want to be a burden. My needs are too much. Clients with a connection survival style who get in touch with their need to take up more space might guilt themselves in this way. I don't have the right. What about everybody else? Clients with a trust survival style don't tend to experience much guilt. They tend to blame others for their mistakes, and sometimes even themselves, particularly around the issue of what they consider a failure. When they begin to feel some healthy guilt about another person, it may be a good sign, indicating a growing capacity for empathy. Since their self-esteem is based on how they look and how they perform, clients with a love sexuality survival style become self-critical and feel guilty about any mistakes they make or any sense of being less than perfect in how they look or how they perform. Sometimes guilt is used to avoid a sense of helplessness. For example, when someone close has died, it is common that they feel guilt and then blame themselves for not having done enough or having done something wrong. This tendency helps them avoid the helplessness that comes with facing life's painful realities. Blaming themselves and guilting themselves imply that there is the possibility of control. As painful as it is to blame themselves, it can feel better than the helplessness we as human beings face in our lives. There's long been an understanding in psychology of what is called survivor guilt. Individuals feel guilt when they survive a catastrophic event while others didn't, or when they survived on the battlefield when their buddies didn't. We are biologically hardwired to survive. There is no need for guilt and feeling joy and relief about the fact that you survived. We ask the client a question such as, "Of course it's horrible that your friends perished in this attack, but in addition to your grief, it is perfectly normal to be happy that you survived." As therapists, we take apart that idea, what the client calls guilt, and see what they are expecting of themselves, what they are pressuring themselves about, and plant seeds of doubt in challenging their beliefs of what they should have done, what they should feel, and what they should be. Using psychoeducation, we might say to the client, sometimes it feels better to feel guilty than to feel helpless. We might say to the client, I hope you can see from this place as an adult that there is nothing you could have done, that it was not your fault. We have experienced repeatedly with clients how difficult it is for them to take in that they are not at fault. Clinicians need to understand this and be patient with their clients' process of integration, as self-blame is merely the tip of an emotional iceberg. Beneath it lie powerful emotions that must be processed, often leading to significant shifts in the client's relationship with themselves and their internalized psychological parents. The following is a simplified linear description of the complex nonlinear process of how chronic shame is addressed clinically in NARM. Resignation, which is parasympathetically dominant, involves self-shaming. The client continues to split the image of themselves and identify as the bad self in order to hold on to attachment and love, distortion of self and little connection to or expression of life force. Clients report, and clinicians can observe, depression, self-rejection and self-hatred, chronic anxiety, helplessness or collapse, social isolation, and bodily symptoms. Working through resignation involves asking questions in order to make the implicit dynamics explicit, supporting the client to become aware of personal agency and the difficulties they experience in their everyday lives. Activation, which is sympathetically dominant, involves increasing reconnection with primary emotions, especially with anger and grief, increasing capacity for compassion to self, and increasing sense of agency, being able to integrate their anger and act on it appropriately. Working through activation involves reflecting increasing agency, and supporting emotional completion helps clients to acknowledge, feel, and contain their emotions in order to understand the implicit communication to self and others. Regulation, which is healthy differentiation, involves increasing capacity for protest for separation and individuation, to express their needs as well as their boundaries directly and authentically. Bodily as well as emotional symptoms decrease, and more adult consciousness comes available. Settling, re-regulation, physical and emotional relaxation, more aliveness, less efforting. The client can integrate images of the self and the image of their caregivers to become more human, more connection to an expression of life force, and increasingly less distortion of self. Working through regulation involves supporting the integration of shifts, especially from the image of the bad self to a good enough self, anchoring the connection to the heart and the life force in the body, bringing with it an increasing sense of subjectivity and a decreasing need to objectify others. This process results in more life force. The experience of spaciousness. When old shame-based identifications dissolve, clients experience more internal spaciousness. Clients often describe it in just those words, I feel more space inside. This state of spaciousness reflects physical release of tension and contraction, as well as an increasing movement toward more possibility for connection, flow, and aliveness. This openness is an opportunity, yet no longer holding on to what was believed to be one's identity can come with a sense of insecurity or even fear. Therapists can be most helpful when the client is having this unusual experience by being there with them in the not knowing, being present to the expansion, and trusting that a new, less shame-based, less constricted sense of self is arising. In case a client starts to get in touch with fear, we explore with them what's frightening about surrendering to the sensation. In most cases, the shame-based identity was part of a strategy to maintain the love and attachment relationship. As the older sense of self is softening and dissolving, the object relations with the psychological parents also start to dissolve, leaving clients with a feeling of being alone and uncertain. These fears are old and belong to child consciousness. The client is used to knowing themselves through these beliefs. These shame-based beliefs once saved their life, but today they are only getting in the way of living a full and more expanded life. Chapter 5. Shame and Sexuality. We are dedicating a separate chapter to sexuality because we believe that despite being inundated by sexual images in media and in advertising, a significant number of people struggle with deep-seated conscious and unconscious shame about both their bodies and their sexuality. Despite the omnipresence of sexual images, we avoid talking about sexuality honestly and vulnerably. There's a long history of conflict between the human being's instinctive self and the cultures they grow up in. Since sexuality at its core is wild and untamed, every totalitarian system and most cultures on the planet have tried to exert social control over it. One of the major weapons that these systems have used is to shame sexuality. There is a long history of many cultures of shame around our bodies, genitals, and sexuality. Yet we are hardwired to be sexual beings. After survival, sexuality and the impulse to reproduce is one of our deepest instincts, not to mention the importance of physical contact and pleasure that are part of sexual connection with another. Human beings pay a large price when this powerful instinct and these powerful energies are shamed, denied, and forced underground. Needless to say, sexuality and matters of the heart are the most vulnerable issues human beings deal with in their lives. This chapter is not a how-to guide or a guide on what kind of sexuality is right or wrong. Our perspective is one of inviting people to develop access to the aspects of fulfilled sexuality rather than being reduced to experiencing only a limited version of it. NARM is about providing more options, helping people who feel stuck or limited to have healthier choices. NARM therapy helps people become open to new possibilities and develop increasing capacity, particularly the increasing capacity for love and sexuality in intimate relationships. Functions of sexuality. In sexuality, we are directly connected to our life force, both in the literal sense of the drive to reproduce, as well as in the broader sense. Shared sexuality is one of the most physically intimate experiences human beings can share. It is intensely pleasurable, and healthy adults use sexuality and intimacy for emotional and biological regulation. When talking with clients about their difficulties in this realm, we want to find out where they are stuck and what it is that they most want for themselves. We then proceed to explore the various distortions, both in their sense of self and their emotions, that stand in the way of them having the full sexuality that they desire. Understanding how to work with shame addresses what is generally the largest obstacle to full sexuality. It is helpful to understand the nervous system component that plays a role in sexuality. Fulfilling intimate sexuality requires a relatively balanced nervous system. Engaging in vital sexuality both requires and fosters this balance. Passion is driven by the sympathetic branch of the nervous system, while functions such as erections, lubrication, and to a great extent orgasm are more parasympathetically dominant responses. Orgasm actually resets the nervous system, alters brain chemistry, and leads to deep states of relaxation as a consequence of releasing tension and rigidity. The more shame we experience around our sexuality, the less access we have to the healthy and enjoyable benefits of sexuality. Emotionally, sexuality free of shame is experienced by most people as deep pleasure and even bliss. It is nurturing, and there is hardly a deeper sense of connection than in sexual intimacy. During sex, we get close to someone, receive the essential physical contact and skin contact that human beings yearn for. What better way to feel welcomed than by being received in sexual embrace by another? The NARM approach to the challenge of sexuality. Generally, many interventions around sexuality prescribe certain techniques, behaviors, or fantasies in the hope that they will produce symptom relief. In NARM, we look beyond that and bring in the understanding that sexuality is actually a means of accessing an emotional or even spiritual state that people long for. When we explore what is preventing access to that state, rather than simply trying to eliminate symptoms, we are more effective at relieving them than when symptom eradication is our primary focus. When couples seek help for their relationship, particularly in areas of love and sexuality, even when they come in with significant symptoms or functional disorders, most of them ultimately yearn to grow their capacity for intimacy and for vulnerability, and the capacity to surrender to their deepest sexual impulses. There is a polarity in life that we all have to live with, and it expresses itself in our sexuality as well. On the one hand, most of us desire merging, letting go of our day-to-day consciousness of disconnection, moving toward experiences of oceanic oneness, complete surrender, bodily connection, and on the deepest level, humans hunger to dissolve in the sexual embrace. Some psychoanalytic traditions have reduced this to a fantasy of regression to an early primitive state. In NARM, we see it not as a primitive, but as a real state that we continue to yearn for. We see sexual union as a reflection of deep spiritual connection with something much bigger than ourselves that for many people includes spirituality or even God. On the other hand, we are hardwired to become increasingly independent. We long for a clear sense of self, autonomy, and self-determination. It starts with children wanting to feed themselves and tie their own shoes, continues into adolescence, when young people tend to identify more with their peers, and extends into adulthood as people grow into their own lives, relationships, and families. The desire to merge and the desire to separate and individuate are always present simultaneously, and often feel in conflict with each other. The question is simply, can we tolerate this ambivalence as part of life? Or do we believe we must find a solution on a behavior level for this seeming paradox? Many people attempt to manage these polarities by seeking just enough closeness, but not too much. The deep resolution of this dynamic is not achievable purely on a behavioral level. It comes from working through shame-based distortions that affect both our emotions and our sense of self. Once the conflict between merging and separation is resolved emotionally, healthy behavioral strategies for navigating this polarity become more apparent and available. People often become stuck on one aspect of this polarity or the other, but the development of autonomy is not a hindrance to deep emotional and sexual intimacy. It is essential for it. Only when we have an embodied sense of self can we fully surrender, knowing that in this surrender, we paradoxically find ourselves rather than lose ourselves. Being able to fully surrender in the sexual embrace while keeping an open heart is not something we can learn from a book or resolve purely on a cognitive level. Working through shame supports the further development of our emotional capacities, including the 5 basic capacities related to the developmental stages formed in early life. As we will explore, difficulties in one or more of these developmental stages shape how we engage sexually with ourselves and others later in life. Next, we review the ways that people who identify with each of their 5 survival styles experience shame in relationship to their sexuality. Keep in mind the conflict between simultaneously seeking autonomy and surrender as you listen to the following descriptions. Connection survival style. People who identify with this survival style have developed a sense that their very existence is not welcome. This distorted sense of self leads to strategies of trying not to be seen and not to be a burden, as well as feeling uncomfortable with excessive physical or emotional contact. As a result, feeling their emotions and their bodies, particularly the expansion that comes with pleasure, can feel threatening to them. Imagine experiencing sexuality while being ambivalent about pleasure, feeling uncomfortable with too much physical contact or emotional closeness, and trying not to become aware of one's body and emotions. For people with this survival style, experiencing sexual intimacy is often a challenge and a source of shame in itself. Attunement survival style. If we have been shamed for needing and carry that shame into adulthood, knowing and expressing our needs can become not only uncomfortable, but even painful, and often associated with feelings of shame and humiliation. We may have learned that it is safer to ignore or suppress our own needs rather than attune to or express them. One common strategy people use when they feel shame to express their needs is to expect their partners to intuitively recognize those uncommunicated needs. When the partner fails to do so, this is often interpreted as a sign of being unloved or unimportant. Individuals with this survival style may sometimes reduce sex to a means of fulfilling unmet needs, rather than an experience of connection. Instead of perceiving the other person as a whole individual, they may objectify them as primarily a source of need fulfillment, a breast or a provider of nourishment. This form of objectification functions as a coping mechanism to have needs met without explicitly expressing them. Additionally, an overfocus on a partner's needs can serve as another strategy to avoid communicating one's own needs. This is often accompanied by an expectation that their partner should naturally be attuned to them in return, mirroring their own efforts. On the other extreme, being ashamed of one's own needs can impair the ability to attune to a partner's needs. This creates an imbalance in the relationship, making authentic connection and mutual fulfillment difficult to achieve. Trust survival style. Compromised trust can lead to yet another dynamic. When childhood dependency was abused, one way to adapt as an adult is to gain power over others, to be in charge, to control, and to avoid any form of vulnerability. Obviously, if someone always feels the need to be in control and struggles to share vulnerability, this will strongly affect sexuality. Since sexuality inherently involves vulnerability and even surrender, this can be profoundly frightening for individuals with the trust survival style. Those whose primary need is to dominate sexually are significantly limited in what or who they seek and what they allow themselves to experience. Males who are identified with the trust survival style may often find that they can only achieve an erection when they feel in control. Beyond sexuality, this dynamic also reduces the capacity for intimacy. A common pattern is to seek a sexually dependent partner. Initially, this provides a sense of power, but over time, it frequently leads to resentment toward the partner for their lack of autonomy and persistent dependency. Autonomy survival style. Individuals with the autonomy survival style have a profound fear of both being controlled and losing control. Sexuality inherently involves a certain level of surrender, but for them, letting go of control can feel like being trapped or overpowered by the other. Even allowing spontaneous biological impulses that are a natural part of sexuality, such as an orgasm, can feel frightening, as they may be experienced as a loss of control. The strategy often adopted is to overexert effort in the sexual experience, taking over the organic process of sexuality through their will. However, anyone who has ever tried to force an erection, increase lubrication, or achieve orgasm through their sheer effort knows the frustration inherent in this approach. Another common dynamic in the survival style is the tendency to prioritize pleasing others. While being attuned to a partner's needs is an important aspect of intimacy, those with the autonomy survival style may find themselves completely focused on what the other wants, to the extent that they feel they are losing themselves in the sexual encounter. Since setting boundaries is difficult for them, these individuals may end up engaging in sexual acts that do not feel good to them, leading to emotional withdrawal rather than stepping up and expressing their discomfort. Love sexuality survival style. When children are shamed for their natural heartfulness and loving feelings toward their parents, the resulting heartbreak often instills a profound sense of shame. They may come to believe there is something inherently wrong with their loving nature. Vulnerability becomes a threat, and they develop a defensive strategy, distancing themselves from their emotions and becoming extremely wary of expressing their feelings to another. To cope with this shame and the fear of rejection, they may strive for perfection. They attempt to appear flawless, always doing the right thing and avoiding making mistakes. In the process of intensely focusing on how they present themselves, they often confuse admiration with love. They may become skilled sexual performers, but this external focus on performance often prevents them from being fully present with their partners. A similar pattern emerges when children experience early shame around their genitals, gender, or sexuality. Some come to believe that excelling in sexuality will satisfy their deep yearnings for love and acceptance. They are constantly working to perfect themselves physically and in any way possible in order to see themselves as highly attractive. They emphasize sexuality in relationships, and pride themselves in their conquests, while their sexual experiences tend to lack depth or even feel empty. Another difficulty that emerges is a disconnect between the heart and the genitals. These individuals may love, but have little sexual attraction for their partner, or vice versa, experiencing desire, but have difficulty forming a deep emotional connection. It is not uncommon as relationships continue that this dynamic becomes more pronounced over time. Shame and development. There are less obvious ways that environmental failure can contribute to a chronic sense of shame. The entire atmosphere of a child's family environment holds deep significance during their formative years. Children depend on their surroundings to support the development of fundamental human capacities. When this environment fails them, these failures can manifest in their sexuality, love, and intimacy dynamics. We now understand how challenging experiences during gestation impact development when a mother experiences a significant loss, a severe threat, or a traumatic accident. Prenatal trauma is not within the scope of this book, but we recommend the research by psychologist and neuroscientist Rachel Yehuda and her colleagues. How a mother treats her body during pregnancy also matters. Does she care for herself? Can she slow down and rest? Is she in a relationship where she feels safe and supported? These factors help shape the emotional and physical foundation of a child's life before birth. Birth trauma and early attachment trauma can also impact how we experience ourselves in the world in later life. Beyond that, how our bodies are treated in our earliest moments has a lasting impact. See Dr. Heller's Healing Developmental Trauma for a more detailed explanation of these dynamics. The emotional quality of touch in infancy leaves deep imprints. Are we handled roughly, kindly, lovingly? Are all parts of our body appreciated equally? Or are some, like our genitals, treated as different? Information is transmitted not only through touch, but also through gaze. Imagine being cradled and looked at with love while being hugged, yet receiving a frozen, detached look when your genitals are cleaned or cared for. Infants are highly sensitive to the emotional and energetic responses of their parents. They pick up on subtle cues, such as an energetic withdrawal, disgust at bodily functions, or implicit and sometimes explicit discomfort around the child's anus and genitals. Young boys, for example, experience early erections and often feel proud of them. How do their parents react? Do they respond with fear or shame? Or do they foster a sense of normalcy and acceptance around bodily functions, laying the foundation for a healthy connection with one's body later in life? Breastfeeding also sets up dynamics that can later manifest in adult sexuality. But it is not just a question of whether a child was breastfed or not. The deeper question is, what emotional attachment patterns were communicated during feeding? Was the infant's neediness welcomed? Or were there subtle or overt reactions from the caretaker that communicated impatience, unwillingness, or even rejection? When a mother's eye contact during breastfeeding is chronically angry, depressed, or dissociated, this has a significant impact on the infant. Depending on various other factors, a child may interpret such experiences as an implicit message about emotional and physical nourishment. Is the world a nurturing place that supports a feeling of abundance, or is it a world of scarcity? A child also absorbs messages about body image and shame through observing their parents. Are they comfortable in their bodies? Or do they carry shame about certain aspects of themselves? Are they fully embodied? How do they relate to each other physically? Do they touch, kiss, embrace? And if so, how? Are they connected to their own bodies and emotions, or do they treat one another as objects? Is there openness and acceptance, or discomfort and avoidance around natural bodily functions? As children grow, pre-adolescence and puberty bring a surge of hormones, intensifying their attraction to others. This period is naturally challenging, but if shame-based distortions are already present, another layer of symptoms often emerges. Shame about the body, genitals, or sexuality may become fully activated, turning normal developmental processes such as self-pleasuring, nocturnal emissions, or the onset of menstruation into sources of deep distress. Comparison also takes on a new dimension in this phase. While young children are often curious about what's down there, adolescence brings new concerns. Who is more attractive? Who has more muscles? Whose hair is prettier? Who has already had sex? How do parents and adults respond to the child's entry into adulthood and the physical changes that come with it? As children develop an interest in sexuality, how do their parents respond? Do they offer support and reassurance? Or do they amplify insecurities through shaming, joking, ridiculing, or ignoring? Some parents, instead of fostering a healthy relationship with sexuality, inappropriately sexualize their children, commenting on a daughter's developing breasts or becoming overly focused on their child's sexual growth. Triangulation is another significant factor in sexual development. Some children are pulled into a sexualized triangle, forced into an emotional role that is not theirs, becoming the mother's confidant about problems with her husband, or the father criticizing the mother to one or more children. We talk about mama's boys or daddy's little girl, which is not unhealthy in itself, but at its extreme, this dynamic can result in what is called emotional incest, where a child assumes the role of a surrogate partner for a parent. Early sexual experiences are deeply formative. Children who have already faced developmental difficulties often gravitate toward equally unsettling early sexual encounters. People do not always make the best choices for their first partners, especially when they have grown up surviving emotional misattunement in this area. Another growing concern is the rise of premature sexuality. We now know that even 12 and 13-year-old girls are engaging in forms of sex under intense peer pressure. Exposure to pornography and hypersexualized imagery is widespread in Western culture, creating overstimulation in young minds. Many young people feel overwhelmed by their exposure to sexual content, leading to confusion and shame about their own desires and boundaries. On the one hand, we see the rise of so-called incels, involuntary celibate men, young heterosexual males who remain socially withdrawn, have never engaged in sexual activity, and who blame women for their isolation. On the other hand, we see children who are hypersexualized, often as a result of emotional or physical boundary violations within their family. Some clients report generational patterns of incest involving multiple family members. Emotional and sexual incest can evoke highly complex reactions. Some children, starved for attention, may initially welcome sexualized contact, only to later realize the deep violation it carried. One client recalled being made to satisfy his mother before the age of 8. Seeing the expression on her face during her orgasm haunted him for life, leaving him convinced that he had harmed her. This association with sexuality remained deeply ingrained until he worked through it with his NARM therapist. A child does not need to be physically touched to experience sexual abuse. Leering, inappropriate sexualization, or a parent projecting their own sexuality onto the child can be equally damaging. Messages about sexuality are not only conveyed through direct interactions, but also through what is left unsaid, what is overemphasized, or what is completely avoided. Religious upbringing, cultural norms, school environments, and national attitudes can also have a profound impact on the child's relationship to their own sexuality. In today's world, people are constantly bombarded with messages that they are not enough as they are. Women frequently express feelings of shame about their genitals, perceiving them as unattractive. Men, on the other hand, struggle with anxieties about penis size. The demand for plastic surgery has skyrocketed, with many procedures aimed at reshaping and perfecting sexually desirable features. Vaginal surgeries, breast augmentations, and Brazilian butt lifts for women, while men pursue muscularity and penis enlargement. This is by no means an exhaustive list, but it highlights the multitude of factors that shape the complexities of adult sexuality. Understanding these influences enables us to more effectively recognize the symptoms that clients bring into therapy, offering insight into unresolved early challenges. By acknowledging these underlying factors, we can approach healing with greater depth, nuance, and compassion. How shame about sexuality creates more shame. When we feel ashamed of our bodies or certain parts of them, when we experience shame around bodily functions, love, or sexuality, we often struggle to fully develop. As a result, we are likely later to feel shamed about our perceived inability to connect deeply and experience sexuality with joy. When we experience shame about our sexuality on a deep level, we develop different strategies to manage that shame, from trying to control others sexually to secret shameful kinks to compulsive porn watching, or masturbation, or compulsive celibacy or asexuality. We then often feel shame about these strategies, knowing somehow that they are off, but believing that there is something wrong with us for using them. This shame about not fully living our sexuality, love, or connection to our body can create a cycle of avoidance. Knowing that we are avoiding, we shame ourselves for that. We withdraw even more from physical intimacy, avoid sexual experiences even more, and distance ourselves more from love, only then to shame ourselves for all of that. Layers of shame begin to stack up, reinforcing the belief that something is basically wrong with us. We may also be perceived as different, or even a freak, for feeling asexual or awkward in sexual situations. Repeatedly experiencing this sense of otherness can solidify an identity of being abnormal or even broken, which intensifies the shame we feel into a broader self-concept. There must be something wrong with me. How to work with sexuality clinically. There are many factors to consider when working clinically with clients on issues related to sexuality, cultural and community norms, religious beliefs, and ethical considerations, as well as physical health and age. While we cannot account for every aspect, it is essential, just as with any other symptoms, to clearly define our professional scope of practice as psychotherapists, as in the case of challenges in the realm of sexuality that sometimes arise from medical conditions, medications, biological dysfunctions, or other factors. Acknowledging to clients that we are psychotherapists and focus primarily on emotional and relational issues is essential. For appropriate medical consultation, we refer them to a physician. Sex is a natural part of life. However, many factors influence an individual's sex drive, including age, stress, medical conditions, and unresolved developmental difficulties such as physical contact issues, control issues, or fear of vulnerability. The primary intervention in NARM is always exploring the client's true intention for therapy. In today's world, we are bombarded with messages about sexuality. Many clients enter therapy with a range of preconceived ideas about what their sexuality should be like. When they feel unable to meet these expectations, they assume that something is wrong with their sexuality, or that they are somehow inadequate. This makes it vital to listen carefully before agreeing on a therapeutic contract. Is this truly the client's desire? Or is it more about fulfilling their partner's expectations? Is it a case of social pressure, as in, my football buddies are always talking about how many women they sleep with. I can't keep up with them. How does the client define what is enough or good when it comes to their sexuality? What benchmarks are they using? Are their expectations of themselves realistic or based on unrealistic comparisons with others or people in the media? As we pointed out earlier, significant developmental difficulties such as issues with physical contact, control, and vulnerability often become more pronounced in the context of sexuality, particularly within intimate relationships. At the same time, we must be cautious not to project our own unresolved issues or personal beliefs about what is right or wrong onto the therapeutic process. Curiosity allows us to move beyond the surface level of sexuality when working with symptoms. More often than not, sex serves as a projection screen for deeper emotional dynamics, particularly within relationships. By staying open and being curious, we avoid getting stuck on focusing on the symptom itself and instead uncover the underlying issues at play. Reflective exercise. Exploring erotic and sexual fantasies with compassion. Many clients are distressed by what they consider shameful or disturbing erotic or sexual fantasies. In NARM, we hold that these fantasies are indicating deep unmet needs and unfelt emotions. Rather than pathologizing them, we explore the deeper healthy desires that are trying to be communicated through these fantasies. We recommend to clinicians that they use elements from the following personal exercise to more fully understand their clients when they experience disturbing fantasies. Take a moment to connect with an erotic or sexual fantasy, one that you might feel ashamed to share with others, or that you have been shamed for in the past. Allow yourself to acknowledge it with as little judgment as possible. Now, as you begin to inquire into this fantasy, what are you truly seeking through it? What do you hope to experience or feel as a result of this fantasy? Which deeper state of being are you yearning to access through this fantasy? As you explore these questions, notice how this inquiry affects you. Observe any emotions, sensations, or thoughts that arise. Does the fantasy shift in meaning when viewed through this lens? Does it reveal something unexpected about your needs, desires, or longing for connection? Dysfunctions. It is not helpful to look at our sexual lives through the lens of dysfunctions. One of the biggest mistakes we can make as therapists is to buy into the idea that sexuality is simply about how we function sexually. Being able to perform well sexually does not necessarily indicate a person's capacity for deep feeling, intimacy, and sexual pleasure. Of course, how we function sexually is relevant, but we have become overly focused on performance. Many clients enter therapy with a performance-based mindset, having internalized messages from media, pornography, and cultural expectations about how desire, arousal, and intimacy should function. They compare themselves to an unrealistic standard, believing that they are failing when their experience does not align with their expectations. In these cases, exploring who they believe they should be in their sexuality and why often reveals a deep sense of inadequacy or deeper layers of fear and shame. When clients follow this line of thinking, they objectify both themselves and their partners, reducing sexuality to performance and physicality. When clients express dissatisfaction with their perceived lack of performance, we begin by asking them what they most want in their sexual and intimate lives. What we often discover is that they are actually seeking intimacy, connection, and pleasure. Their underlying belief is that if they were just different, better performers, better looking, or more sexually skilled, they would finally have the experience of sexuality they desire. Our role is to gently challenge these beliefs. We often begin by inquiring into the pressure they put on themselves, their self-judgment and harsh inner dialogue, both forms of shame. Without addressing this, it becomes difficult to cultivate the curiosity needed to explore the gap between what they long for and what they are actually experiencing. There is often an underlying belief that their worth is tied to their sexual competence. When this mechanistic thinking and pressuring dominate, pleasure becomes a task to achieve rather than an experience to be felt. The natural fluidity of sexuality is lost. This can lead to avoidance, resentment, or disconnection from their own body. Helping clients shift from performance to being present allows for a more authentic and fulfilling experience of intimacy. People become disappointed when their bodies don't fulfill their expectations. For example, if a client struggles with emotionally driven intermittent impotence or premature ejaculation, we might explore the wisdom of the penis, asking what their penis is trying to communicate when it fails to perform as expected. What we consistently find is that fear, shame, and unexpressed anger are often being expressed through the dysfunction. Delayed ejaculation, or even the inability to ejaculate, is often accompanied and reinforced by the shame that men feel about that. It is our clinical experience that this difficulty frequently reflects unresolved anger toward their partner, or, for heterosexual men, toward women in general. People are actually ashamed of their deep animalistic impulses. When anger has been significantly shut down, it impacts our relationship to all of our animalistic impulses, including healthy aggression, passion, and sexuality. The even deeper dynamic tends to involve a fear of surrender, or a variety of fears associated with surrender. Even the word surrender can be uncomfortable for some clients. They fear that if they fully surrender, they will be controlled, overpowered, or become too attached to their partner, only to then risk losing them. Yet, surrender is a fundamental part of deep sexuality. It involves surrendering to oneself, to biological impulses, to expansive energetic states that can feel overwhelming, and even to aliveness itself, as discussed earlier in this book. Shame often lies at the core of concerns about dysfunction. For some, there's an unspoken fear of being defective, inadequate, or undesirable. Others may unconsciously fear surrendering to intimacy because it would expose them to vulnerability. What happens if they are truly seen without the mask of performance? What would it mean to let go of control and simply be in their body, rather than turning sexuality into a task to accomplish or a performance? By shifting the conversation from functioning to feeling, from expectation to exploration, we can help clients reconnect with themselves and their sexuality in a way that is less pressured, more curious, and ultimately more human. Sexual abuse. Sometimes clients come to therapy wanting to work through the sexual abuse they have experienced. It is important to remember that no matter how tragic the event, we cannot assume the extent to which it has affected the person. Our first task is to understand the symptoms they are struggling with. From there, we follow the NARM approach, asking the client, "What do you most want for yourself from therapy?" Once we understand this, we can offer a therapeutic contract focused on exploring what is preventing them from accessing that desired state. The symptoms of sexual abuse can manifest in numerous ways. We could present a comprehensive list of physical, emotional, and behavioral symptoms, but that is not our primary focus in this book. Instead, we focus on the shame that sexual abuse survivors carry, which drives most of these symptoms. The term sexual abuse itself is a condensed expression for a deeply traumatic experience, whether a single event or a prolonged series of violations. Abuse by a stranger is a severe trauma. Abuse by a family member can be even more damaging because it disrupts attachment and trust as well as representing deep betrayal. The impact on the individual depends on numerous factors. What personal distortions has the client internalized as a result of the abuse? Were they blamed for the abuse? Did the client believe, or were they made to believe, that they were responsible? Was the victim able to turn to someone they trusted after the event? If not, what was that about? How were they received by others after opening up about it? For children, did the child feel safe enough to talk about it, or did anyone notice and offer support? Shame and self-judgment are nearly always present when symptoms have become chronic and persistent. At the core of these emotions lies a deeply ingrained belief. In some way, I brought this on myself. The natural and appropriate response to being sexually violated is rage. Yet, instead of expressing this rage outwardly, many survivors turn it inward, transforming it into shame. This internalized, unprocessed rage often manifests in self-destructive behaviors, including chronic shame, compulsive acting out, or self-directed harm. Common expressions of this dynamic include substance abuse, eating disorders, prostitution or sexual acting out, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempts. All of these can be understood as attempts to numb or avoid the frightening intensity of the victim's unresolved emotions. Understanding this mechanism is essential in helping clients reclaim their sense of agency, shifting from self-blame toward an honest exploration of the murderous images and fantasies they hold. Many therapists and individuals in the helping professions encourage survivors to forgive their perpetrators. However, this is possibly one of the worst suggestions that can be given to someone who has been sexually abused. Forgiveness may become possible, but only as a final step in a delicate process of integrating the rage they have been carrying. We go so far as to say that until this rage has been fully processed, very little true healing is possible. As a reminder, we are not talking about acting out rage through regressive techniques such as beating pillows or kicking mattresses. For more details, see the NARM Emotional Completion Model in Chapter 4. Often, sexual abuse does not occur in isolation. It rests on a foundation of previously unmet developmental needs. When children do not receive the love and care essential for healthy growth, they become more vulnerable to perpetrators who pretend to offer love. This underlying lack of support must be acknowledged and addressed as part of the healing process. The therapeutic journey will vary depending on the contract made with a client. It may begin with validating the experience itself, addressing self-compassion or the lack thereof, acknowledging the absence of help, confronting the ignorance or negligence of family members, and most importantly, addressing shame by integrating the powerful energies connected to protest and rage. As these powerful energies are processed, underdeveloped or undeveloped energetic boundaries begin to reform, helping the person feel safer in their body and more comfortable with their sexual self. Sexual addiction. In NARM, we avoid using the term sexual addiction. It places a label on a spectrum of behaviors and creates the illusion that we understand what is happening for the client, when in reality, we do not. As such, it can be reductive and misleading. When someone engages in compulsive sexual behavior that ultimately harms them, it is not an addiction, but a strategy. This brings us to a crucial question. In the client's world, what purpose do these behaviors serve? The responses vary, but they typically center around one of two dynamics. An attempt to fill an inner emptiness, a way to numb deep shame around their body, sexuality, or sexual preferences. The first pillar of NARM, understanding what the client is truly seeking, is essential in this work. Rather than focusing on eliminating the behavior, we explore the deeper needs that drive it. What is the client yearning for in their acting out? Are they using these compulsive behaviors to escape shame? Do they want to feel calmer? Are they attempting to connect with themselves and their own needs? Do they long for deeper connection with others, but struggle to find a way beyond sex? Are they ultimately searching for real intimacy? Recognizing their true intention, the yearning they have likely ignored or suppressed for most of their lives, is a powerful starting point. It helps clients understand the underlying forces driving their behavior, shifting their perspective from shame to self-awareness. This alone can bring immense relief. By bringing inquiry into these compulsive behaviors, we support the client in connecting to their deeper needs, which vary from person to person. Through open-ended questions, we orient the therapeutic process toward the unique individual in front of us, helping them reclaim their sense of agency. When we approach this issue with curiosity rather than judgment, we create space for genuine healing instead of reinforcing shame. In some cases, depending on the severity of the acting out behavior, particularly when it includes true addictions such as drug abuse, therapy alone may not be sufficient. In these instances, it can be beneficial to recommend additional support, such as 12-step programs. When a client is going through the therapeutic process and starts to feel more, there's often a strong tendency to shut down the increased connection by returning to acting out behaviors. Support groups can be helpful by providing a space where people can talk about these impulses while increasingly learning to contain them. Additionally, putting a full stop to the acting out often forces unresolved emotions and deeper issues to the surface, sometimes in a way that is too overwhelming to navigate without additional support. Sex and the heart. When discussing sexuality and the challenges surrounding it, we must remember that integrating sex and love is one of our greatest personal challenges reinforced in societies where sexual triggers are constantly used and abused to sell products, where sexuality is wielded as a tool for control, and where enormous profits are made from it. As therapists, this integration presents a unique challenge. Even when it appears that our client's focus is solely on sex, we must keep our hearts and minds open to the likelihood that something deeper involving the heart is at play. We hold a space of acceptance, non-judgment, and compassion, supporting clients in accessing the depth they have been seeking, often through futile attempts focused primarily on sexual behaviors. The vulnerability of opening one's heart, dismantling the walls built around it, is deeply frightening for many people. They believe that when they open their hearts again, they run the risk of being rejected and hurt again for loving, for needing connection, for longing to be met on a heart level, and for the shame they have carried since childhood, when their love and longing for connection were ignored, ridiculed, or even shamed. But when clients begin to open their hearts, the cycle begins to reverse, allowing themselves to be vulnerable, staying present with old shame and hurt that inevitably surface in this process strengthens their capacity for self-compassion. Over time, rigid identifications start to soften and connecting to the heart becomes easier. The fear of vulnerability that once seemed unbearable begins to lose its grip. Epilogue. The embodied attitude of the therapist. It is important for the therapist to meet the shame-based dynamics that clients carry with them with non-judgment, acceptance, and compassion. It is also important for clinicians to understand that the shame-based dynamics that clients are carrying forward in their lives, for the most part, have nothing to do with them. People are not born shaming themselves. Shame is something that they take on directly or indirectly from the environment. What is often traditionally labeled in the psychotherapeutic world as resistance, we see as having mostly to do with fear, particularly the fear of loss of love and attachment. Similar to other symptoms and strategies, self-shaming makes a certain kind of sense to the client and feels better to them than the alternative. Every strategy that is now creating symptoms was at one point an attempt to solve the problems that the client as a child didn't fully understand. Shaming oneself is a strategy to hold on to the love and attachment relationship, the loss of which for a child is experienced as an existential threat. Clinicians need to continually be aware that shaming is a verb, not a noun, and it is something that the client as an adult is doing to themselves. Whether or not the client realizes it, there is agency and increasing possibility of awareness of agency as they work on these shame-based themes. It is important for clinicians to understand that when we use the term agency, we are not talking about blame. Blaming the client or the client blaming themselves is the opposite of agency. Part of the overall therapeutic attitude we hold in NARM is trust in the observation that there is an inborn movement toward more connection and healing in every client. Most strategies and symptoms in adult life, such as the self-shaming that we are addressing in this book, once represented attempted solutions to intractable developmental difficulties. Today, they present themselves as obstacles in the way of deeper connection on all levels of experience. Clients experience themselves increasingly having choices as we explore together the obstacles that have limited their lives. As they disidentify from the ideas of who they should be and how life should be, and stop demanding the impossible from themselves and the world, they move from expectations to exploration and from functioning to feeling. With that basic shift comes a decrease of symptoms in general, a powerful upsurge of aliveness, and an increasing sense of possibility, confidence, and trust. Further study in the NeuroAffective Relational Model. The NARM Training Institute is an educational organization created to support mental health and helping professionals who work with the impacts of developmental and complex trauma. Our mission is to humanize and depathologize mental health and other professional helping fields, and our trainings reflect that. NARM teaches a significant new perspective on both the development and treatment of complex trauma, see PTSD, which integrates attachment understanding, a non-Western orientation to identity, and an evidence-based understanding of the body and the nervous system. Our trainings teach participants to address symptoms, not simply to extinguish them, and more importantly, to address what is driving them. Our trainings and resources are designed to educate and train professionals while providing a different perspective on trauma-informed services. Our programs include entry and senior-level training programs, ongoing training through our Inner Circle membership, and other supplemental learning options. To learn more, please visit the website www.narmtraining.com. About the author. Laurence Heller, Ph.D., is the creator of the NeuroAffective Relational Model, NARM, founder of the NARM Training Institute, an international trainer, and co-author of Healing Developmental Trauma, How Early Trauma Affects Self-Regulation, Self-Image, and the Capacity for Relationship, and Crash Course, a Self-Healing Guide to Auto-Accident Trauma and Recovery. Dr. Heller most recently co-authored The Practical Guide for Healing Developmental Trauma using the NeuroAffective Relational Model to address adverse childhood experiences and resolve complex trauma, which presents one of the first comprehensive therapeutic models for addressing complex post-traumatic stress disorder, see PTSD, introducing an integrated, clinical approach for treating attachment, relational, cultural, and intergenerational trauma. Dr. Heller has conducted NARM trainings and case consultations for thousands of therapists throughout the United States and Europe. He is a senior fellow at the Meadows, one of the largest treatment facilities in the United States. Stephan K. Niederwieser is a member of the NARM faculty. He teaches the NARM model and offers specialized NARM seminars. His foundation in psychotherapy began in the late 1980s with Hakomi, and since then, he is trained in various trauma therapy approaches, including somatic experiencing. In his private practice in Berlin, he specializes in supporting individuals in healing from early trauma, with a particular focus on chronic shame and guilt. As an author, he has written several books on the lasting impact of developmental trauma, and he is a frequent speaker at international trauma conferences. North Atlantic Books is an independent, nonprofit publisher committed to a bold exploration of the relationships between mind, body, spirit, and nature. Founded in 1974, North Atlantic Books aims to nurture a holistic view of the arts, sciences, humanities, and healing. To make a donation or to learn more about our books, authors, events, and newsletter, please visit www.northatlanticbooks.com. Healing Shame and Guilt is copyright 2026 by Laurence Heller and Stephan K. Niederwieser. Audiobook is copyright 2026 by North Atlantic Books. All rights reserved. No portion of this book, except for brief review, may be reproduced, scanned, or distributed in any form or by any means without the written permission of the publisher. No part of this book may be used or reproduced in any manner for the purposes of training artificial intelligence, technologies, or systems. Published by North Atlantic Books, Berkeley, California. For further information, visit our website at www.northatlanticbooks.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.